This is The Cowboy's Mistletoe Christmas, Sweetwater Ranch Western Cowboy Romance, Book 10. Written by Jessie Gussman. Performed by Jay Dyess. Chapter 1. Mack went to church. Of course he did. In and out. Good for a week. Sometimes two. He and God had a deal. Mack put his hour in, and God took care of him during the week. It didn't take much effort on his part, and he was pretty happy about that. Today was a bit of a different story, and he was sweating under his button-down and t-shirt. He wasn't used to being in the bowels of a church. Down in the basement. Could be the setting for a horror flick. The smell alone was enough to drive him out. Dampness and stale coffee, and possibly a hint of lasagna from earlier in the spring. Currently, the calendar said December. He wrinkled his nose because he was going to have to power through. He had a niece in each arm, and he needed to find their Sunday school rooms. He couldn't hardly drop them at the bottom of the stairs and run scared, even if that's what he really wanted to do. Because tonight, when they were crying for their mother and insisting there were monsters under their beds, he might lack the proper adult authority when he tried to dismiss their concerns if he bailed on them now. Children could smell fear with more ease than a shark scented blood. He looked around at the big rec room he was walking through, with the dark hallway where children ran and parents chatted, and that led to the Sunday school rooms in front of him. Give him shark-infested waters any day.
"Uncle Mack, are you going to leave us?"
Holly whispered. What could he say except, "No, of course not."
"Mommy said that too. Then when we woke up, she wasn't there."
Ashley, who at 3 was a year younger than Holly, tightened her arms around his neck. It hurt, but not like her words did. He couldn't help what his sister did. She dropped her 2 preschoolers off at his parents' apartment in the senior living center and took off after her boyfriend, who'd gone to France with his new flame. Mack had tried to talk his sister out of it, because, come on, what are the odds he was going to come back? Especially if she turned up at his doorstep screaming like a banshee. Not exactly going to convince him he made a mistake. Pick up the pieces and move on. But his sister wasn't thinking rationally. Women normally didn't, in his experience. Now he had 2 of them clinging to his neck, because his parents weren't allowed to have children staying indefinitely at their senior living complex. They didn't want to get kicked out, and he couldn't blame them, although the girls might liven that place up some. If he were a single dude in his 50s, it'd be a great way to pick up chicks. Take the girls to his parents' over 55 digs. But he wasn't, and he wasn't that desperate anyway. Still, if he'd had a choice, he wouldn't have brought the girls from Oklahoma to North Dakota. But he'd promised Clay, his Harvest Crew boss, that he'd be up before Christmas to look over the business and see if he wanted to buy it. So, since the girls couldn't stay with his parents, he was left with little choice but to bring them along. And according to his somewhat dubious upbringing, part of being a responsible surrogate parent was taking his charges to Sunday school. He entered the hall, thankful that his blood still seemed to be getting to his head, even though the pressure around his neck hadn't eased. "You can see for yourself if I leave or not," he finally said. It didn't do anything to ease the pressure, but he hadn't really expected that it would. He almost gave an audible sigh of relief when Clay, along with Abner, a co-worker on the Harvest Crew this summer, stepped out of a room to his left. He felt a little more stable with familiar male faces. Through a door on the right, he could see a slim blonde woman bent over a small child who looked to be about the same age as his nieces. At least if that was the class he had to stay in for the next hour, the teacher wouldn't be hard to look at. "Mack, I was expecting you yesterday." Clay looked like he was going to hold his hand out, but took a second look at Mack's clinging nieces and changed his mind. "Yeah, sorry, I should have texted. Stayed at a hotel last night because the trip was just too long for the girls." "You've been busy in the last 3 weeks," Abner said with a raised brow. "Not as busy as I've heard you've been. You have me beat ×3, Mack said with a smirk, referring to the fact that Abner had just married his high school sweetheart and gone from a single man with no children to a married man with 6 since they'd winterized and parked their combines for the season. "Guess you're playing catch-up." Abner's lip pulled up in a half grin. "Not interested in catching up, my friend," Mack said, his smirk getting a little bigger. A slender woman in a long skirt with waist-length brown hair walked up beside Abner and put her arm around his waist. Mack had to stare at that, only because Abner had never seemed like the kind of guy who needed, or wanted, a woman. Mack had to admit he'd judged wrong as Abner's face softened and he gazed down at the woman beside him. "This is my wife, Cora," he murmured, barely taking his eyes off her. "Good to meet the girl who lassoed that one," Mack said, jerking his head at Abner. "I'd shake your hand, but mine are full." He bounced his nieces in his arms. They'd buried their heads in his neck and hadn't lifted them. "You guys know where the preschool class is?" He suspected he knew, but figured it wouldn't hurt to ask. "Right behind you." Clay's face was as straight and as serious as a coffin. But that was Clay. He wouldn't wink and smirk about the good-looking Sunday school teacher, and he definitely wouldn't make a comment about her. "Thanks," Mack said as Clay's wife came up beside him. "Hey, Raina," he greeted before he turned away.
"Be nice to her, Mack,"
Raina said. That made Mack's brows push together, and he turned and looked harder at Raina. "Huh?" She just lifted her brows like he'd know soon enough, and then gave Clay a big smile. Clay's arm went around her, and he pulled her close. Clay barely looked at him when he said, "There's no dinner after church, but if you want to come out to my mom's, I'm sure she won't mind. She's got a big brisket in the slow cooker." "Might do that." He needed to talk to Clay anyway. Mack turned and headed toward the Sunday school room with the cute blonde teacher, still wondering what Raina's cryptic comment could mean. He didn't wonder long. The blonde straightened and turned, and he knew immediately what Raina had meant. Angela Davis. The woman who'd tried to get Clay to marry her for his money, then told Boone, Clay's brother, that he wasn't good enough for her because he wasn't rich. She was beautiful, no doubt, but any man would be a fool to get close to her. His heart needed to get a grip, since it picked up the pace a notch or two since she turned. He wasn't going to be fooled by a pretty face. Angela walked to her doorway. "Mack." He nodded at her. He could be nice. He knew what she was and what she wanted. "Angela, looks like I'm going to be in your class today."
"I would have guessed you a little older than preschool."
Her smile was sweet and her blue eyes beguiling. Mack felt free to flirt since he knew he'd never be interested. "You don't look a day over 20. She laughed as he'd meant her to.
"Still a sweet talker."
Her long blonde hair shimmered softly across her shoulders as she shook her head.
"Looks like we have a teacher's pet here today."
"I'll be good as long as I get to color with the sharp crayons."
"Everyone gets their own crayons, including the cowboy with the soft brown eyes."
Before he could remind himself that she led guys on, she continued,
"Who do we have with us today?"
Her fingers lightly touched Holly's back, and Mack realized she was talking to his niece and not him.
"Is this your daddy?"
Angela asked, tilting her head and looking so sweet he'd have been surprised if Holly could have resisted. But she didn't.
"No,"
she said softly, shaking her black curls.
Your boyfriend, Angela said with a twinkle in her eyes. Holly giggled. No, it's Santa Claus on a diet. This time, Ashley laughed along with Holly. No, he's Uncle Mack. Oh, Angela lifted a brow at him like she'd just gotten the scoop, which she kind of had. He's your uncle. Holly nodded. He said he would stay with us. That's fine, although I don't think his legs are going to fit under my table. Can we unhook them and set them by the door? He can put them back on before he goes upstairs for the service. The girls giggled again. Ashley said, Yeah, take them off.
Mack winced. Ooh, that sounds painful. Can we work out a compromise?
Like what? One leg off, one leg on?
Angela snorted.
Mack grinned at her.
He'd always kind of pegged her as a Sunday school girl, quiet and good and boring. Then when things went down with Clay and Boone, he'd added conniving to that list and stuck her under the heading, Do Not Consider. I was thinking more along the lines of I'll pass out paper and pick up crayons and be the bouncer if you let me keep my legs. Both of them.
Angela shrugged. We could just detach them at the kneecaps.
You don't need a bouncer?
You missed the bar. It was 3 houses back that way.
She waved toward the east.
I'm sorry you got confused.
It's because the Sunday school teacher has big blue eyes and she's batting them at me. He winked at her and she laughed, but her cheeks got pink too, and he wondered if she was really as bad as the crew had made her out to be.
I need a paper, Miss Davis,
the little boy at the table said.
Okay, I'll be right there, Colton.
Angela grabbed a chair from the side of the room that was slightly larger than the miniature chairs that were set around the half-moon table.
Here, Mac. This isn't quite your size, but you can sit here and hold the girls until they feel comfortable coming to the table.
Thanks, Miss Davis. There was still flirt in his voice, and her turned-up lips said she hadn't missed it. Her foot must have caught on the frayed carpet as she turned because she tripped with a yelp and reached a hand out, putting it flat on his chest to catch herself. He couldn't help since he had a niece in each arm, but he stood still, surprised at the way her hand burned through his t-shirt. His past was a bit more colorful than he liked to admit to, and he'd been much closer to more girls than this. But when her head turned up and her big blue eyes met his, it was all he could do to remember to breathe. He didn't say anything for what felt like a long time, and she didn't move, although her lips parted and his eyes were drawn to them. It might have been his imagination, but her fingers seemed to press into his chest before she blinked and straightened, stumbling over an apology. His heart was racing like crazy, and he had to ask himself if she'd done it all on purpose. But she was all business with her little class and had herself introduced to his nieces and had them sitting at the table and chattering in no time. But what really impressed him was when she told the story and held their attention the entire time. On the long trip from southwestern Oklahoma to North Dakota, he didn't think they'd been quiet for more than a 5-minute stretch at a time, except the time they'd been sleeping, which hadn't been nearly long enough. Yet, somehow, Miss Davis had gotten their attention and kept it for a good 15 minutes. Even the little boy was paying attention. Seems like you've been doing this for a while, he said when the class was over. That's a compliment, and I'll take it, Angela said, her eyes twinkling. Come on, girls, he said. We want to stay with Miss Davis, Holly said, her lips sticking out. I can take them to junior church if you want me to, Angela said, bending down and writing Holly's name on her paper. Sure, that'd be great. Mack put his hand in his pocket. I guess I'll just come downstairs after the service and pick them up somewhere. It's in the big room at the end of the hall, but I'll be in the service and I can take you down afterwards. She said it like it wouldn't be a problem at all,
and Mack found himself agreeing.
Sounds good.
He walked out, knowing he could at least find the stairs. The place was like a labyrinth, but luckily, because of his job and running around all over unfamiliar places almost on a daily basis, he had a pretty good sense of direction. Although it was kind of hard to pay attention, because Angela hadn't been anything like what he remembered. She was much friendlier, for one, and she didn't seem like she was trying to manipulate him. Finally, he thought to wonder why she was in Sweetwater, North Dakota to begin with. Hadn't she gotten married to someone else after Clay refused her and she ditched Boone? He probably wasn't going to try to get the whole story out of Clay or Boone, because how do you ask a guy a question like that? He could talk about the guts of a combine or profit and loss on Clay's business for the last 5 years, and he'd even ask to see Clay's bank account statement before he'd ask about the girl who tried to manipulate him into marrying her for his fortune. If that's really what she did. Mack sat in the back and used a Bible from the pew. The service wasn't long, thankfully, and although the preacher probably had some good things to say, Mack's attention was pulled to the blonde head that sat in the second pew from the front. Alone. After the service was over, he stood, making his way to the stairs, thinking to wait on Angela. He had no clue where his nieces were. A hand clamped on his shoulder. "We'll see you in a bit out at the home farm, right?" Mack turned to see Clay. "Sure will. I don't have anything to bring." "Mom always makes extra, and Raina and I have 20 pounds of mashed potatoes and 2 slow cookers. If you want anything fancy, you'll have to bring it yourself." Mack froze. "Did you make the mashed potatoes, or did Raina?" Clay's grin was mischievous. "Live on the wild side, my friend." "Raina did." Clay huffed out a short laugh. "Maybe. No offense, but I don't have any better prospects, so I'll probably be there anyway." He started to turn away but realized that Clay might be able to help him with something else. "Where's the closest hotel? The last one I remember seeing was about 30 miles to the south." "That's it. But Mr. Swanson has the big blue house beside the gym here on Main Street, and he's got a room or 2 available." Clay waved toward the west. "That'd be much better if we're going to be working together. I'd offer to let you stay with us, but we're living with my mother until the sale of the place we put an offer on goes through. Another month, probably." "Sounds crowded." "It is, but Mom loves it. She basically has slaves to do all the handiwork stuff she can think of. By the time Raina and I move out, she'll practically have a new house." Clay held his arms out as Gina, his daughter, came running up the stairs, chattering away. "See you in a bit," he said before putting his arm around his daughter and tilting his head to listen to her. Mack jerked his head in acknowledgement. When Clay moved away, he could see Angela deep in conversation with an older lady. They were both holding clipboards and seemed to be checking items off. Mack took a deep breath. Up here in the sanctuary, the air was heavily scented with the pine greens that sat in the deep windowsills. Each window had an electric candle as well. It all reminded him that it was less than 4 weeks until Christmas. Would his sister be home before the holiday? He could hardly believe that someone would just drop her kids off and fly across the ocean, and just before Christmas, of all times. "Hey, I'm sorry." Angela's voice came from slightly behind him. "I'm short of help for the Christmas festival, and I was trying to figure out if we'll be able to do everything we have planned." He didn't know squat about Christmas festivals and didn't want to get sucked into helping with that. He was going to have all he could do to keep his nieces and work with Clay. He needed to give Clay a firm answer about whether or not he was buying the business, and in the meantime, he'd told Clay he'd help out as needed while Clay had promised to show him all the available paperwork so he could make an informed decision. Not that he'd ever owned a business before. He had no clue if he could actually do it. But he wanted to try. Just wasn't sure if he wanted to take that big of a risk. "No problem," he said. "Was talking to Clay some anyway. Don't suppose you know if Raina's been taking cooking lessons by chance?" Angela stopped organizing the papers on her clipboard and tilted her head. "No?" Never mind. He could laugh about Raina's total inability to cook, and he was pretty sure Raina would still be laughing as well. But talking about her when she wasn't around was pretty close to gossip, and he didn't want it getting back to her in the wrong way, so he shut his mouth. "You gonna show me where you imprisoned my nieces?" She chuckled, as he thought she would, and led the way down the stairs. Chapter 2. Angela took a deep breath. She had a lot to make up for and even more to live down, but she was trying as hard as she could to be real, the person she was and who she was becoming. Mack didn't seem to hold anything against her, which she really appreciated. She'd apologized to Clay and Raina and also to Boone. She hadn't blamed her parents either, although she did feel like the fault might be somewhat theirs. But she needed to take responsibility for her actions. She'd never really paid attention to Mack because of her focus on Clay, but Mack was good-looking and funny. She could be friends with him. But she definitely wasn't interested in a cowboy-type farmer, so her flirting was all in fun. Paul, who lived down the street and did something in IT, would be a great guy for her, except he was a little old. She'd really like to have children, and he was over 40 at least. One step at a time. She needed to rebuild her reputation without her parents manipulating her. She'd done everything they wanted her to, even getting married to the man they chose, for all of 3 days. She'd let the girlfriend she'd discovered the day after their wedding slide. The first time he hit her, she walked. The girlfriend she could admit to. The fact that he hit her wasn't information that she had mentioned to too many people. Even though she'd left him, she hated to ruin his reputation. She knew it shouldn't matter and the jerk deserved to be punished. But no one would support her and she needed to get away. Sweetwater was the only place where she knew people, other than her hometown and pastors of various churches, who would surely think she should go home to her parents. Maybe she should, but she chose Sweetwater. Now she was going to make the best of her new start. She nodded and smiled at her new friends Louise and Ames, who were picking up their children from junior church and the nursery, and led Mack to the side door. "There they are. They look happy." She waved her hand, indicating Holly and Ashley, who were batting balloons up in the air with another boy and girl their size. "Sure do. Thanks a lot. See you around." He gave her a grin and his brown eyes twinkled. She tried to smile back, but her lips kind of froze, because his eyes had caught hers and her stomach did an odd twitch and flip. She cleared her throat and looked away, but he had already turned and was moving toward his nieces. That was strange. Almost as strange as how she'd felt when she tripped earlier. Putting her hand on his chest had been like balancing against a wall, except that wall made shockwaves run up her arm and pinch at her heart. Definitely strange. Walking back through the hall, she nodded and greeted people as they passed her, but no one stopped to talk, and a few minutes later she'd shrugged into her heavy coat, grabbed her bag with her teaching material and information for the Christmas festival, and walked out the lower door alone. It wasn't far to her boarding house, just a 5-minute walk or so. She'd needed it to clear her head, although she was a little sad that she was going home alone. It was fun at first, to be her own boss, finally, since she'd lived with her parents all her life, and having no one to care what she did was a novelty. Now, she could admit she got lonely at times. Like now. At her parents' house, they always had people over for Sunday dinner. Here, she'd have people over, but it wasn't her house. She had a room that was hers, of course, and use of the kitchen and living room, but they weren't solely for her. Therefore, she didn't feel comfortable inviting people over. Maybe she should just suck it up and invite them anyway. Mr. Swanson, her landlord, hadn't said she couldn't. She stomped the snow off her boots and walked in the back door to the enclosed porch. Mr. Swanson would be just finishing up lunch, which was fine. She'd made herself a plate of leftover food from the diner where she worked and would heat that up and take it to her room where she'd eat it while working on the Christmas festival stuff. Busy trying not to feel sorry for herself because she was alone, she didn't open the door far enough. Her bag caught on the handle, jerking her back and making her lose her balance, and as she grabbed for the wall to steady herself, she slipped on a bit of ice and her bag flipped, dumping the contents everywhere. Thankfully, she was able to catch herself on the doorknob and didn't face-plant into the wall, but it was close. The second time that day she'd tripped. She was getting clumsy. She had to take her gloves off in order to pick her papers up, and it was a good 10 minutes before she had everything collected and her winter things hung up and out of the way. Some of her things had ice on them, but she'd wait and spread them out in her room. Still, she was in a bit of a hurry, and she was through the door, closing it with a bang, and into the kitchen before she realized that Mr. Swanson had company. Mack. She stopped short. Their conversation died as they both looked at her. "You don't have your nieces." She felt like an idiot. Was that the most intelligent thing she could think of to say? "No. Clay took them home with him, so I could see about getting us living arrangements." He spoke slowly, like he was surprised to see her there and was answering by rote. He wasn't more surprised than she. But why wouldn't he stay there if he needed a place? She wasn't sure why she was so shocked. She cleared her throat, a little nervous, conscious that she'd interrupted their conversation. "I'm off to my room. Mr. Swanson is a great landlord." She gave a smile that felt way more perky than the situation warranted and practically skipped out of the kitchen. Well, she couldn't say she was disappointed that Mack was moving in. Actually, she thought maybe she liked it. Mack hadn't brought anything for lunch, and of course, Mrs. Stryker and her daughters and daughters-in-law wouldn't think of allowing him to help with the dishes, so he'd ended up out at the barn with a 50-pound sack of feed slung over each shoulder, following Mav, Clay's youngest brother, to the feed trough. Thankfully, the muck in the barnyard was frozen, since he hadn't thought to wear anything but his good cowboy boots. "Where I come from, we don't put the guests to work," he said, with only a little grumble in his voice. Mostly because his cowboy boots had zero traction in the snow, and he'd have worn his Wolverines if he'd known he was going to be feeding. "Where I come from, guests don't invite themselves to lunch and not bring anything." Mav spoke with a smirk in his voice, but he didn't turn around. The muck was frozen, yes, but it was frozen in the dips and ridges that cow hooves churned mud and manure into any place they congregated to feed, and with 2 50-pound bags of feed on his shoulders, Mav would be asking to break an ankle if he didn't watch where he was going. Mack ignored him, watching his own footing, made worse because of his unsuitable footwear. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Lark, Mav's younger sister, who was out of school but still living at home, and Gina playing with Ashley and Holly. Actually, they weren't really playing. Lark was giving them goat rides. Holly had already fallen off once. The ground was hard, but the goats weren't very tall, and apparently riding trumped crying, because Holly had popped up and demanded to be put back on. He hoped she didn't get hurt. He had no idea how to get a hold of her mother if she did. He also didn't know how he was going to get the girls to leave the farm. The room he'd rented at the boarding house wouldn't be nearly this much fun. Mav stopped in front of the feed trough. "Bull's at the far end." Mack jerked his head, sure they wouldn't keep a mean bull, but knowing it was always a good idea to know where it was. They were unpredictable, and smarter men than he had been crushed because they'd let their guard down. He walked to the second trough. "Both go in here?" "Yep." Mav pulled his glove off to take hold of the string that he'd pulled to open the bag. Mack imitated him. "Saw you talking to Angela today at church," Mav said in what sounded like a casual tone, but it put Mack on guard instantly. He'd worked with Mav enough to know the kid could be depended on in any type of situation, but he loved a good joke, too. Something told Mack a joke was coming. "She's the Sunday school teacher for preschool. Be kind of rude to ignore her." "You back in preschool?" Mav balled the string up in his hand so the cows wouldn't eat it, then dumped his bag in the trough. "Was today. Appreciated the view more than I might have a couple of decades ago." "I bet. Don't forget what she did." "Haven't." Mack dumped his bag, and the Angus heifers pushed closer. He shoved his string in the empty sack and folded it before picking up the second bag, shoving the hungry black heads out of his way and being careful not to slip on the iced-up muck. Mav pulled the string on his second bag. "How do you feel about a little challenge?" "Not good," Mack said honestly. Whatever Mav was cooking up, he was pretty sure he didn't want anything to do with it. "I heard you and Clay talking. Figured you might want a partner in the business. You know, someone to go halves with you." Mack stopped with his bag about to tip. Really? He'd love that. The risk of dumping all that cash out and having everything riding on him kept him up some nights. He knew it was a sound investment, but he wasn't used to dealing in figures that big. And Mav might be a prankster, but he'd work, and he was honest. "What's the catch?" "I want to go halves with you on the business, but I have a condition." A big black head butted his arm. Mack grinned and shoved her head out of the way with his hip. "Hang on, I'm getting to it." He dumped the bag, making sure the whole trough had feed. "What's your condition?" "I've got a quarter of what you'll need, and I've got a piece of undeveloped ground I can borrow against for the rest." "Yeah? What's the condition?" "I want to make a bet with you." Mav shoved his second bag and string into his first and held his hand out for Mack's bags. "What?" He didn't like the sound of that. Mav stepped out behind the cows and waited for Mack to catch up. "I bet you can't make Angela fall in love with you." "No." Mack slapped his glove against his knee before getting smart and putting them back on. "No way. Not interested." Mav's lips flattened. There weren't too many times over the years that Mack had known him where he'd looked more serious than he did right then. "After what she did to my brothers, I'd like to see a little revenge. Nothing serious, just a little game at her expense." "Nope, not doing it." Mack started walking toward the gate. "If you do, I'll go half with you. You know I'm good for it. I'll work my butt off to make the business successful, and between the two of us, if it's possible to succeed, we'll do it." "I'm game for that. I've worked with you, and I know we'd make a great team, but I don't want it to involve Angela." "I'd do it myself, but I'm too young, and she's not the slightest bit interested." "She's not interested in me either." "Looked like she might be today. Plus, you're a charmer. You could do it." "No." He'd really like to have a partner, and he'd love not to have to borrow as much money. It wasn't worth it, though. Sure, maybe Angela hadn't been the best person ever, but he didn't want to hurt anyone. She led Clay on for 7 years, never really interested in him, but let him think she was. Then, when she realized he had money, she almost destroyed what he and Raina had in order to get it. Not to mention how brutal she was to Boone. I don't want to destroy her or anything, just want to play a little joke on her. That's mean. The kids yelled from where they were still riding the goats, and Mack checked to be sure his nieces were doing fine. Spencer, Boone's son, who was Gina's age, had joined them, and Boone and Clay were walking across the frozen yard toward the corral and him and Mav. "Sounds like she's tricked you, too," Mav said, sounding a little bitter. "She seemed nice today. I don't think she's tricking anyone." Mack stopped at the gate as Boone and Clay arrived. They both put a boot on the bottom rung and leaned their arms on the top rail. Mack imitated their position from the other side, and Mav joined him. "You two seem like you were talking about something pretty serious," Boone said with a good-natured grin. "I tried to bet Mack that he couldn't get Angela to fall in love with him, but he's scared to take me up on it," Boone snorted. Mack bristled. "I'm not scared. Just don't see any fun in leading a girl on a bet." "You'd lose anyway. She's not interested in cowboys. She wants someone a little more sophisticated." Boone shoved his hat farther down on his head. "Someone with money," Clay said, sounding as relaxed and even-tempered as he always did. Mack pressed his lips together. His friends were right. There wasn't much chance of Angela actually falling for him, and Mav didn't say she had to, just said he had to try to get her to. It wouldn't hurt anything if she really didn't like him. Still, the idea didn't sit well. "It's the principle of the thing," he finally said. "What? That you don't want to be unkind to a woman, even if she does have the reputation of a conniving witch?" Mav asked, somewhat sarcastically, as he clasped his hands and let them hang over the top rail of the fence. "I try to avoid unkindness in general, no matter what someone's reputation is. People can change." "Agreed," Boone said. "That's true," Mav said. "But I don't think Angela has changed." "Why do you have such a big vendetta against her anyway?" Mack asked. "Those two are the ones who dealt with her," he added, nodding at Boone and Clay. "I'm sticking up for my brothers." Mav turned his head to Clay. "I told Mack I'd go partners with him in buying the harvest business if he agreed about Angela." Clay nodded, seeming thoughtful. "You and Mack would work well together. You're not afraid to take a risk while Mack's good with numbers." He gave a last big nod. "Yeah, that would work. Only it's not going to because I'm not taking the bet about Angela. I wouldn't mind seeing her get a little of her own medicine, but I don't want to be the one to give it to her." Boone looked over at the kids, a little smile on his face. "That's kind of how I feel." Mack followed his gaze, grinning as Spencer fell off the biggest nanny goat. None of the kids were attempting to ride the billy. Even kids didn't want to stink that bad. Mack waited for Clay to agree. He always had a level head on his shoulders, and Mack respected his opinion. But he didn't say anything. Mav said, "I have half the money I need in the bank, and I could put my property up for the rest, giving us clear titles." "Are you really going to make that contingent on Mack taking your bet with Angela?" Boone asked, his brows drawn like he couldn't really believe it. "Sure. There are other opportunities that will come along, but Mack's the only one that might be able to get a little revenge on Angela." Mav shrugged. Mack knew he was serious. Mav had a weird sense of humor, but he was also pretty relaxed. It would be easy for him to walk away from a business deal. Would it hurt for Mack to take him up on it?
You haven't said anything, Clay. I assume you agreed with me.
Mack tried to read Clay's face as he studied his gloves. Clay didn't answer for a full minute. He stood still, just staring at his hands, and Mack assumed he wasn't going to answer. Finally, Clay seemed to come to some kind of conclusion. "You know," he said, his lips pressed together and his head nodding, "I think that might actually be a good idea." He slapped his hand on the top rail before pulling his boot off the bottom and opening the gate to let Mack and Mav out. "I think you ought to take him up on it. Put an honest effort into it."
Might as well,
Boone agreed, although Mack was busy trying to figure out what Clay was actually saying, because he was almost sure, no matter how Clay actually felt about Angela, he wouldn't wish harm on anyone. Boone continued.
"It's not like she's going to fall for you anyway, and it'd be a diversion for the rest of us to watch. Winter can get boring. I'm not particularly excited about being the season's entertainment."
Mack was surprised to find himself actually considering it. He had a lot of respect for Clay, and if Clay said it wouldn't hurt, he was hard-pressed to find a reason to disagree, especially since he really wanted Mav to throw in with him. "You've got to do something to spice up these old married men's boring lives," Mav smirked as he walked through the gate. Boone snorted and grinned. Even Clay's lips turned up.
"I haven't gotten bored yet," Boone said.
Clay shut the gate and didn't add anything, but his grin had gotten bigger. "So, you'll do it?" Mav asked, stopping beside Mack and slapping his shoulder. Mack took one last glance at Clay.
"I will, but you need to stay completely out of it."
He didn't need Mav coming in and mucking everything up. If Angela was as rotten as Mav thought, then Mack might not feel bad, and if she wasn't, Mack could get her to fall in love with him, then fall right back out. He didn't have a ton of experience with girls, especially Sunday school girls like Angela, but he figured he could spout some lines about heading to the satanic temple to worship by fornication, which would have her getting over him and running the other way pretty quickly, with little to no pain on her part. Yeah, if she actually did fall in love with him, it wouldn't be hard to convince her she'd made a big mistake. "Great. We'll know you've succeeded when she kisses you in church."
"In church?"
Matt couldn't remember ever seeing anyone kiss in church, unless it was for a wedding. "Yep.
No one kisses in church."
"Right. That'll be how we can tell, because only a girl who really loved you would kiss you in church."
"If you're serious, Mav, let's walk over to the office and we'll talk numbers."
Clay shoved his hat down on his head. He looked at Mack.
"Don't worry about Angela. I think things will work out just fine."
Chapter 3. Angela sat at the kitchen table, holding her head in her hands, papers spread out in front of her. Less than 2 weeks until the festival, and Mrs. Wire had just called to inform her that the township worker, who was supposed to help her hang the decorations starting tomorrow, had quit. Apparently, after 40 years on the job, he decided he couldn't stand one more North Dakota winter, and he'd taken his wife and gone to Florida. Seriously. He couldn't have hung the Christmas decorations first? There were people around who could help. Clay and his brothers, for some. But after what she'd done to them, she couldn't ask. Even Abner had been part of the crew, and although she'd become good friends with his wife, Cora, she just couldn't bring herself to pick up the phone and call. She hadn't been able to prove that she wasn't what she used to be. She could call, and more than likely, Some or all of them would say yes to her, but it sat wrong. Like she already owed them and didn't want to rack up more debt until she proved she was good for it. Paul, the IT guy from down the street, came to mind. He was a nice man and seemed to like her. And he didn't know what she'd done, so she didn't feel like she had anything to prove to him. The problem was, he didn't seem like the kind of guy who would be comfortable in overalls, running the bucket truck, climbing poles, and attaching wires and hooks and nails in the sub-zero wind chill. No, Paul seemed more like a slippers and beer in front of the TV kind of guy, or glasses and water in front of the computer. Still, she supposed she could ask. He might attempt it, and together they might accomplish it. More than likely not, but it was a good thought. One that comforted her immensely more than the idea of not getting the decorations up at all. She'd volunteered to head up the festival, planning on making it the best Christmas festival Sweetwater had ever seen, mostly to help with her redemption campaign. Lack of decorations would definitely hurt her cause. She hadn't figured out what she was going to do when the back door behind her opened. Childish chatter in a low male voice made it clear that Mack had arrived back home with his nieces. He must have eaten supper wherever he'd gone, since it was well past dark. Not that she cared. The kitchen door opened. Cool air rushed past, and she turned to look as the little girls bounded in, followed by their uncle. Her heart did that little stutter thing again as her eyes moved up his jeans and plaid shirt and farther still to those brown eyes that had popped into her consciousness at the oddest times today. They were full of concern. "Someone's not having a good evening." His deep voice carried over the girl's childish chatter. She grunted a disbelieving laugh. "How could you tell that just by looking at me for 2 seconds?" He put his hands up and motioned around his head. Dropping her eyes, she looked away in embarrassment. She'd been running her hands through her hair a lot. It probably wasn't lying down, perfectly neat, like she tried to have it do when she went out. The North Dakota wind made hair a challenge. "Sorry," she murmured. "Hey." He came over, pulling out the chair beside her and sitting on the edge of it. "I didn't mean to make you feel bad. Actually, I think it looks good." He said that last like he couldn't believe he was saying it. "You don't have to give compliments you don't mean." Holly jumped into his lap, her dark curls bouncing. He adjusted her without taking his eyes off Angela. "I meant it. I guess maybe that's what surprised me." Yeah, she could understand what he was saying. It surprised him that someone who was as awful as she had been could draw a sincere compliment out of him. She pushed back from the table, gathering her papers. "I made cookies this afternoon. I didn't mean to interrupt your conversation with Mr. Swanson, but since I had and I knew you and the girls were staying here, I figured I could make a little housewarming gift." "It smells amazing in here, but I assumed it was a candle." She pointed to the counter where the cookies were cooling. "Real cookies and not a candle in sight." "I want one! I want one!" Ashley jumped up and down beside the table. Angela lifted a brow at Mack. "Is it okay? It's pretty close to bedtime." "I'm not their mom. I'm their uncle, and I'm supposed to spoil them, right?" "No. You're supposed to help her raise them so they grow up to be productive members of society with character and the ability to think for themselves." "Okay. We'll think for ourselves tonight and decide that cookies before bed are actually good for you." "Not what I meant." Angela turned with napkins that she set in front of the girls. "Climb up on a chair, Ashley," she said, turning back and taking a cookie in each hand. As she set them on the napkins, Mack cleared his throat. There's 3 of us, and only 2 cookies." His eyes cut to hers.
Maybe we should stop thinking for ourselves, and I should take the cookies from my nieces so they don't get fat and have their teeth fall out."
"No!" the girls yelled. Holly grabbed her cookie and shoved the entire thing into her mouth. Ashley clutched hers so hard it crumbled in her hands. Angela gave him her best fake snob look. "I was getting you a cookie. I thought you could just wait until the girls were served. I was mistaken, apparently." Mack's grin was unrepentant.
"You were. When it comes to cookies, the uncle goes first, every time."
Angela allowed her brows to go up, and she pulled out her best adult look. "Okay, girls. I think your uncle needs to learn character. He can wait until tomorrow afternoon for his cookie, if there are any left." She walked over, helping Ashley figure out how to eat the cookie that had been smashed in her hand.
"What?"
Mack practically shouted, and Angela wasn't sure if he was completely play-acting anymore.
"Tomorrow? I have to watch them eat their cookies, smell them, probably through the entire house, and I don't get any until tomorrow?"
"Girls first. Every time."
"Girls go first off the Titanic. Uncles go first when it comes to cookies."
Angela shook her head sadly. "Girls first in everything." Mack's mouth formed an O.
"That's not fair."
Angela crossed her arms over her chest. "The person with the cookies makes the rules."
"Really?"
He was up so fast she only had time to blink before the cookie container from the counter was in his hands.
"Guess I make the rules now."
"I meant the person who owns the cookies makes the rules."
"Too late. The cookies are mine, and I'm making the rules. Uncle's first."
He went to take the lid off the cookie container, but his nieces screamed and jumped down off their chairs, rushing around the table and grabbing his legs. "You can't eat all our cookies," Holly wailed. "Lady said they ours," Ashley added. Angela lifted her chin at Mack and held a hand out.
"Fine. Take the cookies."
He handed the container over.
"If I die in my sleep tonight, it's your fault."
"And your reasoning for that is?" she prompted, taking the container and helping Ashley back into her seat.
"There are certain things in a man's constitution that make it physically impossible for him to know there are homemade cookies sitting down in his kitchen, and he is unable to eat them. It's fatal."
One side of Angela's lip pulled back. "You're so dramatic."
"It's true."
"What do you think, girls?" She lifted the container. "Should we share?" "No!" they both shouted at the same time, giggling. She shrugged her shoulders, grinning. "Sorry about your luck."
"Seriously? I thought we were teaching them values and character."
You are the uncle. I'm just the crazy cat lady who happens to be holding the cookies."
"There are cats here?"
"No, it's a," she waved her arm, "stereotype."
"Oh, because crazy I can handle and cats I can handle, but I'm not sure I can handle them together."
"No cats." Although when she got her own place, she definitely wanted a cat. Her mother was allergic, and she'd never been allowed to have animals growing up.
"Let's make a deal."
Mack straightened, putting his hands on his hips. "Can I have another?" Holly interrupted. Angela gave Mack a questioning look. She'd totally been teasing him about the cookies, and she was pretty sure he knew it and was teasing her back, and she wanted him to know she knew he was in charge.
"One more," he said.
Angela opened the container and pulled out 2 cookies, with a smile at Mack. She was going to give him one. It was just fun to tease him. She'd never been allowed to joke with guests like this at her father's house. She put her nose over the container. These smell delicious. What's your deal?" He chuckled. I'll help you with that. He waved a hand at her papers she'd gathered up and set on the counter. If I get to eat as many cookies as I want. You may have 2 like your nieces. She pulled 2 out and handed them to him. And it's a deal. If he was serious, she was totally going to take him up on it. Paul wasn't the kind of man who'd be comfortable operating a bucket truck, but Mack most definitely was. That might be worth more than 2 cookies. I said all I wanted. And I said 2. And you're eating them, so you must have agreed. She tapped the lid and set the container down. I feel like I've been swindled. He was joking, but she turned away, keeping her hands busy by wetting a dish rag under the spigot. Swindled was too close to what she'd tried to do to Clay, with her parents' urging. She knew that's not what Mack meant. He'd been better to her than she deserved. But it stirred up guilty feelings that made her ashamed. Hey, I was kidding. How had he known? For a tough dude that no one would mistake for a sensitive, caring gentleman, he seemed to read her much better than she'd have thought. The idea caused a bit of a twirl in her stomach, which she quickly squashed. Mack had been fun to talk to and joke with, but she wasn't interested in the tough, outside, work-with-his-hands kind of guy. She wanted someone more refined. I'm good, she said, turning with a smile and taking Ashley's hands in her own, wiping the sticky sugar crumbs off them. I think I'm going to have to give them baths, Mack said uncertainly. You, probably don't have any tips for me? He looked at her hopefully. I probably haven't bathed any more children than you have. It's not usually a Sunday morning activity. Yeah, I suppose the police would be on that pretty quick. Not to mention, Sunday school workers are hard enough to find. It'd be impossible if they had to give baths along with everything else. Maybe that would increase attendance. Handing out gold bricks would increase attendance too, but some things just aren't worth it. He grunted a laugh. Tell you what, I need someone to help me put decorations up for the Christmas festival. It's going to involve a bucket truck, which I have permission to use, and probably an entire day of time. If you help me with that, I'll help give your nieces baths for as long as you and I are here together. She raised her brows. Deal? That's almost a better deal than the cookies. Her lips curved and she walked over to him, leaning close and looking up. You can have as many cookies as you want, she whispered. Then she walked past him and in her regular voice said, Okay, girls, let's go play in the tub for a bit. What were you guys doing all day anyway? Rolling in the barnyard? Nope, we rode goats, Holly said proudly. Angela snorted and raised her brows at Mack. Then she shook her head. Never mind. She probably didn't want to know. Chapter 4. Mack was able to take a shower and set out clothes for the girls in the amount of time it took Angela to let them play in the tub and wash them up. The girls weren't as keen on going to bed as they were on taking baths, so Mack stood in their room, promising he'd stay until they were asleep if they were quiet. I'll be down. I need to call my mother, too. See if my sister's been in contact with her. Sure. I've got another hour or two of work before I head to bed, Angela said. He'd remembered in the back of his head the bet he'd made with Mav, but surprisingly, he hadn't had to remind himself of it to be nice to her, flirt with her. She'd been fun and cute, and he'd had a good time. There wasn't much resemblance between the woman he'd talked to tonight in the kitchen and the cool, unaffected lady he remembered from this past summer when he'd seen her at her father's church. He'd thought she was Clay's girl, and Mack had never looked at her twice, but still, she wasn't anything like what he'd thought she'd be.
He wondered if Clay even knew Angela wasn't what she seemed. Clay's blessing on Mav's bet had confused Mack, to be sure, and he wondered if Clay had something else in mind, as he often did, since Clay didn't really think like the rest of the world. It didn't matter. Angela was easy on the eyes and fun to talk to, and if he could get her to fall in love with him, more's the better, since he was pretty sure he could use the satanic temple thing to get her to go from love to hate fast and easy with none of the messy, emotional stuff that normally accompanied such changing of emotions. He grinned a little when he thought of what her reaction might be when he told her he believed fornication was a form of worship. Yeah, the Sunday school girl wouldn't be hanging around long enough to hear him say he was kidding. She'd lay down rubber on her way out the door. Light snoring came from one side of the big bed. He just needed to wait a few more minutes until Holly fell asleep too. Boone hadn't thought he was sophisticated enough for Angela. He kind of took that as a personal challenge. Not to become sophisticated, but to see if he could get Angela interested. He wasn't even sure he wanted her to fall in love with him, although there could be worse fates. No, he wasn't even going to think like that. He didn't have time for a relationship, even if he did actually find Angela a little attractive. If he were going to buy Clay's business and make it successful with Mav, then his whole head needed to be in that game and not distracted by a pretty blue-eyed blonde. Deep breathing came from both girls, so he pushed off the wall, stepping through the door and closing it quietly behind him. The old house had happened to have 2 connected bedrooms, and Mr. Swanson had given them to him at a discount, so he'd taken them, happily. Once he was in his own room, he pulled his phone out and pushed his mother's contact. He loved his nieces, but he wasn't sure how things would work out with Clay if he had 2 little girls underfoot all the time. Not to mention, he had no toys and few clothes. "Robert?" His mom always called him by his given name. Made sense, since she was the one who gave it to him. "Yeah, it's me, Mom. Heard from Robin?" "No, I'm worried about her." "At all? You haven't heard from her at all?" He couldn't believe it, and the idea made the back of his neck tighten and gave him a desire to hop on a plane and go find her. Huh, like it was that easy. "No. I've left 3 messages since you left with the girls, and she hasn't called or texted. She hasn't been on any of her social media accounts either." Mack swore. It wasn't something he normally did, but the situation in this case seemed to warrant it. He was not only worried about his sister and her safety, but come on, he had her 2 little girls. What was he going to tell them? "Robert?" "Yeah?" "I think you need to come back here to Oklahoma. Your dad and I can't keep the girls, of course, but we should be involved in their care." He couldn't disagree with that. "After all, what do you know about children and girls in particular?" His mother didn't mean it as an insult, and she was right. He'd never spent time with kids. Never wanted to. Gina, Clay's daughter who had been with the harvest crew this summer, didn't really count since she was older. Old enough to take a shower on her own and help with the cooking and cleaning. Old enough to speak in full sentences. Old enough to go to school during the day so he could get something done. I'm finding out how much I don't know. He probably should have helped Angela with the baths, rather than showering himself. She'd promised to do the bathing every night, but he did know there were no guarantees in life. "That's why you need to bring them home, honey. Plus, it's almost Christmas. We want to spend the holidays with our grandchildren." "Thanks, Mom." "You know what I meant." She sighed, a worried sound that said so much more than her words were saying. "With us not knowing what's going on with your sister, I'd just really like to have you and the girls close." "I understand, Mom, and I'll do my best. But I can't cancel the plans I've made just because Robin disappeared."
he didn't go into the business he was thinking about purchasing. That was a whole different conversation that he didn't want to have.
Maybe you guys could come up here for a few weeks.
The boarding house cost wasn't high, and he would help with it, since his parents didn't have much extra.
I'll talk to your father.
He didn't laugh at that, although he wanted to. He knew as sure as the sky was blue that his parents would do whatever his mom decided. She said she'd talk to his dad, but his dad didn't get a vote. His dad seemed okay with their arrangement, and so Mack didn't say anything. But he'd decided long ago he wasn't getting fitted for a nose ring himself. Didn't mean he wasn't getting married. Just meant he wasn't getting married to someone who thought she got to make all the decisions and he'd be a yes man. Not happening. He hung up with his mom shortly after and slipped down the stairs. Mr. Swanson was in the living room, reading a book, and didn't look up as Mack went by. He had on clean jeans and a t-shirt, but he'd not put his boots back on, so Angela didn't hear him until he'd stepped into the light. Her head yanked up, and it took her eyes a minute to focus. They ran from his toes to his chest and seemed to get stuck there. Then she shook her head, like she'd been thinking of something else, and gave him a friendly smile. "Your seat," she said, pointing to an end chair where the cookie container sat.
Really?
"Sure. The girls are in bed, and you don't have to be a good example anymore."
Oh, so I can chew with my mouth open and talk with it full?
No. She scrunched her face up and looked so cute he had to laugh. His laugh faded out, and he sat in the chair she'd designated for him. "Did something happen?" she asked softly. His mouth tightened as he opened the lid of the cookie container.
Not really. Talked to my mom some.
She didn't move, and he had the feeling she'd allow him to let it go if he didn't want to share. But she'd helped him with the girls, so he kind of felt he owed her the info.
She hasn't heard from my sister. At all. When I brought the girls with me, I thought it'd be a few days, maybe a week.
He shrugged his shoulder and held a cookie in his hand.
Maybe it still will be. I don't know. I don't know what to think. Not sure I understand how a person can just walk away from their kids, their life, and ditch their responsibilities and...
He waved a hand with the cookie before making it a one-bite job. "I can't believe you just stuck that entire thing in your mouth." He snorted, but he did swallow before he said,
"I've spent the last 10 springs, summers, and winters living in a camper with 9 other guys."
He held up another cookie.
"This is nothing."
He ate that one in one bite, too. "I don't think I want to talk about that."
"I guarantee you, you don't," he smirked. "If me eating a cookie in one bite offends you, I could speak 3 sentences and have you running out of the room, screaming, with a dish towel over your head."
"That should not be a point of pride."
"Oh, but it is."
He gave her the smile that made his dimples pop, wanting her to notice them and not because of the bet. She looked back down at her papers and didn't seem to notice the dimples. He told himself it didn't matter to him anyway. "I'm sorry about your sister," she said, her pencil doodling along the edge of the paper.
"Yeah. Well, I'm worried about her, I admit. But I'm annoyed with her, too. My parents want me to go back home, but if I'm going to take over Clay's business, I need to be here."
"Home is which state?" she asked, looking up. He couldn't read anything but general curiosity in her eyes.
"Oklahoma, southwest part. Grew up in a trailer park there."
Didn't see any reason to sugarcoat his childhood.
"Graduated high school and got a job right out of the gate on Clay's crew. Best thing that ever happened to me."
He put the lid on the cookie container.
"I don't blame him for wanting to settle down, though."
"I see." And it seemed like she did. She didn't ask any more questions anyway. "So, what are you working on? I promised to help, but I don't even know what you're doing." "It goes along with putting the decorations up." She arranged her papers, then turned a couple to face him. "I'm in charge of the Christmas festival. I wanted it to be the best ever, but trying to get everything coordinated has been a nightmare." He pulled the papers toward him. "Food vendors?" "Yes." "A giant gingerbread house to decorate. All-you-can-eat pancake breakfast. A Run Rudolph 5K? Really?" "Sure. Lots of people are running now." "In North Dakota. In December." "This is not helping." "This is tough love." "How about a ski Rudolph? A cross-country ski race?" "Maybe you're joking, but that actually sounds like a good idea to me." The serious, concerned look on her face gave way as one side of her mouth tilted up. He liked that he was the cause of that. They talked for another 2 hours, making several lists and organizing the tasks that Angela admitted felt very overwhelming to her, even though she'd been organizing things in her church for years. Different people and different expectations, he figured. It was late when she finally gathered her papers up and put them in her folder. "What are you doing tomorrow afternoon?" He knew they were working with the bucket truck and decorations until lunch. "I work the afternoon and dinner shift at Patty's Diner." "That's great. I'll bring the girls in for supper. We'll sit in your section." "It's all my section," she grinned. He got the feeling that she enjoyed working at the diner. She gave the papers a last tap. "I'll bring you guys a pie home." "Isn't that stealing?" "Nope. I provide my own ingredients, and Patty allows me to sell them in the diner because they bring people in." "That good, huh?" "Yep," she said with a cheeky grin, standing as he did. Something pinged in his stomach, and he realized he'd enjoyed himself as much this evening with Angela as he had on any other night in recent memory. She walked to the doorway. "Thanks for your help." He blew out a breath, wondering at the odd sensation that made him feel like he didn't want her to leave. "Sure," he said. "Think I'll take a walk around outside before I head up." "Okay." Her shoulder lifted a little, and she turned, giving the impression she didn't care what he did. He wasn't sure why that bothered him so much. Chapter 5. The next evening, Mack brought the girls into the diner as he'd said he would. Angela had been looking for them all evening, but he'd come in late, just an hour until closing. Which was good, in a way, since the diner had pretty much cleared out and she would be able to sit with them. She took their order and got their drinks, and it didn't take long until their food was up. Ashley had ordered a pancake, while Holly, a year older and more mature, had ordered chicken fingers. Mack had ordered a full meal with mashed potatoes and gravy and a hamburger to go along with it. She watched in amazement from the other side of the booth as he ate it all. "Aren't you eating?" he asked as he wiped the last of the ketchup up with his lone remaining fry. "You just ate enough for both of us." "Didn't have lunch." "I thought you were going to Clay's. I can't believe Mrs. Stryker didn't feed you." "She fed the girls, and Lark watched them until they went down for naps. But Clay wanted to get about 8 young bulls cut, and I went straight out to give him a hand." "Cut?" His lips turned up, and they stretched even farther when her eyes tracked to his dimples. "Means exactly what you think it does." "I have no idea what it means. I assume you're talking about using a knife on an animal?" He must have realized she truly didn't have any idea. "I'm sorry, lady. If you'd grown up in the cities, I might cut you some slack, but seriously? You're from corn country, Nebraska, and you don't know about castration?
Give me a break." She gave a little gasp. Her eyes widened. Then they flew to the girls who were still chewing on their food. His eyes glinted as her cheeks turned pink. "Should we be talking about this in front of the children?" "Good grief, woman. Those kids could watch the commercials on daytime TV and see worse stuff than castration." "Shh," she said, with another concerned glance at his nieces. He ignored her. "There's 2 ways to do it. You can band them, but cutting's quicker and easier. You just make a little slice and pop them." "That's enough." She put a hand up. "I don't need to know the details." He nodded at her half-eaten hamburger. "You think they grow that in the grocery store? Don't you want to know where your food comes from?" "No." It wasn't a hard decision. "Well, you were asking about my lunch, and I was telling you that if everything had gone okay, we'd have been in and eaten. But Clay slipped with the razor blade, and one of the boys wouldn't stop bleeding. We ended up banding him, but the size he was made that a chore in itself, 'cause you band them when they're smaller and cut them when they're bigger. Anyway, it was a mess, and we ended up stringing up a makeshift electric fence to keep all 8 of them down so we can keep an eye on that boy till we're sure he's not getting infected." At some point, she'd stopped squirming. She folded her hands primly. "I just want you to know I'm singing 'Mary Had a Little Lamb' in my head and not paying the slightest bit of attention to you." His eyes glinted. "You can do lambs, too. Horses, roosters, pigs. Although pigs are a little touchy. You do them when they're small, and you gotta watch the mama. Those little things squeal like you're killing them, and the mama pig'll take your leg off. After her baby's safe, she'll eat the leg, too." "You're trying to upset me now, and it's not going to work." "You're the one who brought up lambs. I just added pigs to the conversation." She laughed, shaking her head. "I'm never going to need to know this stuff, so you can stop educating me if that's what you're doing." "Just making conversation about my day," he teased. "Tell me about yours, and I'll shut up." "I did not cut anything except pie today, and I most certainly did not cut anything that was still alive. I made the calls we talked about, but all that talk about blood and castration has taken me right out of the Christmas spirit." "Then you can help me work on putting more of those light pole decorations up with the bucket truck. If we work for 3 hours, we might be half done. That ought to get you back in the spirit." Her brows lifted. "Really? You'll go work on them some more?" "Sure." He shrugged, the movement of his shoulders somehow emphasizing their width. She pulled her eyes away. "If we're able to do the same tomorrow, we'll be done. Then the next night we can drive to Rockerton and pick up the supplies you needed, and we'll have time to check out their Christmas lights. The girls would like that." "Better than castration, I would think." "Maybe they'll be vets." He was as good as his word getting in the bucket truck, turning its floodlight on, and working in the dark. She watched for a while, but her help didn't really make things go faster, and when the girls started rubbing their eyes, she took them down the street to their boarding house, gave them baths, and read them stories until they fell asleep. No crying, thankfully. But it did make her curious if Mack had heard anything from his sister or mother. It hurt her heart to see the little girls and know their mother was somewhere far away. She was sitting at the table with her Christmas festival papers neatly piled to the side as she made table favors, a hot glue gun in one hand and sparkly beads in the other, when Mack came in. "Half done," he said as he closed the door. His cheeks and nose were bright red. "Want some coffee or tea to warm you up?" "Nah, I'll take a shower and be back down in a minute to... I was going to say give you a hand, but maybe I'll just watch. That looks dangerous." What was it about this guy that could make her giggle like a teenager? "I'll have some pie ready for you when you come down. Is pumpkin with whipped topping okay?" "Sure."
Throw some chocolate sauce on that puppy and I'll eat too. Her eyelids fluttered up and down. She had to force them to stop. Chocolate sauce. She tilted her head. On pumpkin pie. Ate it on a dare once. That's one of those mistakes that worked. Stuff's good. Don't knock it till you've tried it. He touched her shoulder with his hand as he walked past. Nothing he meant to do, probably. But it kind of shocked her. She told herself it was because she wasn't used to being touched. Her parents were never demonstrative, and in the months since she'd left her husband, she never really touched anyone except the kids she worked with and now Mack's nieces. The shower had quit running before she realized she'd never gotten his pie out. By the time he came down, she had 2 pieces on a plate with lots of whipped topping. She hadn't been able to decimate the pie with the chocolate sauce, but she'd set the bottle beside it. Her heart turned over when he looked at the pie and the chocolate sauce, then looked at her with a half smile and a challenge in his eye. "No," she said automatically. "You're going to make me do this by myself." "It's what you wanted." "After I just spent my entire evening outside putting up your decorations." "They're not my decorations. They're the town's decorations." "Have you been outside lately? It's like 7 degrees out there, and the wind's blowing." "And me eating pie is going to somehow make that all go away?" "Mm-hmm." She pursed her lips. "Really?" "Yep." "Fine. I'll eat a piece of pie with you." She started to get up. "No, just sit. I'll grab another fork and we can share, but you need to set your weapons aside." He looked pointedly at the glue gun she still held. "These beads are not weapons." "Kids get kicked out of school for less." "Not laughing." Except she was. He sat down at the head of the table where she'd set his plate. She sat on his right, watching as he squeezed about half the bottle of chocolate syrup over the pie. "Pretty sure it's already dead. No need to drown it." "Fella can't be too careful. I've seen what they do to pumpkins on Halloween. Not taking any chances." "Listen, if you want to have a little pie with your chocolate syrup, that's fine. You don't need to come up with an excuse." "I'm down for that. Next time, skip the plate and give me a bowl. Like pumpkin pie soup and chocolate broth." "If you make it too disgusting, I'm not eating with you." He put the bottle down. They both reached for the same fork and ended up knocking it to the floor where it bounced under the table. He laughed and put up a finger. "Just wait." He cut off the pointy tip of one of the pieces. "You don't even know if you're going to like it. Try it first." He held it out, and she stared at it for what felt like long moments. Not because she didn't want to try the pie. Chocolate on anything had to be good, right? It was more because of the shock of intimacy of taking it from his fork. She swallowed, wanting, for some reason, to squirm in her chair. Her eyes flicked up to his, afraid of what she'd see there. But a smile hovered around his mouth, and his eyes twinkled. Maybe there was something a little deeper and a little hotter in the brown depths, but his turned-up lips helped her establish her equilibrium and caused her lips to turn up in response. She opened her mouth, expecting him to pop the pie in and be done with it. But his eyes had tracked down, and he seemed to be staring at her lips. Whatever small heat had been in his eyes had erupted into something much bigger, and her chest flamed in response. It scared her. She shoved back away from the table, her chair scraping on the floor with a loud screeching sound that she barely heard. "Never mind. I've changed my mind," she said, her voice breathless. She tried to cover it with busy hands as she gathered her stuff up and slid down to the seat beside her. "I don't want to get chocolate sauce on this." She wasn't fooling anyone, including Mack and herself, but he didn't call her on it, and when she finally settled in her new chair and shot him a glance, he had his head down and was staring at his plate of pie like it was a toddler staring at the edge of a fire ring. He ate the pie without saying anything more, scraping up every bit of the chocolate sauce, and he helped her after taking his plate to the sink. But the easy camaraderie that had been between them from almost the beginning had disappeared. She wished it would come back, but she wasn't sure how to get it. And maybe they were safer without it. The next morning, Mack went out early to put up more decorations with the bucket truck, and Angela stayed in with the girls, feeding them breakfast, then taking them to her friend Cora's house, where Angela had promised to bake cookies. Cora had several young children, one of whom the girls had already met in Sunday school, and they played happily together after they got tired helping bake cookies. Lark, Clay's sister, was also there, and while Angela knew her some from church and other activities, this was the first time she'd spent any amount of time with her.
I don't understand how you have all these recipes in your head and they turn out perfectly.
Cora bent over the oven, taking out a tray of snickerdoodles, while Lark squeezed blue icing out on the sugar cookies and Angela rolled out more dough.
I've done a lot of cookie swaps in my time, plus that was a ministry of our church every year. Fruit baskets and cookie trays. There's usually not a dearth of people to eat the cookies, but some years I baked a lot of cookies by myself. I never realized how much the pastor's family gets stuck with sometimes.
Lark spoke without looking up from her cookie.
That's true for a lot of church members, I think, but there's lots of benefits that the pastor's family takes for granted, too.
Angela checked out the cookies she'd already done and decided she needed more angels.
You're great at baking cookies, and you're great with kids.
Cora tilted her head as her spatula hovered over the cookie tray.
Are you going to tell us why you're driving around with Mack's nieces?
She wiggled her eyebrows.
Stop!
Angela laughed. Then she sobered.
Mack knows way too much about me to be interested in me that way. But,
Lark prompted. She did turn her head that time with a grin that made her look a lot younger than she acted.
No buts.
Angela didn't really want to get into the whole story.
He's just boarding at the same house in town that I am, and he's helping me with the Christmas festival, and I'm helping him with his nieces. That's all there is to it.
Except for that little misfire last night when he almost fed her pie and her reaction had scared her. He'd been cool to her early this morning when they'd made the arrangements with the girls. She hadn't been her usual relaxed self either.
I see. Methinks the lady doth protest too much.
Lark didn't look up, but Angela could see her smirk.
So, I don't want to pry.
Cora stopped with the spatula in the air, holding a cookie.
Never mind. I am totally prying. What in the world are you talking about? This thing that Mack knows and would keep him from wanting to be with you.
Angela focused on angling her cookie cutter to get the most cookies out of the dough she'd rolled out.
I just wasn't a very nice person at times. I was pretty conniving and used people. Clay and Boone specifically.
She blew out a breath.
I would have broken Clay and Raina up if I could have.
She could blame it on her parents, and maybe some of it was their fault, but she needed to take responsibility for her own actions.
Oh.
Cora was quiet for a few minutes as she worked to get the rest of the cookies off the tray. The kids yelled and laughed from the other room off the kitchen. Angela thought maybe that was the end of it, but Cora spoke again.
Have you talked to him about it? No.
She broke a wing off the angel she was picking up to put on the tray.
Crap. Excuse the Baptist swearing.
Why not?
First of all, the subject hasn't come up, and secondly, I don't want it to. But you're a different person now than you were then, right? Yes.
Most definitely.
Then he'll either understand and you'll be good, or he won't and you'll know that you need to move on. I'm not stuck on him. Really?
Lark's smile was evident in her voice.
Your voice gets soft when you talk about him. It doesn't. I noticed that too,
Cora said, waving the spatula around. Angela felt like she needed to duck.
No, I'm truly not interested. I mean, there is a little attraction on my part, but I'm not interested in a cowboy. I want someone a little more sophisticated. We'll sit by the fire in the evening and talk about books and ideas and, I don't know, sophisticated stuff. I don't want a rancher who's going to drag me outside and make me help him castrate his cows. I don't think you have to worry about that.
Lark straightened, the piping in one hand and the other held in the air.
Cows don't get castrated. Right. I knew that.
Bulls. Bulls got castrated. She waved her own hands around.
See? I'm not a farm girl, and I don't want to be. Even if Mack could get past the things I've done, he and I are just too different. Sometimes your differences enhance your relationship,
Cora said, sounding wise.
Opposites attract,
Lark said.
They attract, sure, but it doesn't always end well.
Angela was confident on this point.
I spent enough time watching my dad counsel couples who were attracted but didn't have enough things in common to keep them together. It's the shared goals and dreams and interests that keep a marriage strong and growing. It's hard work and determination that keeps a marriage together.
Cora pursed her lips.
You can make a marriage work with anyone, as long as you're both determined to stick it out.
Angela's lips flattened and she looked away. Cora was right. But so was she.
I'd be foolish to choose someone that I knew was going to be doing things that I don't want to do. Sure, you're right. If we're both determined, it could work. But why make it harder than it has to be? Maybe because the man's worth it?
Lark asked softly. She didn't have a smile lighting up her face. In fact, she looked a little sad. Angela knew she was young. She'd also guessed that Lark was deeply in love with a man who didn't love her back.
Abner only has good things to say about Mack,
Cora offered.
A good man is hard to find, and Abner would say Mack's a good man. Fine, I'll talk to him if the subject ever comes up. But I can almost guarantee he's not going to overlook what I've done. You two are opposites in a lot of ways, but I think you'd make a good team,
Lark said, her head bent back over another cookie. Cora nodded.
Maybe it won't work out, but I wouldn't close yourself off to the possibility just because he's not the kind of man you dreamed about. A lot of times what we want versus what we really need are two different things, but it's hard for us to see that.
The kids came out, and they started talking about preschool and kindergarten, and dropped the subject of Mack and opposites attracting. But Angela was still thinking about it when she went to bed that night. Chapter 6. 2 days later, Angela worked the breakfast and lunch shift so she could have the afternoon off. Mack took off early too, and they took the girls and drove into Rockerton, doing their shopping before dark, then heading to the small amusement park on the south side of town. They drove through an amazing display of lights before parking to walk along the path through the park, where there were more lights along with hot chocolate, caroling, and the largest toy train display Mack had ever seen. The girls were enraptured, and they stood for a while, Angela holding Ashley and Mack holding Holly. They hadn't talked much, and their small amount of conversation had been stilted and uncomfortable since whatever had happened between them that last evening with the pie. Maybe it was the magic of the evening or the wonder of the girls, but the awkwardness between them eventually faded away. Honestly, Mack wasn't sure what had happened with the pie, whether he'd offended her or scared her or what. Maybe he should have asked. But maybe he didn't want to know. He couldn't be attracted to Angela. Or, more likely, yes, he could. He just knew she might likely be using him. After all, he knew she needed someone to help her with the festival. He'd already volunteered, and she'd been spending a lot of time with his nieces, so he felt like he owed her. But maybe she wanted to make sure he was still in if his sister showed up. He didn't know, and he was tired of thinking about it. Anytime he was with her, he had a good time. Why couldn't that be all that mattered? Probably because, ever since the pie episode, he'd gone from enjoying her company to wanting to kiss her. Not smart, mister. A couple with small children pushed in beside Angela, and she shifted closer to him. He had a little space on his other side, but he didn't move, enjoying her pumpkin and spice scent, loving looking down on her shiny blonde hair that came out from under her warm beanie and fell smoothly over her coat and down her shoulders. The temptation to touch it, to slide his fingers over it and see if it was as soft as it looked, was strong and took him completely by surprise. He tightened his hold on Holly but didn't shift away. This is amazing. I could stand here and watch this for a really long time. How do they coordinate the trains so they don't hit each other? Angela's face lifted up to his, her eyes bright, her cheeks rosy from the cold. I have no idea. He could take a few guesses, but his mind wasn't really thinking as he looked down at her. His eyes shifted to her lips, and it took him more seconds than he wanted to admit before he could tear his gaze away and look out over the trains. His breath felt shaky, and his heart raced like he'd been running. He couldn't feel like this with Angela. He knew that. His brain, at least, knew that. Apparently, there were other parts of him that hadn't gotten that memo. Someone bumped him in the back, and he shifted into Angela. Sorry, he murmured. His hand, without taking direction from his brain, came up and landed on her back. He realized at that moment they probably looked like every other couple with children standing and looking at the trains. Like a couple. Like they were a couple. His eyes went back to Angela, where they wanted to be, and he stared at the top of her head, wondering. Could he trust her? Could he let this be more? Although, after her reaction with the pie, he was fairly certain she was fighting just as hard as he was. Or maybe she was pretending. Maybe he should have a talk with Clay. Or maybe he should just talk with the lady herself. Holly lay her head down on his shoulder. He chuckled. I think I've got a tired one. Angela looked up with a smile. Me too. Maybe some hot chocolate on the way back? I'd love that. I can handle the cold, but the wind blows through you. Hot chocolate will help. He didn't move his hand from the small of her back as they turned and started down the path. Several couples walked toward them, holding hands, but most of the people they passed were parents with their children. Don't you just love the look of wonder and awe on their faces? Angela asked softly. She hadn't seemed to mind that his hand was still on her back. In fact, if he were judging, she was walking a little closer to him than she had been. He'd take it. They stopped and bought hot chocolate, sipping it as they walked back through the curtains of lights, listening to the carols that played softly in the distance, and laughing at the snowflakes as they fluttered down around them. This isn't supposed to amount to anything, is it? Angela asked as yet another one landed on her nose. He brushed the melted water off her nose with a finger, not allowing it to linger on her skin like he wanted to. I don't think so. An inch or two. Enough to make the road slick if they haven't treated them. We'll be fine on the interstate, and Sweetwater isn't that far off it. His confidence seemed to relax her, and she softened into him even more. Little warning bells were going off in his head, but he ignored them. He'd get to the bottom of everything eventually, but there was no reason why he couldn't enjoy tonight. They moseyed back to his pickup, throwing their cups in the garbage as they passed it. Holly was asleep on his shoulder, and Ashley wasn't far from it either. They managed to get the kids in and buckled without waking them too much, and he pulled out, headed for home. Need to stop anywhere else?
No, thank you.
He made the turn that would lead them to the bypass and interstate. The snow was falling, but it wasn't blowing too much, and it only made it feel cozier in the cab of the truck. He hadn't grown up with much snow, but he'd spent tens of thousands of hours driving all kinds of equipment in all kinds of conditions, and he wasn't scared. Actually, with the new feelings that were tugging at his heart, he was looking forward to spending the next 2 hours with Angela beside him. She took a deep breath. It scared him a little because it seemed like she was gathering her nerve up for something.
I know you know about Clay and I.
It wasn't what he expected, and his heart stopped short. She still loved Clay. Of course. Clay was pretty much perfect. He could see how no one else could compare. Maybe Clay hadn't exactly been born with a silver spoon in his mouth, but his childhood was a fairy tale compared to Mack's. Seriously, he had a sister who was chasing some dude around France and dumped her kids on her parents, who lived in a retirement community, and her brother, who didn't even own a house. Plus, his past wouldn't exactly be acceptable to a Sunday school girl like Angela. He didn't come to her squeaky clean like Preacher had.
Are you going to say something?
His hands tightened on the wheel. Suddenly, the hours that he was going to be stuck in the vehicle with her seemed like long years stretching interminably out in front of him. "What do you want me to say?" he asked, in a voice that wasn't exactly welcoming of a response. He didn't scare her, though, and he admired that about her, even as he wished he'd intimidated her into silence.
Tell me that you know what I'm talking about, that you want to hear my side, that you're open to the idea that I might have changed. Or not. Just something.
She waved her hand in the air, then stared out her window into the darkness. "You're still in love with Clay." There. He said it. He almost turned the radio on to drown out the silence that seemed to ring around them. Anything would be better than him sitting here practically admitting he was jealous of his old boss.
What?
He wasn't going to say it again. He stared in stony silence out the windshield, his heart a lump of coal in his chest. It took her a few minutes to realize he wasn't going to repeat himself. She took a breath, like she was finally going to talk, but before she could say anything, headlights coming from the opposite direction seemed to careen through the median strip between them and head straight for them. In normal conditions, Mack would never jerk the wheel when the roads were snow-covered and slick, but he had no choice to avoid a head-on collision. The back of his pickup fishtailed, while the other vehicle swerved past. Beside him, Angela gasped, but didn't scream. The temptation to let up on the throttle and slam on the brakes was strong, but years of experience dictated the opposite. He pressed the accelerator down and jerked the wheel in the opposite direction as the back end of the pickup slid to the other side. It took twice more before the wheels gripped and the truck straightened. "You won't believe this," he said in the silence of the cab. "But that car went right back across the median, never stopped, and his back on that side of the road, taillights almost out of sight. And the girls were still asleep. Angela let out a shaky breath. I can't believe that. But I also can't believe that you somehow managed to avoid a head-on crash. How? He shook his head, appreciative of her admiration. Just instinct. Some instincts. If you think about how many hours I've spent driving, it's sure to be something that's ingrained eventually. If you say so. I do. They drove in silence for a while. It took about 10 miles for his heart rate to tick back down to the normal range and his palms to quit sweating on the steering wheel. I'm married. And his heart rate shot right back up. Even with his not the purest background, he'd never been interested in a married woman. Where's the husband? He asked, interested to note his voice held steady. He hit me, so I left him. Smart girl. I tried to get the marriage annulled, but I couldn't because Her voice trailed off. He couldn't help his grin. Had sex? Is that what you're trying to say? She gasped a little. He had to tease his Sunday school girl. You can say it. It's not hard. Just one syllable. Try it. Sex. There are other ways to get the meaning across. She squirmed in her seat. Sure, but sex is easy to say, and I'd know exactly what you mean. Intimate. Sex. Go on. You can say it. She looked behind them. You can do it. Maybe there was something to being with a Sunday school girl after all. He wished it were light so he could see what shade of red she was. We have children in the vehicle. Her voice squeaked a bit. And they're sleeping. Try it. She huffed and crossed her arms over her chest. Make the S sound. Sex. She didn't move. Maybe he'd pushed too hard. He did that. But that whole exchange highlighted their differences. Sure, she might have been married. Couldn't have been for long. But she'd been sheltered, protected, innocent. He'd never even considered dating a girl like that. Sure, when he'd signed on to Preacher's Crew, he'd gone to church and cleaned up his act, just because that's kind of what Preacher did. But he'd always been more attracted to the kind of girls he'd grown up with. Tough chicks. They weren't sheltered, and they were never innocent. Neither was he. Chapter 7. I'm sorry, Mack finally said. No, it's okay. Guess I'm just not really used to people talking like that. That was nothing. He could do a lot worse. But he hadn't. Not for years. He supposed the change had been so gradual he hadn't even really noticed it. But now that he thought about it, the girls from his teens and early 20s, the ones he used to like, weren't the kind that interested him anymore. He liked the innocence of Christmas lights and hot chocolate, of festival plans and pie with chocolate sauce, of a girl beside him who could blush over the word sex. He hadn't even really thought about it, but he wanted to be with Angela because he had fun and she made him laugh. But all the things they were having fun doing and all the laughing they did were over clean, innocent things. Odd that he hadn't even realized that the stuff he used to do, he didn't do anymore. Didn't say the things he used to say, didn't go to the places he used to go, and wasn't interested in any of it. You're angry with me again. No. Again. What was she talking about?
I just realized some things about myself that I didn't know. I really am sorry."
"What things?" she asked hesitantly, like she wasn't sure if he was truly not angry.
"Just stuff. You on the run from your husband?"
Maybe that's why she was in Sweetwater. If the man was going to be coming after her, he wanted to be prepared. "No, I don't think he cares. He had another girl anyway."
"Ouch."
"Yeah, it hurt. Even though I wasn't even close to being in love with him, it still hurt."
"I bet. You getting divorced?"
He shouldn't care. He knew he shouldn't. But he couldn't keep from asking that question. "Yes, if he doesn't fight it, it shouldn't be long. If he signed his papers." Her arms came down and she fingered the gloves in her lap. "I was never in love with Clay either."
"Have a hard time believing that."
The snow had started to freeze to the windshield, so he turned the heater fan up. "Why?"
"Just seems like you two were kind of meant for each other."
"Because we're the same?"
"Yeah, I guess. Sure."
The same in all the things that seemed to matter. Wouldn't that make things kind of boring? He looked over at her.
"Boring? That's marriage, isn't it?"
He was joking a little, but serious at the same time. Not that he'd thought that much about it. He wanted to get married someday, and when he thought about it, yeah, he figured he'd be bored. "I don't think so. I think marriage is going to be fun. An adventure."
"If you say so."
"I do. I think it all depends on your attitude and what you put into it."
"That's why you're getting divorced."
He felt bad immediately.
"Sorry. If he hit you, that's a deal breaker. If he had a girlfriend too, that wasn't a hard decision."
His hands tightened on the steering wheel. He'd like to do some hitting of his own to any man who would hit a woman. Any woman, but especially Angela. "No, it's okay. I'm going to pick my own husband this time, and—"
"Wait. What? You didn't pick him?"
"No."
She didn't elucidate.
He couldn't let it go.
"Maybe you'd explain to me what happened."
She snorted, like she'd found something funny, but he couldn't see what. "My parents got into a bind, a big one, with their finances." She spoke slowly, like she was carefully deciding what to say. "We accidentally found out that Clay was set to inherit a lot of money. I never encouraged him before, but this summer my parents pressured me to get together with him. Because of the money. If it hadn't been for Raina and Clay falling in love with her and realizing what he felt for me wasn't what he felt for her, I'd be married to Clay right now." She fingered her gloves. "I can see that would have been such a mistake."
"Where does the other guy fit in?"
"He's the son of a nationally known speaker. They had money too. My parents actually preferred him because Clay is—"
"A farmer."
He didn't have to have a billboard for him to know her parents looked down on Clay because he hadn't gone to college and worked with his hands. "Yes. They didn't know whether Logan would marry me quickly. Turned out he did, with a little persuasion."
"Persuasion?"
"My dad had some contacts and stuff that helped his dad in his business. They scratched each other's backs, I guess."
"And you went along with it?"
He couldn't keep the incredulity out of his voice. "Yeah. I guess it's probably hard for someone like you to understand, but I was raised to be a blessing and obedient to my parents. I still think that's the right way for children to be, but sometimes when you're doing right,
other people treat you wrong. In this case, it was my parents. But I can't be too hard on them because I was completely on board. They didn't have to talk me into anything.
They took advantage of your willingness to obey.
Yes, they did. But I truly think they thought they were doing the right thing.
You would have married Clay, and you did marry that other jerk, even though you didn't love them, just to make your parents happy?
Yes.
She had her eyes cast down on her lap, but her hands had stopped moving. He shouldn't rub it in, but it was just so hard for him to believe. He hadn't grown up in those circles, and he didn't know any adult who would do anything they didn't want to, just to keep their parents happy. He wasn't sure whether he admired that or was disgusted by it. Maybe some of both. So, your parents are still telling you what to do?
No, I'm not under their authority anymore, and I'm not going back. That's what I meant. The next time, it's my choice. And I'm going to choose someone who will laugh with me and walk beside me and have a fun marriage. I'm not going to settle for boring.
She lifted her head and put her chin out. That's kind of funny to me because I think every other girl I've ever talked to would say she's marrying for love, and you want to marry for fun. She laughed as he'd intended. He hadn't forgotten that he really did have fun with her.
I guess I feel like I'm going to love the person I have fun with.
That's weird. She lifted a shoulder and looked away. I didn't mean that in a bad way necessarily.
Weird is bad whether you mean it that way or not.
Strange?
Better, but still negative.
I don't know how to describe you then. She snorted. Thanks. The snow had quit falling. Although the roads weren't completely bare, they weren't awful. The highway was pretty much deserted, and he didn't need to concentrate on driving, but he stared out the window like he couldn't take his eyes off the road. He wanted to say something nice to her, something that would pull them closer together, something that would build on what he felt back as they walked through the lights and drank hot chocolate together. Except not only was she married, she'd admitted her bias against blue-collar cowboys. And she'd also said she wanted fun in her marriage but hadn't hinted in any way that he might fit that bill. Normally, he wasn't shy about going after what he wanted, and he wasn't in this case either, really. He just wasn't sure exactly what he did want. There was definitely attraction, but Angela wasn't the kind of girl he could have a fling with, and truth be told, he'd basically figured out tonight that he wasn't that kind of man anymore. He liked her, had fun with her. Did he consider her a friend? Are we friends? The words were out of his mouth before he really thought about them. He couldn't recall ever asking that question before.
Yeah, I guess. I think we are. Do you agree?
She seemed to stumble around like the question had surprised her as much as it had him. Yeah, I thought we were, but I figured I better check.
Is there a reason you needed to check?
Yes? No. I don't know. Now he was stumbling, and he didn't like that at all.
Maybe, since we're friends, you might consider taking us out to the farm that Lark works on. She's invited the girls, and I think they'd enjoy it.
Yeah, it's kind of cool to see them milk the cows. I think Holly and Ashley would love it. Gratefulness backed up in his throat. She watched the girls for him, but she didn't need to do the extra stuff she did for them.
I can go by myself, but I've never been on a dairy farm, and I thought you'd maybe go too.
They're my nieces. Of course I will. He tried to remember what he was doing in the morning. It's probably too late for you to get your shift changed from afternoon to the breakfast shift.
I can text Patty. Maybe she's still up. Can't we go by the farm in the morning?
I think they start milking at 4. They're probably done by 7. You want to get the girls up that early? She laughed. I didn't think so. They'll start the afternoon milking at the same time, 4. She pulled her phone out, and her fingers flew for a couple of seconds before she hit send. You're quirky, in a cute way. He waited while it took her a bit to realize that he was going back to their earlier conversation about her being weird. He still wasn't sure how he felt about her and what he wanted to do about it, but he knew he didn't want her feeling bad. Her smile made his risk worth it.
Quirky is good. Cute is even better.
Cute? I'd think beautiful or stunning or breathtaking would be more what a girl would want to hear. She huffed out a breath.
Not this one.
That's different.
You can't really help how you look. I didn't do anything to make my eyes blue or my hair blonde or my face the shape it is. If I get complimented on my looks, it has nothing to do with my character, and I didn't do anything to earn it.
Makes sense. He'd never thought of that before. You're being quirky again. Her laugh filled the cab of his truck in a warm and happy way. They were home before he knew it. Funny that he'd looked forward to being with her, then dreaded it, then ended up having a great time. He could get whiplash with the different ways she pulled him. He got Holly unbuckled from her booster seat, while Angela worked on Ashley. The cold and wind woke the girls, even though he'd parked as close to the boarding house as he could. Angela bent over Ashley as she hurried to the dark porch. Mack used his elbow to shut the pickup door and strode past her up the stairs, using his leg to help hold Holly as he opened the door for Angela. She slipped through, stomping the snow off her boots but not stopping to take them off. He followed her example, figuring a little melted snow on the floor was better than a crying child who didn't know why they were awake in the middle of the night and, more than likely, would want their mother. Angela made it up the stairs with Ashley. He really wished he could carry both children, because it had to be hard on her to climb the stairs while carrying a child. But she didn't stop and didn't complain, and he followed her as softly as he could.
I put their jammies under their pillows this morning,
she said in a low tone when they made it into the girls' room. Thanks. He never would have thought of that. Assuming that she went to the right side because that's where Ashley's jammies were, he carried Holly to the left. Her arms clutched his neck, and she whimpered a little as he set her down.
Mommy,
she said with a little whine in her voice. No, honey, it's Uncle Mack. His heart broke a little. His childhood hadn't been the best, with his parents splitting and getting back together a couple of times a year, and with little to no discipline or boundaries, but at least he'd never had his mother abandon him. Holly sniffed and whimpered. He wasn't sure she was completely awake, and she might not even remember this in the morning, but his chest hurt anyway. He would never do this to his children. If he got married, his marriage might not be fun and it might not be perfect, but he would never have his kids wondering where he was and crying because he wasn't there, and he wanted to be sure to pick a girl who wouldn't walk away either. Slipping Holly's pink jammy pants with purple cats over her feet, he looked up at Angela, who was gently threading Ashley's arm into her shirt. Angela had walked. He couldn't hold that against her. He was pretty sure that as long as her physical safety wasn't endangered, she'd stay. He couldn't say why that mattered to him. When Holly was tucked into her jammies, he settled the blankets around her and straightened. Angela had just finished with Ashley, and their eyes met over the little girls. In those few moments, he knew she was feeling as he was, hurt for the children who were confused and lost and didn't understand why their mother wasn't there.
I hate that she did this to them.
He couldn't keep from saying what was clearly between them. Her lips flattened even more, and she nodded, touching Ashley's forehead once before moving to the door. He followed, closing the door softly behind them. It hurts and makes me angry at the same time. You can't just walk away from your responsibilities, she whispered. It'd be different if someone were in the hospital or there was some legit reason. He nodded, frustrated because he was powerless to do anything. Her head twisted back and forth as though trying to shake off the thoughts that were going through her head. Thanks so much for taking us tonight.
Of course. Thanks for going.
I mean, I know you didn't have to take the time to see the lights and everything, and I might have worried about driving in the snow, but I felt safe with you driving. She shuddered. I have no doubt that you saved our lives tonight. Pulling her lower lip in, she looked up at him. I had a really good time. Thank you. If it were any other girl, he'd pull her close and kiss her goodnight. They'd both be expecting that much and, at one point in his life, more. But he wasn't like that anymore, and Angela never had been. For some reason, he wanted to be sure what he wanted before he made any moves with her. He didn't want to have to backtrack.
Did you ever hear from Patty?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We were talking about something else when her text came in. I can work the early shift and get off at 1. He nodded.
I'll check with Jeb and see what time we can show up.
Okay. Text me when you know.
I don't think I have your number.
She bent over her phone, and his eyes traced the soft curve of her neck and watched the graceful tap of her slender fingers. Something tugged at him, deep inside, and he could hardly resist taking the one step that would close the distance between them. What is it? She asked, not looking up. It took him several heartbeats to realize she was talking about his number. He rattled it off to her. Why was it so hard to take his eyes off her hands? When had he ever not been able to look away from a woman's fingers, for goodness sake? She finished clicking. There. I sent you a text.
I must have left my phone in the pickup.
Okay. Well, I'm heading to bed.
I'm going out to walk around, check on things. I'll be up in a bit.
He stared over her head at the dark window because he was afraid if he looked at her, he might not be able to resist the urge to give her the goodnight kiss that would have been a given with any other girl. Good night, she said. Maybe she was breathless. He couldn't tell for sure, and he definitely didn't know why she would be.
Good night,
he replied. Then he forced his feet to move, going to the stairs and back out into the cold. It was welcome refreshment after the tight hotness he suffered under in the hall, a feeling he'd never had before. He went to his pickup and got his phone out of the cup holder, checking to see that her message went through. It popped up on the screen. He almost had it shoved in his pocket before he pulled it back out to look at it. He wasn't sure what, exactly, he'd expected her to send. Maybe hi or something like that. It sure wasn't. I thought you might kiss me. Chapter 8. She shouldn't have sent that text. She really wished she hadn't sent that text. Why had she sent that text? Obviously, a man like Mack, if he'd wanted to kiss her, he would have done it. She just embarrassed herself and had probably made things awkward between them. The girls hadn't been up when she left for the diner. Either Mack was up and she just hadn't seen him, or he'd set the timer on the coffee pot for her last night after he went downstairs, since she woke up to the scent of it brewing. The lunch rush had dissipated. She was about to leave for the day, and her nerves were strung as tight as high-tensile wire on a 2-mile fence. Why had she sent that text? She'd been bold with Clay, but only because her parents were desperate. Her feelings hadn't been involved, so it hadn't felt like a risk. Mack was the first man she was truly interested in for herself. Her text last night was the first time in her life she'd ever made a move because she wanted to. He hadn't texted back. It was probably just as well. She was interested, but not in a long-term thing. Maybe a rebound relationship. Someone to have fun with before he left with his crew in the spring. Someone to have a little romance over Christmas with. Nothing serious. Because Mack wasn't really her type. "I'll see you tomorrow, regular time," she said to Patty as she hung her apron up and grabbed her purse. Her legs were tired and her feet hurt, and she'd enjoy the ride out to Jeb's farm, if only because it meant she could sit down for a few minutes and relax. She wasn't horribly interested in watching cows get milked, but it would tickle the girls and it would probably be interesting in an I'm never going to do that myself kind of way. She knew they didn't start milking until 4, but she'd been under the impression that they were going to go out to the farm as soon as she'd gotten off work. But the house was quiet when she walked in. Mr. Swanson was taking his afternoon nap in the living room. His snores drifted into the kitchen when she opened the back door. Her eyes swept the tidy kitchen twice before she saw the note on the table. She walked over, her stomach tight and twisty. And she scared him that much with her text that he couldn't even bring himself to use his phone to reach her this morning? Shoving that thought aside, she reached the table and picked up the slip of white paper. Working on the gingerbread house. That was it. She studied his handwriting, a no-nonsense scrawl that lacked curlicues or anything else that wasn't completely essential. Total opposite of hers. Even with a note like this, she would have included a few doodles, flowers, and hearts to make it cute. She'd probably have written it in calligraphy. Folding the paper, she put it in her purse. After running upstairs to change, she headed out the door, eager to get to work on the festival stuff, but even more eager to see Mack. She didn't want to examine what that meant. Humming softly to herself, she walked down the sidewalk, huddled in her coat, toward the town park where all the festival things were being set up. The booths and stage were being handled by construction crews. She'd been in contact via phone calls and visits and knew things were progressing perfectly. She'd sent out flyers for the 5K ski event and also coordinated the almost 100 vendors who were participating. Yesterday, she'd finally managed to hire a Santa Claus. The stable for the live nativity still needed to be built, although she had plenty of animals to fill it. She also had an idea for a kissing booth, knowing where she wanted it, but not sure if the idea was too risque for Sweetwater. It certainly was a little outside of her comfort zone. But the life-size gingerbread house was at the top of her list of things that needed to be put together. She smiled a little to herself, thinking of Mack and how he'd been so sweet to help her. As she neared the end of the sidewalk, she could see the gingerbread house was almost done. But her footsteps slowed as she realized that Mack was standing beside the house, and Lark was sitting on his shoulders, reaching up to do something with the roof pieces. They were laughing. His hands were on her legs, and one of her hands held his chin while she reached up with the other. He leaned forward, helping her stretch, and she reached just a little too far. He stumbled forward, narrowly missing the gingerbread house, and took 2 big steps trying to regain his balance. Lark threw her hands up and caught the low-hanging branch of the young oak tree, using her feet to help Mack regain his balance. He turned, laughing as her legs fell off his shoulders and she hung on the branch. He reached up, taking her waist and lowering her to the ground. It seemed to Angela that he lowered her much slower than he needed to, and his hand seemed to linger at her waist. She bit the insides of her cheeks before she took a deep breath and pushed her shoulders back, marshaling her inner soldiers so she could march into the fray, giving orders like a drill sergeant and not letting anyone know that the man she wanted to kiss last night was holding another girl now.
"Hey, that looks great,"
she said as she walked on the paved path between the gingerbread house and where Mack and Lark were standing. His hands dropped from her waist, and they both jerked their heads toward her. She didn't stop but gave them the happiest smile she could manage and kept walking. "Wait!" Mack's voice came almost immediately. To her shame, she debated not stopping, but that felt way too much like running away, so she stopped and turned, a pleasant, "I'm the pastor's daughter and I'm nice to everyone" look on her face. She'd been practicing it since nursery school, and it came naturally to her.
"Yes?"
she asked, oh so politely. His eyes narrowed a bit, like he was trying to figure out her angle. Funny, since she'd just seen his, but she didn't allow a single muscle on her face to move. He put a hand up, rubbing the back of his neck. He seemed to realize there was a problem, but he also seemed to be pretending he didn't know what it was. She allowed herself to blink. Twice. Then she tilted her head, showing that she was waiting. Patiently. Unemotionally. In her peripheral vision, she could see Lark glancing between the two of them. She'd figured out there was something going on. Angela didn't hold any hard feelings toward Lark, and she shouldn't hold any toward Mack. He'd made her no promises. He hadn't even kissed her. With that lack, and the fact that he hadn't responded to her text, he'd been very clear about where he stood in their relationship. She'd been the one that had been hoping for more.
"We have just one more hook to put in the top, and the gingerbread house is put together. I was too lazy to go get a stepladder, and I just made Mack let me use him. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite high enough."
Lark held up the screw-like hook in her hand.
"I guess I'll walk my butt over and see if the guys putting the stage together will let me borrow their stepladder."
She took off in the direction of the stage, leaving Angela standing awkwardly in front of Mack.
"It looks nice,"
she said sincerely.
"I'm going to check on the pie stand."
She spoke in a softer voice, looking at his shoulder. Not angry anymore at anyone, except maybe herself for being stupid. She dropped her eyes and turned away. "Angela." She didn't want to hear him explain why he didn't answer her and why he didn't want to kiss her. She got it. She felt the same, really. They were different, and neither of them were really interested in the other. Except for that silly attraction she felt. Probably a result of her living such a sheltered life. A part of her whispered it wasn't so, reminding her of the fun they had and how he made her laugh. How she felt safe with him and how she admired how good he was with his nieces. She needed misdirection because she was too confused to address the burning jealousy that had eaten her up when she'd seen Mack holding someone else.
"Where are Holly and Ashley?"
"Ames took them to story hour at the library." Small towns were great. Everyone helped out. She nodded.
"Are we still going to the farm?"
she asked, still unable to meet his gaze and focusing on the top button of his shirt instead. "I was planning on it. Are you okay?" He took a step closer.
"Yes, I'm fine."
She didn't exactly mean to whirl away, but she panicked a little when he came closer and did exactly that. Whirled away. "Doesn't seem that way," she heard him murmur as she didn't quite power walk away. Could he seriously not know that she was embarrassed about her last text and jealous about him being with Lark? She didn't know. She'd spent a lot of time around people, but mostly women and children at the church, Her father had not allowed her to date, and while she didn't regret that, she supposed she really didn't know as much about men as other women her age might. She tried to put him out of her mind as she checked the various things that were taking shape for the festival. The stage where local artists would have 60 minutes to play or sing carols. The parade starting line where the floats would gather and be judged. The small shack where the pancakes would be cooked, tables for the cookie decorating contests, an area to build snowmen, and the tracks laid down for the toddler train ride. Looking around, she made a few notes of things that weren't started and areas that could use a little more color and sparkle. She'd do the last-minute decorations, since she couldn't ask anyone else to pull all-nighters to cover things that she'd neglected or forgotten. But she didn't mind. That was part of what being in charge required. As she walked by the pit they'd made for the bonfire on her trek back through the park, she noticed Lark's bright pink hat next to Mack's deep blue flannel. Lark was in deep conversation with him, waving her hands and gesturing like she was directing traffic at an accident scene. Mack had his head down, listening. Maybe he saw movement out of the corner of his eye, or maybe he just felt her looking at him, because he looked up. She looked away quickly and didn't look back. She didn't really know where she was going in such a hurry, but saw Cora over by the entrance to the park, with her baby bundled up in a stroller and her toddler in a thick coat and cute bunny hat on beside her. Her husband, Abner, was pulling something out of the back of his pickup.
"Angela,"
Cora said, smiling and gesturing to her husband.
"I have the banner I designed. I don't think we better hang it today, but I wanted you to see it." "Oh, yes, I saw the picture on your phone at church, but I'd love to see how the banner turned out." "Better than I expected. This small company did an awesome job, and they were fast."
She took one end. Abner scooped the toddler up off the ground and grabbed the other end. They unwound it. Angela backed up a few paces.
"You're right. Those colors are so clear. I love that design, and it looks even better in a bigger format."
"That's a great banner. Give me a call when you're putting it up and I'll give you a hand." Mack's voice came from over her shoulder. She turned, even though she didn't want to, and saw he was looking at Abner. "Will do. Figured we'd do it next week. It'd be nice to have the advertising for anyone who comes through town, but the wind is so bad, I don't want it to be ruined." "Yeah, thought so. We have a smaller one to go over Main Street, though, and I'd appreciate your help with that," Abner said, helping Cora roll the banner back up. "Sure. Right now? If it suits." Mack's hand touched her shoulder. Her instinct was to flinch at the sharp sparks that seemed to shoot up her neck and down her fingers, but she managed to calmly turn with her brows raised. "Do I have time to do that before we head out to the farm?"
"Sure. I'll pick the kids up to the library and get them a little snack."
The sensation of co-parenting with him was becoming familiar. "What's the age limit on the snack?" He wore shades and she couldn't see his eyes, but his lip curved up on one side.
"How much food is involved in the man's definition of snack?"
"As much as the woman will give him."
"If you want lunch, just say so."
She wanted to say that maybe Lark should be making him lunch, but she bit her tongue. She didn't need to get nasty. They had a deal going on, and he was keeping his end of it by being here and helping her. "I want lunch."
"Did you not feed the girls lunch?"
"Kinda forgot about it." Yeah, Lark just threw it completely out of his mind. No, she wouldn't think like that. She laughed instead.
"Okay, I'll pick the girls up from the library and we'll go home. I might end up feeding them because they're probably starved. It's almost 3.
"And me?"
"I like it when you beg."
She gave him a saucy smile. He wasn't committed to Lark either, and there was no reason she couldn't flirt if she wanted to. His dimples came out. The man is not begging.
You said you wanted a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
Maybe the man is begging.
Thought so. It's cute.
She almost winked before she sauntered off. Hey. She stopped and turned completely around, putting both hands on her hips.
You do this every time I walk away from you.
Maybe I just don't like to see you walk away. She tried to keep her face from clouding up, but her smile slipped. It was one thing to flirt. It was another for her to be one of the many he had on his string. What? He stepped closer, peering into her eyes even though his shade still kept her from seeing his. I was just going to ask you if there was something wrong earlier, and now you look like there's something wrong again. He glanced around and lowered his voice. You gonna tell me what's going on? Is your ex bugging you? She pressed her lips together, trying to figure out if he were serious. She thought he was. Opening her mouth, she decided she'd just flat out tell him. Hey, Mack, today! Abner yelled from across the street where he'd parked the bucket truck and was hefting a big ladder from off the back of it. Mack didn't move. He didn't even look at his friend. You gonna tell me?
Not now. You go ahead. On the ride to the farm, or maybe this evening. It's not a big deal.
She'd just have to face the text she sent. Apologize for being out of line and for being jealous of Lark, and deal with the embarrassment. No problem. Putting it off sounded way better than rushing through it now. His hand came up, and he touched her shoulder. I'm going to hold you to that. She ignored the heat that warmed her stomach.
You don't have to. I said I would.
This shouldn't take long. He seemed to search her eyes, and she looked straight into his shades before turning and jogging over to help Abner with the ladder. Angela hurried over to the library. She felt bad that the girls were probably starving. Hopefully they weren't misbehaving, although she really couldn't blame them if they were, since they hadn't had anything to eat since breakfast. She had to laugh. How did one forget about lunch? Especially someone like Mack who ate for two every time he sat at the table. Maybe that was why, because he forgot to eat half the time. The library was actually a converted garage that Rosaline Bloom had just started that summer. People had gotten together and donated books, and it actually had quite a nice selection and a really great children's section. Angela had been in at least twice a month to borrow books for her Sunday school class. Pushing the heavy door open, Angela stepped in, closing it behind her and stomping the remnants of snow off her boots.
Angela, hey!
Rosaline's face appeared from behind the large display of newish titles.
Story hour has been over for a bit, but your girls claim they didn't have lunch.
She had the wide-open, rosy-cheeked face of her Norwegian ancestors, and thankfully she was smiling.
I'm sorry about that.
It was tempting to shove all the blame on Mack.
I guess with everything that's going on today with the festival and the diner, we totally forgot lunch. Yeah, boy, that never happens to me, but good for you. Totally wish I could forget to eat.
She grinned.
Yeah, poor girls.
Angela followed Rosaline around to the reading table where Holly and Ashley happily munched on animal crackers and had juice boxes set within arm's reach.
Looks like you're prepared.
Angela lifted her brows at Rosaline before bending to scoop the girls up and give them hugs. She chatted with them for a minute before they went back to the table to finish their crackers.
Thank you so much, and I'm sorry. I'll try to do better, not only with feeding them, but also with picking them up in time. Oh, don't worry about it. Someone needed to eat those crackers before they went stale. Well, thanks for being sweet about it.
Angela noted that each of the girls were working on their last cracker.
Is your sister coming home for the holidays?
She grabbed the girl's winter things from the rack behind the table. No, I don't think so. But I think Cord has talked her into marrying him on Valentine's Day. Rosaline's gaze seemed to get stuck on the pet section, and she didn't look Angela square in the eyes. So, she's not coming home, but she's going to get married? Angela asked incredulously. She didn't want to gossip, but that seemed crazy. She didn't know Clay's brother, Cord, very well. He had a spread to the south of town and worked it himself, which kept him busy. Yeah, she and Cord have been on again, off again for a few years. Since we graduated from college, really. She shrugged. She's happy in Chicago, but like I said, I think she finally agreed to marry Cord and move back home. She's not coming home for the holidays, so she can start wrapping up her loose ends. That's what she said, anyway. Angela stopped arranging the gloves and hats in her hands and narrowed her eyes at Rosaline. She seemed a little too cheerful. Forced cheerfulness. Are you the older twin? Angela asked, just making conversation while trying to pin down the source of Rosaline's agitation. Nope. Younger by 5 minutes. I see. She tapped her chin. I don't think I've ever met Rosalind. Probably not, although she looks just like me. Our parents can't even tell us apart if we're not facing them full on. She laughed a little, but there was a sadness there. You're not dating anyone? Angela asked, thinking that maybe she was prying just a little too hard. But she said it with her sweet, pastor's daughter smile, and Rosaline didn't seem to notice. Nope, just me and my books. Couldn't be happier in the library. The girls were almost finished, and Angela almost decided this was a mystery for another time. But her eye happened to snag on the circulation desk. There was a book spread open and face down on the desk. She couldn't quite make out the title, and she shifted just a bit. Well, I'll take these cherubs out of your hair and let you get back to reading. She nodded at the book on the desk. Oh, no rush. Rosaline waved her hand around. I've read that book about 17 times. It's getting a little boring. Angela nodded, trying to move inconspicuously. So that must have been you sitting in church with Cord a couple of Sundays ago? I thought maybe your sister was in town. No, she's not been home since the 4th of July. That was me. Cord and I have been best friends since forever. I see. Close enough to make out the title, she read it in a low voice. Cowboys don't marry the wrong sister. She tilted her head at Rosaline. I've never heard of that one. Yeah, the author isn't very good. Rosaline's cheeks had turned pink, and she seemed to be looking at Angela's knees. But you've read it 17 times. Maybe not quite that many. I'd have written it a little differently if I were her. Oh? Yeah. Then maybe you should write your own story. Maybe I will.
Chapter 9. The girls were fussy. Mack and Angela discussed waiting until another day, but since they didn't know when, or if, Robin was coming back, they decided to go ahead and do it. As Mack suspected, the girls fell asleep in his truck on the way to the farm. He almost prompted Angela to talk to him about what had been bothering her earlier, but he didn't want the end of their ride to signal the end of their conversation and give her an out if she tried to hold something back. So when she started a conversation about the weather for the next week, he played along. He highly suspected her actions had something to do with her ex, or maybe even her parents, and he was impatient to at least get her to promise that if she were being threatened, she'd tell him. There was a small part of him that wondered if she had seen him with Lark and not realized Lark almost fell and he was making sure she was okay.
But Lark was still a teen, even if she had graduated from high school. Plus, she was like a little sister to him. Lark had tried to tell him that Angela wouldn't realize all that, but Mack pretty much just ignored her, no matter how passionately she explained it. After all, it was basically a requirement of big brothers to completely ignore their little sisters, even little sisters that weren't quite little sisters. Still, something just felt off as he parked his truck in front of the barn where the milking parlor was located. There aren't a whole lot of dairy herds in North Dakota. Very few small farms anymore. He looked over at Angela. I'm looking forward to this. It's been a long time since I was in a dairy barn. Her expression said she wasn't as sure. It reminded him of their differences, but she'd still wanted to kiss him. He could hardly get that text out of his head. He hadn't had any idea of what he should say back to her. Yes, please? Hardly. It had been tempting to go right back up the stairs and knock on her door. But that was something old Mack would have done. He'd have probably ended up doing a whole bunch more things that old Mack would have done. He didn't want to be old Mack anymore. So he'd read the text way more times than he wanted to admit to and didn't answer it, because the only things he could think of to say were suggestive things that were not appropriate to a Sunday school teacher and a girl that was not his. Holly and Ashley stirred as they opened the back doors to get them out. He was actually getting pretty good at manipulating the car seat buckles, but so was Angela, and she had Ashley out before he freed Holly. "Beat ya," she said. "It's a race?" he asked, even though he might have said the same thing if he'd won. "Only when I win." She slammed the door before he could answer. The barn was a pole building. They went to the door, decorated with a pretty Christmas wreath on the narrow end. Lark emerged from inside, wearing a long-sleeved flannel, a thick vest, and knee-high rubber boots. "Come on in, guys." She held the door while they carried the girls into what looked like an office. "You can all stop here and I'll get you some booties to put on." Lark grinned at Angela. "I can make Mack suit up completely if you want me to." Angela lifted a brow at him. Maybe if he holds both girls, we'll let him out of it. This time." "This time of year, the bio suits aren't bad. Keep you warm." He could play along. It warmed his heart to see Angela smiling. It didn't take long to put the plastic boots on over their shoes, and Lark chatted easily with the girls about germs and how the boots protected the cows from any sickness they might bring in with them. "Go straight through," Lark said from behind him. He picked up Holly and walked ahead, holding the door for Angela. As soon as he opened it, the sharp, loud droning of the milk pump grew loud enough for Ashley to whimper and put her hands over her ears. "It gets better when we get into the parlor, although the milk tank is right there." Lark waved at the tank that was taller than he was and longer than his pickup. If they weren't doing this for the girls, he'd have a lot of technical questions about the agitator, cleaning, and capacity. But this was a kid-level tour, and he kept his mouth closed. They took the girls over, and he lifted Ashley up so she could look in while Lark showed Angela and Holly where the milk came in from the parlor. The tank was only about half full of pure white milk, but it was enough to interest Ashley, and she reached a hand in, trying to touch it. It was too far down for that, so he let her. The milk would be pasteurized at the plant, but if it were high enough to reach, he wouldn't have allowed it. He handed Ashley off to Angela, who looked interested despite herself. "Cool, ha!" he said. The pump was too loud and shrill to have a conversation without screaming at each other, and she just nodded her head. He grinned to himself as Holly oohed over the tank and the milk. This wasn't his area, exactly. Traditionally, dairy farmers, crop farmers, and beef farmers were at odds with each other. But agriculture was agriculture, and it meant feeding a country, whether it was beef or milk or crops, and he always felt proud to be a part of it. He liked that Angela seemed to be enjoying herself, even if her feelings weren't quite as strong as his. After Holly was done, he replaced the lid on the big stainless steel tank, and Lark led them out another door and down the steps into the parlor. He could tell right away it was a double six, obviously, since there were 6 cows on either side. An older one from the looks of things. He'd been in a couple out east that were much bigger and several that had been run completely by computers and robots. Jeb was on the cement floor, wearing coveralls and big rubber boots. Once the door closed behind them, the noise faded away.
"Watch your step. The cement gets slick, especially with those plastic booties,"
Lark called from the bottom. "Give me Ashley," he commanded, setting Holly down. "Please," he added, figuring it didn't hurt to be polite, even though he wanted to be sure she didn't slip on the steep cement steps.
"I've got her,"
Angela said. He gritted his teeth. "Angela?"
"You don't scare me when you talk in that tone of voice."
"I can use a different tone."
"I'm sorry, but fear tactics don't work with me."
"I can use different tactics."
"Go ahead."
"I said please."
"That's true. You did."
She handed Ashley over. "So you just wanted to argue?"
"No, I just needed a minute to think about it."
"Then why don't you just say, 'I need a minute to think about it, Mack'?"
"Because I'm a woman, not a man."
You think I didn't notice?"
"That I'm a woman? I don't know. Did you?" "Are you guys going to quit arguing and get down here today?"
Lark called. He gave Angela a grin and offered her his hand. She took it with a lifted brow. He read that look pretty easily. It said she didn't really need help but was allowing him to help her so that he could feel manly. He laughed to himself. It was probably true. Angela walked away from Mack, still grinning. She loved teasing him, and he always got her humor. It was nice to not always be trying to hide the fact that she wanted to be funny and not serious and decorous. After they went down the stairs, they were eye level with the cow's udders, which meant the cow's feet were at throat-slashing level. Angela looked at the hooves surrounding them with uncertainty.
"There's a bar here to keep them from kicking you. Also, Jeb's cows are very calm. I can't say I've never been kicked, but it doesn't happen often."
"Oh," Lark said as an afterthought.
"Maybe you've not met Jeb."
She waved at the man who'd kept working, doing something with a squirt bottle and a type of paper towel.
"No, I don't think I have,"
Angela said. It was possible he came to church and she'd never seen him. He could come in late and leave early, and she'd never notice from her seat in the front.
"Well, this is Jeb. And Jeb, this is Angela."
Lark waved between them. Jeb looked up, nodded at them, and went right back to working. Angela was glad Mack had told her that Jeb was quiet. She might have thought he didn't want them there, except his expression seemed friendly, and she noticed Lark looked at him like he invented oxygen. Interesting. He seemed to ignore her. Except when she talked about washing the cow's udders, he was there with the spray and rag. When she talked about putting the milker on, he waited until she was ready and did each step as she explained it. He was there as the milkers came off automatically, and he dipped the cows as she talked about the importance of sanitization and bacteria. The girls stayed interested longer than Angela would have expected. Angela had to admit she'd never seen anything quite like it, despite growing up in a small town in rural Nebraska. She could have stayed longer, but after an hour, the girls were ready to leave. They thanked Jeb and Lark, then made their way carefully up the steps. After removing their booties and throwing them in the trash, they headed out to the pickup.
"It's warmer in there than what you'd think,"
Angela said as the cold North Dakota wind and darkness hit them. "It got dark while we were in there, too."
"I'm hungry,"
Ashley said. "I'm hungry, too," Mack said. Angela looked at him over Holly's booster seat.
"I have vegetable soup in the crock pot, and it should be ready when we get home."
"When did you have time to do that?"
"While you were helping Abner put the banner up."
"It didn't take us that long."
"Just enough time to throw some things in the slow cooker."
"Well, that's great. I really am hungry. We're not forgetting about supper, right, girls?" Their eyes met over the car seats. She felt like there was something in Mack's gaze, but after the way she'd misjudged yesterday, she told herself it wasn't so. She at least had to apologize for the last ridiculous thing she'd done before she did another ridiculous thing. But when they pulled up to their boarding house, there were lights on in almost every window and an expensive-looking sedan parked along the street. Angela's heart jumped up into her throat, and her stomach tried to run away. "Looks like Mr. Swanson has company," Mack said cheerfully. He had no idea.
"No."
Angela got that word out. Her tone registered on Mack as he was pulling out the latch on his door. He turned his head to her. "Whoever's in that car's what had you upset today?" She shook her head.
"No. That seems minor now compared to this."
"And what is this?" He leveled a gaze at her that was as serious as she'd ever seen.
"My parents."
She looked away from Mack, out her window at the house she had to enter and the confrontation that would surely be waiting. Her heart sank even further into her toes as she realized the dark shadow in the front door was her father. He was going to flip. She wasn't afraid of him, and she could face it all, but she wasn't looking forward to it. She'd rather set up a tent on the south side of hell than walk into that kitchen. So, she put a smile on her face and turned to Mack.
"This is going to be fun, right?"
"I'll stand beside you."
"That will actually make it worse."
"Will he hurt you?" It gave her a good feeling in her bones to know his first concern was for her.
"No, he's my father."
Sometimes that doesn't mean anything.
"I'll be fine."
"If things will be better without me, I'll take the girls to the diner for supper." She ran through scenarios in her head, hating to ask him to leave, but finally deciding that was the best case.
"I think that would be best."
"Then go ahead. I'll try to be gone until bedtime." She moved, and he put his hand on her arm. She flinched.
"Sorry, I just know Dad's gonna say something."
His lips pulled back in a flat line, but he dropped his hand. "Text me if you need anything. Please." Thankfully, it was dark and he couldn't see her cheeks heat. She couldn't pull up her texting app without seeing the embarrassing text she'd sent him last night. The one he'd ignored. The one she hadn't apologized for. She needed to. But not right now.
"I will,"
she said, then yanked on her door latch and dropped out of his truck, knowing exactly how a prisoner felt as they walked from freedom into the interrogation room. Chapter 10. Mack did not want to drive away. With everything he had, he wanted to walk beside Angela as she disappeared into the house. Maybe, if he didn't have his nieces with him, he would have done it
no matter what she said. But they were hungry and tired and had enough turmoil in their lives. So he drove his truck several blocks down to the diner and got the girls out. Recognizing Mav's truck parked in front of it, he almost thought it might be better to make the 2-hour drive to Rockerton and hit a drive-through there. Almost. It would be late when they got back, and the girls were tired. The bell tinkled over his head as he walked in. Mav saw him immediately and motioned him over to the booth he was sharing with his brother, Cord. They only had ice water in front of them. Mac supposed it would be too much like luck for them to be leaving. He loved his friends, really, but he had things on his mind and didn't need Mav's picking. Cord could stay. "Dude, come on over. Cord was just buying my supper." "Sorry, kid, you were buying mine." "I don't think that's how it went." "Can't help it if you get confused." Cord stood. "Howdy, Mac. Been a while." Mac held Ashley and let go of Holly's hand long enough to shake Cord's. "They are yours?" Cord asked. "My sister's." "Oh, I see," Cord said. But of course he didn't, and Mac couldn't explain. "Sit down," Mav said. "You sure I'm not interrupting?" Mac asked. "No way. Mav and I were just talking about how you guys might be going into business together." "Yeah." Mac put Holly against the wall and Ashley beside him. Patty herself was waitressing, and she came hurrying over with a booster seat. Her flip-flops clicked with each step. Years ago, she'd told Mac she couldn't waitress in any other kind of footwear because it killed her feet. "I got this for the little one," she called out. A few stray wisps of gray hair that had escaped from her bun flew around her head. "I thought you were bringing it over for Mav," Cord drawled. Patty laughed. She wore a necklace of Christmas lights around her neck that were lit up. "One of your little girls want to wear my necklace?" Mac cringed. He'd been with the girls long enough to know that they'd fight constantly over something like that. But Patty could read his mind, and she grinned. "I have another one in the back, and I'll bring that out in a minute." She reached up to unhook it. It was still going to be a fight. "How about I wear it till you get back?" he suggested. Mav snickered. Cord outright laughed. Mac made a mental note to be around when they had children. Not that he had children, for the love of puppies. These girls were his sisters. He loved them before, but he really hoped she came back soon, because he was falling in love with them, harder and deeper, in a way that would hurt when Robin took them. He put the necklace around his neck, something he wouldn't do for just anyone. "That looks good with your eyes." Mav's look was dead serious. "Shut up." "Yeah, shut up," Holly echoed. Mac put his elbow on the table and rubbed his forehead with his hand. "I'm sorry, girls," he said, turning his head but keeping his forehead in his hand. "That's not a nice thing to say, and I shouldn't have said it." Mav snorted. Mac bit his tongue. "I've got my ear tag applicator pliers in my pickup. Pretty sure we can figure out a way to make you a set of earrings that'll look good with that necklace. You girls okay with blood?" Cord gave a lopsided smile. "Shut up." "Yeah, shut up," Holly echoed again. Mac didn't bother to correct her. He probably wouldn't be able to quit saying it for the next hour or so, unless he moved to a different table. Mav was annoying, and Cord wasn't usually a jerk, but they were his friends and he loved them. Plus, if they were giving him a hard time, he wouldn't be worried about Angela as much. Patty came back over with the other necklace and waters and took their orders, bustling away in her flip-flops and skinny jeans. "Heard you were getting hitched." Mac fastened the second necklace around Holly's neck. "Unless she changes her mind again."
Cord grinned his sideways smile, like he didn't care one way or the other.
If she's smart, she will. You just want a cook and a washerwoman out there, and I think the lady knows it.
Mav took a couple of swallows of his water. Not true. She can work in the garden if she wants, and I'm going to share a bedroom with her.
Yeah, Mav said, stretching. Still haven't heard anything that would make your offer tempting.
Watch your language in front of my children, Mack said, glancing at the girls. This was probably a really bad idea. Angela would kill him if he brought the girls home and they were talking about sharing bedrooms and saying shut up. You guys think you could talk about the weather or something like real farmers? He asked irritably.
How's the bet going?
Mav asked instead. Shut up.
Yeah, shut up.
Holly emphasized this by sticking out her tongue. Ashley imitated her immediately. I've been trying to teach her to count to 5 for a week now, and she misses 3 every time. Yet you did that tongue thing one time, and she's got it down perfectly. How did you do that? Mack asked Holly.
Like this. She stuck her tongue out. You can do it too.
Angela is going to kill me. I can do it quicker and faster. For a fee. Mack knew Cord too well to be fooled by the dead serious look on his face.
Whatever he'll do it for, I'll do it $10 cheaper, and I'll even dispose of the body.
Mav tapped his fingers on the table. It's biodegradable. Don't worry about it. Mack glanced at the girls, hoping they were absorbed in their coloring and wouldn't add bodies to the list of things they were going to talk to Angela about. Better bodies than beds.
So, about the bet. Have you charmed her into falling for you yet?
I haven't heard about this, Cord said with a smirk. How much are you paying him? I might be interested. If you fall in love with me, I can turn those ear tag applicators into a castration tool pretty darn quick.
Ouch,
Mav said, but at least he had the grace to look at the girls as he said it. Mack was pretty sure that conversation was going over their heads at least. Patty came with their food, and Mack got the girls settled and eating before digging into his own meal. Thankfully, his table mates were as serious about their food as he was about his, and they ate in silence. Mav cleaned his plate first.
Never answered me about our bet. Clay wants an answer about the business.
Yeah, I've had other things on my mind. Mav raised his brows. Mack ignored his insinuation. I promised to help with the Christmas festival. Hey, he said to Cord, you still have draft horses? Should I be scared? Cord asked.
That was a yes,
Mav supplied. That's what I thought. Mack set his spoon down on his empty plate and picked up Ashley's fork, scooping up a bite of hot dog and feeding it to her. How would you feel about giving sleigh rides at the festival?
I feel like I'd rather harvest my wheat field with a pair of scissors and a pitchfork.
It's December. If your wheat's not off, you can use the scissors to cut your losses. Now, about the sleigh rides. I think from 9 to 12 in the morning and 3 to 6 in the evening would work. All 3 days, except Sunday. I think the service is at 9. You have liability? Cord asked. With that question about insurance, Mack knew he was considering it. I think they do. I'll check. Cord nodded. Mack figured he'd do it and couldn't believe no one had asked him. But Angela was new to town and might not know about Cord's Percherons. Well, it was great seeing you guys, but I think my girls need to get home. There was some weird car in front of your boarding house when we came through, Cord said as Mack wiped little hands as best he could with the napkins they had. Angela's parents. Mack didn't even try to dodge the question. Everyone would know by morning anyway. Just the way small towns worked.
Oh, that might make things interesting.
Mav's grin was in place, but there was true concern in his eyes. They're not the nicest. Watch yourself. I was more concerned about her. Nah, her parents might be idiots with some whacked-out ideas, but they wouldn't hurt their precious angel. Although they probably do want to drag her home. I wouldn't let them do that if I were you. Yeah, like he'd have much say in that. Angela would have to make that decision. He honestly wasn't sure what she'd do. Maybe they're just here for a visit, he suggested, knowing that was just wishful thinking on his part. He picked Ashley up out of her booster seat. You know, we've been ribbing you pretty hard, but I think you really like her. Cord's eyes had drawn together, and he contemplated Mack like he'd never seen him before. While Cord was talking, the bell above the door tinkled, but they all ignored it, the tension between them suddenly thick. That would be a stupid thing to do. Just ask Boone. Mav gave Mack a look of disgust. Boone's happily married, and he'd be the first to say everything worked out for the best. It wasn't a solid argument, but it was the best Mack could come up with. Mav jumped on the weakness immediately. I'm not talking about how it worked out. Roxy and Boone were made for each other, yes, but that doesn't negate the fact that Angela was a conniving witch. Mack's teeth ground together. Mav was right. He couldn't deny it. Angela wouldn't deny it. But he hated hearing him talk about her like that. Maybe there were circumstances that you don't know about. And maybe she's changed. And maybe she hasn't. You really want to bet on that? Mav spit the question out. There are safer and better bets everywhere. You don't need the heartache that comes with Angela. She duped 2 of my brothers. I don't want to see her do the same thing to you. Mav grabbed his hat off the hook by the table. You can't deny the truth. I know. Mack said the words softly, but a gasp from the doorway said they'd carried that far at least. She's pretty anyway, Cord murmured. Shut up, Holly said. Mack cringed. So was the witch in Snow White, Mav said low. Shut up, Ashley said, then stuck her tongue out. Mack didn't need to cringe again. He could feel the daggers poking in the back of his head. See you later, man. Cord smacked him on the back of the shoulder. Or we'll look for your body anyway. Mav and he laughed, then walked past. Mack turned in time to see them tip their hats at Angela as they strode out. Angela didn't notice them because she was staring at him. There was hurt in her eyes, but she glided forward, her back straight, her head up. It was taking a long time. I thought you might need help with the children. I need to talk to you about that. You don't. I have to live with what I've done. I couldn't deny the truth. I know, and we don't need to talk about this. How'd things go with your parents? Let's not talk about that either. Son's probably going to come up tomorrow. He didn't get a laugh out of her, but her lips did twitch. I thought we could talk about the words Holly said when I first stepped in. She pursed her lips. And the gesture Ashley made with her tongue? I'd rather talk about the weather. It's North Dakota cold outside. Now, if your friends are going to speak like that, I don't want them around these children. It wasn't the Stryker boys who said those words. She stopped with one of Ashley's arms in the coat and one knot. You said that? Her brows drew down. In front of the children? Yeah, it was me. She sighed. He held a hand up. I'm sorry. I'll try to do better. She sniffed, then continued to stuff Ashley's hand into her sleeve.
Well, I left because my parents were being my parents, yes, but also because, you're not going to believe this, your parents showed up.
Chapter 11.
So, my parents commandeered my room, your parents commandeered your room, and there's one room left.
Angela was on her knees beside the bathtub, because there was no way after visiting the farm today that she was going to allow the girls to go to bed without a bath. And Mr. Swanson is making out like a bandit since we're all paying for a room. Mack stood in the doorway holding towels. Who would have thought that being a boarding house owner in the middle of North Dakota would be such a lucrative endeavor?
I don't think he's looking to make money. I think he's just lonely since his wife died and his children never visit.
Her parents and his were waiting downstairs. Once the children were bathed and put to bed, they wanted to talk. She'd managed to get out of it earlier when she explained she'd been on a farm and needed a shower. Then she'd slipped out of the house and walked to the diner while her parents were greeting Mack's parents. They couldn't be anything other than Mack's parents because the man looked just like Mack, only with gray hair and maybe a couple inches shorter. They made a great distraction, though. He should have had more children. Maybe he'd have been inspired to add another bedroom on. He shifted the towels. Angela tried not to look at him. What she'd overheard in the restaurant had hurt. It had been justifiable, but still, it hurt. Even though there was that embarrassing text that he didn't answer that told her as sure as anything how he felt, it still hurt. She wished she hadn't heard. You can have the extra bedroom, Mack said. And there again, she was positive that he truly wanted her to have it. He wasn't a jerk. She'd figured that out pretty early in their relationship. He just wasn't into her.
No, that's what I was trying to say.
She rubbed the No Tears shampoo into Holly's head. It smelled like summer and apples, and she had a sudden urge, that bordered on need, to bake an apple pie.
I think it's better for me to share a room with the girls. I can even sleep in the bed. There's plenty of room on it.
She hesitated with a cup of water, ready to rinse out the shampoo.
You probably can't. Not only are you too big, but it's probably not a good idea.
She shrugged a little. She certainly wasn't accusing him of anything. It was just the way the world worked today. It hardly seems fair that they're my nieces, but you have to share a room with them. His voice was pitched low enough that the girls wouldn't hear it over their chattering and splashing. Angela finished rinsing the shampoo out of Holly's hair.
Okay, kiddo, you're done. Uncle Mack will dry you off and get your kitty jammies on.
She held Holly's hand as her slick little body clambered out of the tub.
You smell like sweet apples and clean soap.
And not like cow manure anymore. Holly giggled as Mack bundled her up in the towel and swept her off her feet. I'll be back for the other munchkin in a few.
We'll wait on you, Angela called, then looked at Ashley. Because we're not going anywhere with you naked, right?
Ashley giggled.
Naked. Naked,
emphasizing the K sound while she squirted more shampoo in her hand. Her parents would probably want her to sit at a table and quietly listen to everything they had to say, paying attention and nodding soberly. Ugh. She wanted to keep her hands busy. Didn't want to be sat at the table like an errant teen. Made sense since she was closer to 30 than she was to being a teenager. She blew a hair off her face. Maybe she should take another shower before she went down. If she dawdled long enough, her parents would go to bed. They were of the early to bed, early to rise variety. So was she, come to think of it. Maybe she could just go to bed. No, she might as well face them. Get it over with. She poured a cup of warm water over Ashley's hair, holding her hand on her forehead to keep the water from running down over her face. Children had been in Angela's life for as long as she could remember. Even though she was an only child, there had been kids in the church and kids visiting and kids they visited, but she'd not given too many baths in her life. She enjoyed it. But it did give her a slightly empty feeling in her chest, a longing that made her lungs feel bottomless and her stomach unsettled. Because she'd been an only child, she'd always wanted a big family. Lots of kids to play with and work with and live life in happy chaos with. And of course, she wanted the strong man of character beside her. Funny how all of that seemed like an impossible dream. It wasn't going to happen here anyway. She hadn't known where else to run, but people here knew too much about her past and what she'd done. Like tonight in the diner. Mack's friends hated her. She couldn't blame them. But she couldn't hope that Mack might develop feelings for her when his friends were constantly reminding him how awful she was. She might not have grown up in North Dakota, but she knew small towns, and half a century or so from now, when people stood at her casket, they'd still be talking about it. She needed to go somewhere where she could start new. It seemed like the obvious decision now that she thought about it. After the Christmas festival, she'd find a new place to live. Anywhere. Maybe she'd go east. Not east like Chicago. East is in New York. There were a couple of states in between there. Maybe she'd check out one of them. Her chest felt heavy, like it was coated in mud, but she tried to convince herself she could get excited about that. Maybe she'd go in the opposite direction and see the Pacific Ocean. She could work at a little restaurant in some cute bay somewhere along the Oregon coast. Those people would buy pies and baked goods, and surely there were churches there as well that she could get involved in. She'd want to find one. A small-town church. Hello? Mack's voice shot through her thoughts, and she realized he'd spoken to her several times. Sorry, daydreaming. She poured one more cup of water over Ashley and hit the drain, standing and grabbing Ashley's slippery body under her arms and lifting her out. Must have been quite a dream, Mack said, wrapping the towel completely around the giggling preschooler and rubbing while making not scary growling sounds. You'll make a good dad, Angela said. She wasn't really thinking, but they weren't words that she thought were out of place. Just an observation. But Mack froze. The body wrapped in the towel continued to wiggle and giggle, but his eyes looked at her, maybe like seeing her for the first time, or like he didn't really know her. Had her face suddenly turned green? She wanted to tap her head to make sure a pointy black hat hadn't suddenly landed on it. The guys in the diner tonight had called her a witch. She wasn't one, she knew it. But Mack was looking at her like he didn't. She didn't like the feeling that gave her. Clenching her jaw, she pulled her eyes away and knelt back down at the tub, wringing out the washcloth. You would. And there's nothing wrong with me saying so. There. She wasn't backing down, but she didn't have to look at him either. You'd make a good mom, he said softly before he turned and carried Ashley out. Chapter 12. Angela walked down the stairs, her hand trailing on the banister, feeling like a kid who'd run in the church sanctuary and was about to be reprimanded. She supposed if there was ever a time for her to put the pastor's daughter fakeness she'd learned in her childhood to good use, it was now. Closing her eyes and taking a slow breath through her nose, she stood at the bottom of the steps and hoped with all her heart that she could handle whatever her parents said. She opened her eyes and looked straight through the living room doorway to Mack, who was already seated on the settee
with his parents on the couch and Mr. Swanson in his recliner. The TV was on low, and Angela couldn't tell if they were watching it or talking. Mack was staring at her. She wanted to tell him that she knew she hadn't suddenly developed a green complexion, nor was she wearing a pointed hat, since she'd just checked her reflection in the bathroom mirror, just to joke and have something to laugh together about. But the distance between them was too great, physically and emotionally, for more than a smile and wave, of which she did neither. She swallowed past her closed throat, and with a hand on her stomach, as though that alone could calm the sweep and swirl in it, she donned her very best pastor's daughter persona and glided down the hall and into the kitchen. Normally, at this time in the evening, she'd have put on a comfortable pair of yoga pants and a soft old sweatshirt, but she wore a jean skirt that passed her ankles and brushed the floor, along with a fitted turtleneck sweater, something she might wear to Wednesday night worship and Bible study. Dressy enough for a confrontation with her parents, but casual enough that she could run if she needed to. She didn't actually think she would need to run, but it was nice to keep the option open. "Mother," she walked in, bending to kiss her mother's cheek. "Daddy." She twisted, kissing her father's rough cheek as well. Interestingly, her mother sat at the head of the table. It was the way their family was run. Behind the scenes, of course. "You've kept us waiting a long time, darling," her mother stated in her cultured voice. "I'm sorry. The children needed baths, and I already explained to you." "They're not your kids," her dad interrupted. "Why are you taking care of them?" "I think you know the answer to that, Daddy. You raised me. Aren't we supposed to serve wherever we are?" "Not when your parents are waiting," her mother said. Angela allowed a gentle smile to turn her lips up and tried to get a handle on her lungs that wanted to pump like bellows. She moved around to the other side of the table, ignoring the part of her that wanted to get flour and shortening out and start making enough pie dough to feed Thanksgiving dessert to a platoon of hungry soldiers. But she did give in to the part that wanted to put an entire table between herself and her parents. She pulled a chair out and sat as gracefully as a ballerina at the bar. "I'm so surprised to see you." She hoped that sounded very much like, "It's so nice to see you," which would have been a total lie, and she couldn't utter it, but she didn't want to be obvious about not being happy that her parents had showed up. Where were they when she called and told them her husband had blackened her eye and given her a bloody nose before shoving a metal chair at her and gashing her calf? "Well, we thought you would see reason and go back to your husband," her mother began. "We thought you'd run out of money," her dad stated flatly. She almost had. She had enough money saved from her childhood to buy the junky car she drove and pay for the first month's rent. Thankfully, Patty paid on a weekly basis and didn't hold a week's pay. Baking goods on the side would never make her rich, but she'd been doing well enough to make rent and buy groceries. Roxy had paid to have her car fixed. Otherwise, she might have been in a pickle. Although, since Mack had moved in, she'd ridden more in his pickup than in her car. "I haven't," she said, since her parents seemed to be waiting for her to say something. "We also thought you'd come to your senses." Her mother's nose tilted slightly in the air. "In what way?" Angela figured they'd give her a hard time about not moving back in with them, but she wanted them to say it. "Your place is with your husband," her mother said in a fake, gentle way. Angela stopped with her mouth open. Maybe she should have expected that, but it did surprise her. "You think I should go back to Logan?" she asked, just to be sure. "That's your husband, and you promised before God and man to honor and obey." Her father wasn't standing behind the pulpit, but his voice still held a ring of authority.
He has a girlfriend.
That doesn't matter, her father said immediately.
I know you have the Bible on your phone, Daddy.
Sure do, baby.
I know you said we're to live by it.
That's right. There was a gleam in his eye that said, clear as day, that he was proud of her. She knew he loved her. Even though they disagreed and she wasn't doing what he wanted, he still loved her. Maybe it didn't even seem like it, but he was her dad.
So, I'm claiming Matthew 19:9.
She folded her hands carefully on the table in front of her. She could win this argument by using scripture. She didn't have any argument for spousal abuse, male or female, which is the real reason she left. She might have been able to put up with the girlfriend. It wasn't her fairy tale romance, but lots of women had stood by philandering men. Jackie Kennedy, Hillary Clinton. She didn't necessarily admire those women, and she wouldn't have liked it, but she didn't love Logan. Honestly, him having a girlfriend would have kept him out of her bedroom. She might have been able to convince herself it was a win-win. But she wouldn't stay with a man who used his fist on her. She couldn't. Because they could have children, and he would do the same to their kids. That was an argument that might convince her parents, but she couldn't back it up with the Bible. Her father had gotten his phone out and looked up her verse. He read it because she could see his eyes move back and forth across the lines. Then his eyes stopped moving, and he stared at it. She knew he knew the verse. Probably he was trying to think if there was a backdoor argument, something he could say that would negate the teaching given in that verse. But there wasn't. She knew it. He did too. When someone went outside the bonds of marriage, the vow was broken. God wouldn't hold her to a vow that had been shattered. He was the righteous judge and just, not unreasonable. Her dad couldn't deny it. You're right, honey. Her chest felt lighter immediately. But you need to come home. It tightened again. She didn't want to argue about this. She also didn't want to go home. She'd done everything her parents had ever wanted her to do. The reason she was now living in North Dakota, alone, with an almost final divorce in her near past, was because she'd done what they wanted her to do. Her actions had saved their finances. Now, it was her turn. Not that she wanted to live for herself, necessarily, because she didn't believe that was the way to true happiness either. I have a ministry here. I can't just leave it. I'm working on the Christmas festival. I teach Sunday school. I have a job, and I'm selling baked goods. There are people who need me, and I'm doing good. Right here in Sweetwater. She thought her parents would argue, that there would be a discussion that lasted into the wee hours of the night and ended with one or all of them crying and angry. Rather, her dad looked at her, then looked back down at his phone. He tapped it on the table and lifted his head. I guess we just miss you. Her mother opened her mouth. Her dad put his hand up. We miss you, but we have to let you go. We did it as a show at your wedding, where I gave you away. I can't take something back that isn't mine anymore. He swallowed. A possible cloudiness in his eyes could have been a mist of tears. Angela hadn't been expecting that. Not at all. She pushed out of her chair and walked around the table, putting her arm around her dad and bending down to hug him. Maybe I'll be back. She was almost sure she wouldn't be. To visit, yes, if she ever got to the place where she could afford it. To live? No. Never. You're welcome any time."
"I know that, Dad."
Her mother patted her arm awkwardly, like she wanted to be included in the family circle, but not if she had to get messy in order to do it. Angela put her other arm around her. Her mother remained stiff, but these were her parents. If she wanted them to love her however she was, she supposed she needed to do the same. Love didn't need to mean agreement. Eventually, Angela sat back down at the table, and they talked until much, much later than her parents usually went to bed. They'd come to the diner for breakfast and to see her at work, but they'd be leaving afterward since her dad preached the next day. It made Angela a little sad to think of them leaving and a little guilty that she'd talked about her ministries here, because she had every intention in the world of leaving after the Christmas festival. So when they excused themselves to head upstairs to bed, she hugged them both, said she'd expect to see them at the diner in the morning, and explained that she'd be up as soon as she tidied the kitchen. There wasn't much to tidy. A couple coffee cups and plates where they'd eaten a piece of her pie. Mack and his parents and Mr. Swanson had gone to bed an hour or so before. She'd heard them, not seen them, and she was alone as she worked in the kitchen, feeling restless. So she turned the lights out, grabbed her heavy coat, hat, and gloves, shoved her feet in her winter boots, and stepped out into the clear white night. Christmas lights still glowed on a few houses along the street, and the new sign for Patty's Diner blinked blue and red, even though it was closed. The white church steeple stood out against the dark night at the end of Main Street. The snow squeaked under her boots, and the cold rushed up under her skirt, giving her goosebumps despite the leggings she'd put on when she dressed. She hadn't been here very long, but she was kind of partial to the North Dakota sky. The cold was uncomfortable in a way, but it had also become familiar. And she loved the people. Hardy and resilient, they were practical but big-hearted in a way she couldn't even begin to describe. She realized with a start that she would miss North Dakota, even more than she missed the little town she'd grown up in. Deep thoughts? Mack's voice came from behind her. She hadn't heard the snow squeak as he'd walked up the path from the back of the house to the front sidewalk where she stood with her head lifted to the sky, watching the light skiff of clouds float across the almost full moon. "No, it's just really pretty the way snow reflects the glow of the moon and makes everything bright. Not like day, but like a night with snow and moon." She laughed. "You can act like you don't admire it, but you love it too." "I was teasing you. Yeah, it's beautiful, and I don't have a problem admitting it. It's also dangerous. You should tell someone before you go outside and wander around." "How do you know I didn't?" "I was standing in the living room, listening." "You were eavesdropping?" "Sure." His shoulders went up and down inside his heavy coat. "You gonna tell me there's a Bible verse to say that's wrong?" "You were listening." She whirled to face him. "Might have been." His teeth flashed. Then just one shoulder lifted. "Not really. I'd just gotten up to go out and grab some pie for my parents and Mr. Swanson, but you guys sounded pretty serious, and my parents aren't leaving until tomorrow." "Too bad. We ate all the pie." "I'll do your shift at the diner if you'll make pie in the morning." He stomped his feet. "Guess you'd have to watch the girls when you get up. Forgot about that. Although my parents are here. Maybe they'd help." She studied his face in the moonlight. "How'd that go? I assume that's why they were here? Because of the girls and your sister?" "Yeah. She left a message for them yesterday. Said she thought she'd be in Europe indefinitely." "Just like that? She moves across the ocean?" his breath huffed out in a cloud of white. I guess. Whatever it takes. Sounds to me like she's living with her boyfriend and his girlfriend. Her eyes had run down his square jaw, over the stubble to the cleft in his chin. But his words jerked her thoughts back to their conversation. Sounds like the girls are better off here, maybe. Pretty sad when someone makes me, a single dude with no home and a slightly skewered moral compass, look like a good parent. I meant what I said tonight. She spoke softly, but in the cold, crisp air, her words sounded loud, ringing almost. I did too. He took a step closer to her and touched her cheek. You're not wearing gloves. No. His eyes followed his fingers as they trailed down her cheek to her neck. I've been wanting to feel this for a long time. Thought I might get a chance tonight. Rather lose my fingers to frostbite than miss it. His words made her lips turn up, but she couldn't get her lungs to work and her arms tingled. Her brain didn't seem to have a problem reconciling the idea that he didn't like her but still wanted to touch her. She knew it was possible. Maybe if she didn't like him so much, she'd be offended. I didn't have that much foresight, she whispered instead. His brows twitched, like her words surprised him. You don't have to wait for an opportunity. You can just make it. She'd kissed her husband, of course, in the week she'd lived with him. And she'd kissed Clay. She hadn't really wanted to kiss either man. Both of them had been for her parents. There was a really big part of her that was sure that kissing Mack would be a lot different. There was an even bigger part of her that wanted to find out. She took a step closer and tilted her head up even more. You're too tall. He smiled a little. That's where you take your glove off and reach your hand up. You can do it. She smiled her smile that had nothing to do with Sunday school. But I don't want to use my fingers. His fingers had reached the side of her neck, just under her head. They stopped. His chest stopped, too, before it went in and out deeply. In the back of her mind, she remembered her text and how it hadn't been answered, and her assumption that he'd not wanted to kiss her, and her promise to herself that she wouldn't go there again. But she had, and she wouldn't take the words back, because if she were leaving, she wanted to take the knowledge of Mack's kiss with her. But he didn't bend down. Time hung suspended, surrounded by shimmering moonlight on the snow and frigid cold and the vast North Dakota sky. But none of it mattered, because the man standing in front of her had rejected her twice. Her ribs seemed to wither in her chest, but her backbone wouldn't let her slump. She wouldn't back away. But she did speak. You ignored my text. Yeah. He still hadn't moved, and she itched to run away. It was inappropriate. I'm sorry I sent it. I'm not. Her eyes lowered to his chin, but they snapped back to his face. Questions formed in her throat. Because you thought my embarrassment was funny? She sounded bitter and she couldn't help it. No. She finally asked the question that had eaten at her since she sent it. Why didn't you answer? I didn't know what to say. That's funny. I didn't realize a man had to think that hard to figure out whether he wanted to kiss a girl or not. There were a lot of replies in my head, most of them pretty suggestive. His eyes seemed to plead with her to understand, and she tried to push her anger and hurt aside and listen. I could have gone to your room. His face flinched minutely. I've done that before. His gaze moved to over her head. Gone to girls' rooms. She wasn't completely shocked, but her chest sucked in painfully. I could have told you to come to me. I've done that before, too. Behind the garage, in the front seat of my truck. It usually involves alcohol, sometimes weed, too. It's not hard to get. His fingers moved ever so slightly on her neck, and she shivered. Cold? He asked immediately. She shook her head, biting her lip and not trusting her voice. He'd admitted that kissing girls was something he'd done a lot of, apparently. She could only imagine he'd done a lot more than kissing as well. She didn't understand why he'd told her no when he'd told so many others yes. He didn't say anything more, and she decided she wasn't going to get answers to the questions she didn't ask. I don't understand. His thumb skimmed across the edge of her jaw, and his eyes followed it. I guess I wanted you to be different. He looked into her eyes. I want to be different. And you thought ignoring my text would make it different? I didn't know what to say. I know all the old lines, the ones where I get what I want and walk away when I'm done, but not the ones that build something that will last a lifetime. I didn't know any lines like that. So I thought I'd better not say anything, because those are the kind of lines that you deserve. And she realized that even if he did bend his head down, she couldn't kiss him tonight, because he was looking for forever, and she was leaving after the Christmas festival. And even if she didn't, she disqualified herself from being his forever girl when she tried to use one of his friends and painfully told another he wasn't good enough. She stepped back, blowing 2 streams of white vapor out through a nose that was suddenly cold. Sad. Thanks for being honest, she said. I can give you more honesty. Her eyes tracked up from the top of the zipper on his coat to meet his gaze. Hit me. It was a phrase from cards, maybe, but she already felt like he'd given her several blows tonight. Not the close-fisted kind of her ex-husband, but the emotional blows that had her hard on its knees, gasping for breath, wiping the blood off with the back of her fist for one more round. Hit me hard. I want to kiss you. Not what she was expecting. She shook her head slightly. I'm not going to marry you. One side of his mouth kicked up in that lopsided grin that she found so irresistible she had to pull her eyes away. First time I've ever said kiss and the girl heard marry. I've kissed other men, but you're the first one I wanted to kiss. His eyes narrowed just slightly, as though thinking about her kissing men because she had to, rather than because she wanted to make him feel something. I thought it might be different, she added. Kissing a man I wanted to kiss. I think it would be. I think so too. She hesitated. I'd rather know. You can. You just gave me a big lecture about how you're doing things differently. I assume that was your polite way of saying you weren't going to kiss me. No. I was trying to tell you I don't want to be what I used to be. He ran a hand through his hair. That I want to treat you differently. But you came out here with no gloves on. I think we're safe. It's too darn cold to take any other clothes off. She felt like it was time to take a risk. It felt like a big risk to her. And she couldn't say she didn't feel any guilt, because she still intended to leave. Holding his gaze with hers, she pulled at the fingers of her gloves, first one, then the other, until they both dropped down into the snow. She lifted her brows in challenge. Maybe not, he murmured. Her hands went up, touching the strong cords of his neck, before wrapping around it and pulling him down. He moved under her pressure, and she almost sighed in relief. He would kiss her after all, and she would know if the kiss of a man she loved was different indeed than the kiss of ones she didn't. His hand threaded into the back of her hair, then the other, sliding through, like the touch of her hair on his skin was something to be savored, and his head lowered. She closed her eyes, reaching up. "Angela?" her dad called. Mack didn't jerk back, but he did stop, his lips a heartbeat from hers. "This might not be the ideal time to admit this, but I have looked down the business end of a girl's dad's shotgun, too." He laid his forehead on hers. "That's definitely something that's easier to do drunk and high." "Yes, but it builds character when you do it sober," she said, and she couldn't help grinning. "Was that your roundabout way of saying that he actually does have a shotgun?" "If I answer that, will you promise to kiss me some other time?" "I'm pretty sure I'm going to be lying awake tonight plotting ways to get you alone, but not too alone. If I survive." "No shotgun." He started to sigh. "It's a handgun, but my mom won't let him keep it loaded." "You're serious?" "He's not going to shoot you while I'm standing right here beside you." "You're on good terms, then." She laughed and stepped back, bending down to pick up her gloves. "I'm coming in, Daddy." She took one step, then turned back to Mack, who hadn't moved. "I don't care about all that stuff you said, because I know that God changes people." He dropped his gaze, nodding. She wasn't sure whether he understood that she was talking about herself, too, but she supposed it didn't matter. Still, when she left, North Dakota would have a piece of her heart. And Mack would, too. Chapter 13. Mack walked into the diner early the next morning. He didn't figure Patty would care that he was taking Angela's shift, but if she had a problem with it, it wouldn't take Angela long to get there. But she was fine, as he'd figured. "You just have to wear her apron," she said with a wink and a smile. Mack eyed the pink frilly apron. He looked back at Patty. He got the impression that Patty was kidding and didn't really think he'd do it anyway. "Pink's my favorite color." She had to recognize that for the joke it was, but he grabbed the apron from the hook and slipped it around his neck, tying it as best he could in a big bow that hung over the back pocket of his jeans. "Looks good with those puppy dog brown eyes," Patty said. Then she bustled away to the kitchen. After 3 hours of being on his feet and moving constantly, Mack had a new respect for waitresses. And to think that Angela, as delicate as she looked, did this for 8 hours straight, 5 days a week. Her parents came in just a bit before 8. He was disappointed to see that she wasn't with them, but it didn't surprise him either. She'd have the girls and be making pies, and his parents would be up. If he knew Angela, she'd cook for them, too. Actually, she was probably at home doing more than she'd be doing if she were at work. He wasn't sure if he did her a favor by taking her job or not. Regardless, he needed to apologize to her father. He walked over, realizing as he pulled the notepad out of his pocket that he was still wearing the pink frilly apron. Not what he would have chosen to face Angela's dad in. Too late. "Morning, Pastor and Mrs. Davis." He knew them from spending a month to 6 weeks in their town every summer for the last decade. Never thought he'd have gotten caught almost kissing their daughter. That was definitely a surprise to him. That and the fact that he'd pretty much spent the rest of the night last night trying to figure out where he could take her so that he could kiss her without too many interruptions or temptations, and whether or not it was appropriate to kiss her in front of the girls. He didn't think Disney movies had the kind of kisses he wanted to give Angela.
"Good morning, young man."
He always found it interesting the way some people could look down their nose at people, even when they were looking up. Mrs. Dyess had that talent. Did she practice that in the mirror?
"I'd like a coffee with 2 creamers and 2 packets of sugar. Hot."
There wasn't a strand of her hair out of place. Even the North Dakota wind left Mrs. Dyess alone. "I'd like a coffee too, black," Mr. Dyess said. Mack scratched it down but figured he didn't really need to. He wouldn't have any trouble remembering. "I'm sorry about last night." Mr. Dyess stapled his fingers together. Mrs. Dyess spoke before he did.
"For thousands of years, men have been taking advantage of women."
Her eyes moved down, then back up, making him want to squirm. He kept his feet planted.
"I know your type. Angela knows it too. But after being used the way she's been, she doesn't think she can do better."
Ouch. He didn't think that was true. Although Angela had told Boone that he wasn't good enough, and Clay hadn't been good enough until he'd gotten money, that had changed things. Maybe it was true. "She's old enough and she's out of our home. She can do whatever she wants. If she wants to roll around in the mud or hay or whatever you guys do." Mr. Davis's lips flattened. "But she wasn't raised to muck it up on the farm, and I can guarantee you she won't be happy there." He supposed they were probably right. Angela had certainly been raised to be an asset to her husband, but a white-collar dude, not a man who would need her to take a tractor to the back field or be out in the barn in the middle of the night delivering a calf in below-zero weather. It was his dream eventually to own his own spread. He'd wanted to buy Clay's business to get a few more years of experience and a little more money saved. But he hadn't been planning on marrying Angela anyway. He just wanted to kiss her. But new Mack didn't go around kissing just anyone. Okay, so it was kind of a surprise to him, but subconsciously he'd been kind of thinking, yeah, Angela, long term, with him. Long term, like a ring. Was that crazy? Mav and Cord would say it was. He had a feeling Clay knew exactly what would happen, and this was probably why he'd been okay with Mack taking Mav's bet. Mack was falling in love with Angela. He walked away from the table in a daze, not even saying anything more to the Davises. He was falling in love with Angela? Hadn't planned that, or even seen it coming. Heck, he wasn't even sure she wasn't using him. Didn't know how to tell. Her parents hated him. That wouldn't have bothered old Mack, but new Mack was a little more concerned. And he was planning to buy Clay's business, which meant he'd be gone from April through Thanksgiving. Holy smokes! He wouldn't see her for 8 months but a couple of times when they harvested in North Dakota. The idea of going that long without her made his chest feel like it was filled with smoke. He hadn't even kissed her. He had no idea how she felt about him, but he didn't want to leave her. Putting 2 cups of coffee on his tray, along with the creamers and sugar, he walked back over and set them down, taking Mr. and Mrs. Davis's orders and turning them into the kitchen. He wasn't going to be able to convince them that he was good enough for their daughter, mostly because he really wasn't good enough for Angela. Not because of the work he did. He wasn't ashamed of it. It was honest labor. But he'd lightly touched on his past. There was a lot more for him to be ashamed of. And nothing for her. Unless he counted Clay and Boone. But he wouldn't because she had done what she needed to in order to help her family. It wasn't something he thought was right, but he could respect a sacrifice made for the good of the family. After all, if she'd do it for her parents, she'd sacrifice for her husband and children too. Not that he'd ever want her to have to. It was the idea that that was her character. A willingness to do whatever it took to help her family. "Is there anything else I can get you?" he said as he placed Mr. and Mrs. Davis's orders on the table. "We're fine for now, thank you," Mrs. Davis said in a tone that made him feel like she was a queen talking to an aunt. "Wave me down if you need anything." His phone buzzed as he turned. He swiped, holding it to his ear as he cleaned off the next table. "Yeah. Combine's done. It's the one I wanted to use in the festival parade. Think you could get it?" Clay didn't waste time talking about the weather. Mack's hand stilled. "It's in the cities, isn't it?" "Yeah. I've got the 88 Pete here you can use, and I'll get the oversized load permits." "Can you get those on Saturday?" "Think so. Until 12. I'll check." That would be a 2-day trip. His parents were here, and they might stay until he got back. He'd been kind of hoping to finish what he started with Angela last night. "Yeah, I can't leave until after 1. You get the lowboy hooked up so I'm ready to roll, and I'll be out, probably by 2. "Sounds good. It's supposed to storm next week, and I'd like to get it back here, but I can't leave until Monday." "Yeah, I got it." Clay had a wife and a child to think about. Technically, Mack wasn't so encumbered. Except he was figuring out he kind of wanted to be. The diner stayed busy all morning and straight through lunch. It was Saturday, so maybe that was why. Mack knew most of the customers, took the teasing comments about his apron, and gave a few back. All the time, he was thinking about leaving Angela and not seeing her again until Sunday night, or maybe Monday. Monday afternoon after she got off work. Or later if he was helping Clay. While he was cleaning off a table, he was able to make a quick call to his parents and make sure they could watch the girls. They agreed to wait to leave until Monday. But that was only half of what he really wanted. Finally, there was no break in the number of customers that were coming in and waiting for their food, but he put his tray down and stepped outside, leaning his head against the building, his phone in his hand. Why not? So, he pulled the texting app up. "Want to come with me to the cities to pick up a combine? 2-day trip." He didn't have to wait long for her answer. "When?" "Leaving as soon as I get off." This time, she didn't text right back. He had people waiting on him inside, and he couldn't keep standing out in the cold. He needed to get back to work. He had pushed off the wall and was tucking his phone in his pocket when her text came back. "Raina is teaching my Sunday school class. I'll be ready when you get here. Pack a lunch?" He thought there might be a small refrigerator in that truck, but the last time he drove it, it wasn't working. It didn't matter about the lunch or refrigerator or anything else. He couldn't keep the smile off his face when he texted back. It wasn't exactly what he wanted, but it was as close as he could get. "Just bring pie." Chapter 14. "Oh, you're leaving?" Mack's mother, Glenna, said from the living room, emphasizing the word leaving. "Yes. Didn't Mack tell you? I'm going with him." "Oh." Glenna's wrinkled face crinkled even more. Her hands clasped in front of her, and she shifted. "I thought you would be here too. You mean I have to watch the girls for 2 days by myself?" A rotten feeling stole through Angela's stomach. A feeling like she wasn't going to get to go with Mack, when she had been shocked, then excited that he'd asked. She wanted to go. And she couldn't remember the last time she wanted anything more.
I think that's what he thought you were going to do.
I can't do that. She turned her head, looking at her husband who was sitting on the couch, watching TV with Mr. Swanson, and at the little girls who were playing with dolls on the floor. Her voice lowered. I'm too old. Someone has to cook for them and get them baths and ready for bed. I can watch them for a couple of hours, of course, but not for 2 days.
That's fine. I don't need to go.
Angela couldn't allow the girls to stay with someone who didn't think they could take care of them, even if it was their grandmother. Mack wouldn't want that either. Angela had to say she was pretty impressed with how careful he was with the girls. She wouldn't have expected that from him before she got to know him.
Well, if you don't mind,
Glenna said with not much sincerity, as she turned, shuffling over to the couch and picking up her word find before sitting back down.
Are you girls going to help me roll out the pie crust? Angela asked.
The girls jumped up immediately, running past Angela and into the kitchen. Angela wasn't sure how this was going to go. It wasn't the first time she'd made pies with little kids, but Holly and Ashley were a bit younger than she usually worked with in the kitchen.
Come to the sink, guys. Let's get your hands washed and get you in chairs. Can we eat it?
Holly asked, looking at the dough.
Sure.
Angela didn't bother to tell her that it would probably taste gross. After washing her hands and lifting her up so she stood in a chair, she broke off a piece of dough.
Don't spit it on the table if you don't like it, she warned.
Holly's eyes lifted to hers before they went back to the small piece of dough that Angela held out.
Me too,
Ashley said, jumping up and down on her chair. Angela put a hand on the back of it, just in case she lost her balance and fell off.
If you don't like it, we'll spit it in the garbage.
She waited until Ashley nodded, still smiling and not taking her eyes off the little piece of pie dough Angela held. She'd mixed it up while the kids were eating breakfast, so they'd seen her put the flour and butter together. They might have missed the other ingredients. There weren't many, but their brains couldn't quite process that there wasn't too much there to make it taste good. Ashley took the dough, then watched intently as Holly put hers in her mouth. Rather dramatically, in Angela's opinion. It was cute, and she had to smile. A little longing went through her. She could have been married with children of her own years ago, but no man had been good enough for her parents. Or maybe her parents didn't want to lose their only daughter. Not until they needed money. She shook the bitter thoughts away. It would work out for the best. She couldn't believe anything else. Actually, for a few moments after Mack had asked her to go with him, she'd thought that maybe there might really be a chance for them. That if he liked her enough to ask, and if they had the opportunity to spend more time together, maybe her past somehow wouldn't matter and she wouldn't have to leave.
I want more,
Holly said. Angela managed to stop herself from pulling a face. Just barely. Yuck.
Me too,
Ashley said. She allowed the girls to help roll the pie crust out, working it more than she normally would. The crust might end up being a little hard, rather than her normal flaky, but she figured Mack probably wouldn't care. He'd rather the girls be happy, and she agreed. Timing it so the pies would come out and be cool enough to eat by the time he walked in from the diner, she gave the girls some leftover pie dough to make their own pies. There weren't any tiny pie plates in the kitchen, but she found some oven-safe single-serving glassware that would work.
Layer your strips over the apples like this.
She helped Holly make a crosswork pattern for her crust. It wouldn't win any awards, but it made Holly happy. Ashley imitated them.
Now, before we put them in the oven, you guys hold them up and I'll take your pictures.
She pulled her phone out, stepping back into a solid chest. Spinning, she almost banged her nose into Mack, since he didn't move away. "Hey," he said. She froze, except her stomach seemed to be dancing through streamers. "Hey," she said, more softly. "I got your text." "I know." He'd just said okay. She figured he was busy. "You're home early." "Raina came in and relieved me. Clay probably asked her to so I could get going." "Oh." She had trouble looking away, and he seemed to be talking without thinking as he stared into her eyes. "Are you put these in the oven?" Holly called out in her squeaky voice. Angela cleared her throat, pulling her eyes from Mack's easy gaze and turning back to the table. "I sure am." She set her phone down and took the pies from the girls. "You two hold on just a second. I'll wipe you up." It was odd, but the idea of Mack being gone for 2 days constricted her chest. She didn't look at him as she put the girls' pies in the oven. "What do you think about taking them with us?" he asked softly, before he strode over and picked Ashley up, wiping her hands and dabbing at the flour on her face. "What were you doing? Eating the evidence?" he asked her, and she giggled. Angela stared at his back while he stood at the sink. Take the girls with them? How? She must have looked confused because he set Ashley down and grabbed Angela's hand. "Come out with me for a second." She appreciated him for not talking in front of the girls. If they decided they couldn't go, Angela would be taking care of the crying children while he walked out. "I'll be right back in, girls," she said over her shoulder as he pulled her out onto the unheated back porch. The cool porch felt good after the heat of the kitchen. "It would make it a lot more work for you, but there's a bunk in this truck. It's not like they would be strapped in." "Is that safe? Or legal?" She'd never heard of children being loose in a vehicle, any vehicle, before. But she'd never thought of riding in a big truck. "Sure, safe as riding in a motorhome." He shrugged like it was no big deal. "If I'm driving, I can't help you with them." "That would be the same as a car." "Yeah, but we could take turns driving in a car." "You can drive." He grinned. "Isn't that sexist for the man to have to drive all the time?" "Are we really going to have that argument now? The girls are waiting." "I'm waiting on you to make a decision. Go or stay." "Go." The word slipped out before she realized she had made the decision. It was worth it, though, when his lips curved and his face lit up. "Let's pack for 3 days. It's always best to be prepared." He took a breath and his hand moved like he was going to touch her, but it dropped. "Clay needed me out at the farm. I'll drive through town and pick you up in about an hour. Will that work?" "Yes, I'll have the girls packed and we'll be ready." She curled her fingers into her hand because, for some reason, she wanted to touch him. She needed to focus on something. "Your parents gave me a bunch of mail they brought for you, and I stuck it on the refrigerator." He slapped his leg. "Yeah, they told me about it but never gave it to me. Sounded like a bunch of junk to me. Would you mind just looking through it? Throw any junk away and take anything that looks important to my room." "Sure." "I'm going to scoot out this door. I started my pickup." "Okay, we'll be ready." He started toward the door, then paused. She thought maybe he was going to kiss her, but he just tapped her upper arm with his fingers. "Thanks," he said, then turned and left. It was dumb of her to watch him go, but she didn't move to leave the porch until the door had closed behind him. Why was she staring after him like she couldn't bear to see him leave for an hour? Crazy. She went back in, working with the girls to clean up the kitchen and wash the dishes. Quickly. Then she grabbed Mack's mail and ran up the stairs, thinking everything she needed to pack would fit in her shoulder bag. She stopped by the garbage can in the hall, flipping through Mack's mail, wondering why his parents saved stuff that was obviously junk. Some of it even looked like they'd opened it to check if it might be something legit. She easily threw them away. Until she came to the last piece. She recognized the emblem on the outside of the envelope. It was the same as the emblem that had been on the top of Clay's letter, the one he'd accidentally sent her that summer along with his handwritten letter, like he'd picked up both sheets of paper accidentally and stuffed them in an envelope without realizing it. The one where he'd been offered $1 billion if he married and settled in North Dakota. This one was sliced open at the top like some of the others, and junk was written on the outside of the envelope. The letter shook in her hands. She was almost positive she knew what it said. And that would change everything. There would be no way she could even think about staying now. She'd have to go. After what she'd done this summer, no one would believe she'd really fallen for Mack, for the funny, hardworking, upright man he was. They'd always say she'd been after his money. Wanting to be sure, she slipped the heavy, embossed stationery out of the envelope. Her lungs felt weighted, like they were filled with sand. But she unfolded the one-page letter and started to read. It didn't take long. It said almost exactly what Clay's had. Mack had until Christmas to get married and settle in North Dakota, and he would inherit $1 billion from the late Mr. Edwards of Sweetwater Ranch. Her head spun, and she put a hand on the wall. She wanted to be happy for Mack. This was a great opportunity for him. She knew it was legit because her father had checked it out when she'd shown him the letter she'd gotten from Clay. But she couldn't do this. Mack had already told her he'd had plenty of prior girlfriends. 3 weeks wasn't very long to find someone, but $1 billion was a lot of money. It wouldn't be hard to find a girl who'd be willing to do something that crazy for that kind of money. And from the way Mack had talked, he'd been with some pretty wild girls. No one would ever consider her wild, but it wouldn't take $1 billion for her to want to marry Mack. She gave herself 3 minutes to stop trembling and get a hold of the riot in her chest. Carefully putting the letter back in the envelope, she took it and set it on his dresser. He should know about that as soon as possible. But she wasn't going to tell him until after they got back from their trip. She'd finish up the preparations for the Christmas festival, throw herself into making it the best it could be. Then, after it was over, she'd leave. In the meantime, she wouldn't mention the letter, and she'd enjoy this trip with Mack, making memories she could look back on after she'd gone. Chapter 15. Mack drove slowly down Main Street in Sweetwater. There was no place to pull over, so he put the hazard lights on, pulled the yellow knob to set the air brakes, and looked over at the passenger side, making sure the door was unlocked. Clay had already gotten the interior cleaned out from the dirt accumulated over the summer, so it didn't look bad to him, but Mack wasn't sure how Angela would feel about it. She was a little different than he. He liked the differences, it was part of their attraction, but her parents hadn't been as happy about them. He wished he knew better what Angela thought. This trip had had the possibility of him finding out, but now with his nieces along, he doubted he'd have much time to talk with Angela. Just being with her would have to be enough. Hopping down out of the cab, he slammed his door shut and walked around the front of the truck. He'd already done his walk-around inspection before he left, but any time he drove, he always had an eye on the truck. Tires looked good, hood was latched, no wheel seals leaking. Angela was coming out of the door as he rounded the front, a little hand in each of hers and a bag slung over each shoulder. Each girl carried a pack over their shoulders, too. Mack didn't mean to stop, but he did, just looking at how perfect the ladies looked as they stepped off the porch and onto the plowed walk. Angela with her long blonde hair flowing down out of her beanie hat, and the girls beside her bundled in their bright jackets. They hardly looked like they belonged in his truck, despite the jeans and boots they all wore. He forced his feet to move again, not wanting to allow his mind to go there. It was too close to what Angela's parents had said. He didn't want to believe that Angela and he were too different to find a middle ground. He opened the passenger door, then held his hand out. "I'll take your bags. It's hard to climb up with them." The girls handed them over, and he shoved them both over his shoulder before taking Holly's hand and helping her climb the steps. "Stomp your feet on the steps a little to get the snow off of them," he said. Holly obeyed enthusiastically, scraping her boots on the metal rungs of the steps. He helped her the rest of the way up, then lifted Ashley, since the bottom step was about at her belly button and she was never climbing them herself without getting her clothes dirty and wet. He set her down on the second step. "Brush your feet off like Holly did." She tried. He helped her a little, and together they got most of it off. He set her the rest of the way in, with her feet on the floor. Then he turned to Angela. Her cheeks were rosy and her eyes sparkled. It looked like she was happy to be coming. He'd wondered about it, some. It's not like he offered to take her anywhere fancy. Just a trip in a truck to a John Deere dealer. Not exactly a dream date. He'd never been a fancy guy, but he thought he used to have a little more finesse with the ladies. Somehow the plural form of that word didn't interest him anymore. "Thanks for getting them ready," he said, speaking loud enough to be heard over the rumbling of the motor. She stopped in front of him. "No problem. They're as excited as I am." It warmed his heart to know that she was excited to be with him. Maybe it was just the truck ride. "Your first truck ride?" he said, wanting to know if she was really excited about riding with him or if it was something else. Her eyes seemed to darken. "It is." Her lip twitched. "But that really wasn't what I was excited about." "Okay." So he smiled. "Yeah. I was hoping not." She moved closer, and he didn't back away. "I'm looking forward to a good time." He wasn't going to stand there and let her make all the moves. He wanted to do things right, but that didn't include making her chase him. He met her halfway. "Thanks for the warning. Guess I'll have to do my best to make sure you have one." "All you have to do is show up and smile at me." "So I can sit and smile and you'll drive." "I avoided this argument quite deftly earlier today, and I can do it again." Her brows went up in challenge. Everything in him wanted to meet that challenge, but they needed to get going. "I think there's a saying about a battle and a war that's applicable here." Her eyes lit. He didn't care about the cold or the combine that needed to be picked up, and he almost forgot about the girls that were waiting in the truck. He just wanted to be with Angela. After a long pause, she seemed to shake herself. "Are you going to help me up, too?" "What kind of help do you want? Help like Holly or help like Ashley?" She laughed, and he felt like he was falling. The sound reached deep and pulled, making his heart beat faster and his lungs work harder. It was a disconcerting feeling, and he put a hand up on the open door. "Like Holly," she said, her brows crinkling some as she looked at him, like she'd noticed something was off and was trying to figure out what. She put a hand on his side, and he had to admit it. He jumped. Her eyes narrowed. "What?" Why was it so hard to even swallow? He was the one with all the experience. And all they were doing was talking, for goodness sake. Correction. She was talking. He apparently had lost the ability, and he didn't even know why. The smile had completely faded from her face, and he could feel her closing off and backing away, although she hadn't moved. He tried again. I felt weird for a minute, but I'm fine now. Immediately, her eyebrows lifted and her face tightened. Weird? I'm fine. The words were short, much shorter than he meant them to be. But he wasn't going to tell her she made him feel like he was falling. In love. Really falling. Her mouth closed and her lips tightened. Maybe you shouldn't be driving. That was not the problem. No, I'm fine. You're safe. I promise. What do you mean by weird? She asked again, like he hadn't answered her the first time. I don't know, but it's gone and I'm good. Her hand tightened on his waist. He should have worn a coat. Let's go, he said. The girls are going to figure out how to put this thing in gear and go without us. She didn't move, just stared into his eyes. So he did the only thing he could think of. He moved closer, putting his hands around the back of her neck and feeling the soft strands of her hair brush in his hands. He leaned in. He whispered in her ear, "The closer I get to you, the more you scramble my heart. Stay on your own side of the truck and I'll be fine." He leaned back, and the worry was almost gone from her face. He hadn't wanted to be so vulnerable, admitting that she affected him like she did, but he couldn't stand her to worry either. I think it's me that's feeling a little weird now, she said, and she sounded breathless. That made his smile stretch across his face. Maybe I better put you in like Ashley. Still smiling, she shook her head and turned. He gave her time to figure out the handles and pull herself up. He put his hand on her waist over her coat and just steadied her. She could do it on her own, but it was more fun to pretend she couldn't. He waited until she'd closed her door before walking around, whistling, although he couldn't hear it because of the motor. Angela sat in the seat and waited for her heart rate to settle. She felt breathless and almost like she was floating. Funny how the man could do that to her with a touch and a whisper. A peek at the girls showed that they were exploring the open bunk in the back, already jumping on the mattress with their dolls out. It might end up being a long ride with the two little ones, but she didn't mind. It almost felt like they were a family, going somewhere together. She hadn't realized how much she'd longed for that. Thoughts of Robin and what she might be doing or planning threatened to spoil her joy. Robin could come back at any time and decide she wanted the kids in Europe. Doubtful, but still possible. It wasn't something she wanted to think about. After all, she was leaving them anyway. She looked back again. The girls were lying on their stomachs, facing each other and giggling. The bunk didn't seem very big, but it was a novelty, and they seemed to be enjoying it. Mack's door opened, and he stepped up. Her heart skipped, and she looked away. But then she remembered that she was leaving and had decided to enjoy this last time with him, so she looked back, smiling when he met her eyes. They didn't say anything. She felt like they didn't need to. He pulled out slowly, and she watched, a little scared because there was so much she couldn't see. You can probably let go of the door handle now, he said after they had rolled out of town and were headed toward the interstate. She looked down, seeing her white knuckles as her hand gripped the door handle. Yeah, probably can. He laughed. You afraid of heights? No, I can't see.
When the car disappears behind the hood, I think you're going to hit it.
Well, I can see just fine on this side. He nodded his head toward the passenger steer tire. I can't see over there, so I have to pay attention to what's going on in front of and behind me. So when a car disappears in my blind spot, I know it.
You have to make a lot of assumptions.
You do, especially in these old long hoods. She wasn't sure exactly what that meant, but decided it wasn't important. It's funny, he said after a few minutes of silence. But I've seen you over the years as we've harvested around your dad's church, and I never one time thought you'd ever be riding in a truck with me.
That makes two of us.
Bet your parents would flip if they could see you.
Definitely. I'm sorry about them, by the way.
They'd insinuated that he wasn't good enough. They hadn't been subtle with her dad pointing a gun at him and everything. He lifted a shoulder like it didn't matter. She knew it probably had to, though. You can't help what your parents do, just like they can't control what you do. They had for many years, though. She still wasn't quite used to making her own decisions.
Was it just you and your sister growing up?
She wanted to get the focus off herself, but she was also curious about him. He'd insinuated a lot of things, but she wanted details. Yeah, he gave a little snort. I thought I was the wild one. Never figured I'd be the one keeping her kids while she ran off. They'd reached the interstate, and he got in the lane to turn to go east. Angela checked in the bunk, making sure the girls were happy playing. She wasn't going to fool herself into thinking that they'd be happy there the whole trip, but she'd take what she could get.
You seem so steady. When you say wild, I have trouble picturing it.
Well, don't, because I was. My parents fought a lot, especially through my teenage years. He shifted as they went up the ramp. She'd not ridden much in a vehicle that had a gear shift, but she did notice that he didn't use the clutch as he went through the gears, which seemed weird. He seemed very confident, and she enjoyed watching him, although she tried to do it so he wouldn't realize she was staring. Dad would leave and come back. A few times he moved into an apartment in town. Couple times he had a girlfriend. When he was out, Mom would sometime bring guys home. She raised her eyes to his face. He stared at the road as they merged into the right lane at road speed.
That must have been hard.
Yeah, I guess. It was a mess, but it seemed normal. Still, there wasn't much of a standard at home, and there wasn't anything keeping me back from doing whatever I wanted. It's actually a small miracle that I finished school. It's more than a small one that I got hooked up with Clay. I'd probably be in prison today if it weren't for him.
I would never have guessed it.
She was a little shocked. She knew that kids had home lives like that. She'd worked with kids like that. But she hadn't figured Mack for one. Mack slanted a look over at her. He doesn't give his guys a choice about going to church, and that was probably the best thing that could have happened to me. That and being around guys like Preacher and Abner. They preached with their lives and didn't need to open their mouths. She nodded, knowing what he meant. Knowing also that it was his character that had allowed the change in his life. No one had forced him into it. She had to admire that. I'm never going to be a preacher, though.
I could have told you that.
Guess I just figured I needed to be honest. That comment made her look over, trying to figure out what he meant. But he wasn't looking at her.
I'm never going to be a preacher either, if that makes a difference to you, she said with a grin, just trying to see if she could get him to lose the serious look that had settled over him. His lips turned up. You'd make a good one. Preach at them for a while, then you can feed them pie when you're done. She gasped. I forgot the pie.
It'll still be there when we get home. He tilted his head. Maybe not. Between my parents and Mr. Swanson, it might not make it.
Well, there's more where that came from, although I was planning on spending next week working on the Christmas festival. It starts Thursday night with the parade.
Her stomach tightened. Maybe she shouldn't have come. She still had a lot of work to do. I'll give you a hand, he said easily. That loosened her nerves somewhat, and she put the festival out of her mind. She'd been working hard on it, and everything was under control. She could take a few days and let her hair down. She might never have the opportunity again. After a few hours, she'd been surprised at how good the girls were and thought that maybe the trip was going to be easier than she thought. Mack had been telling her stories about his time on the harvest crew, and she'd been enjoying their easy friendship when a bang from over her right shoulder made her think someone was shooting at them, which was ridiculous since they were on a flat highway in the middle of snow-covered fields. Her first instinct was still to duck and check the girls. But she turned her head. Mack didn't look scared, just annoyed. He'd been looking in her side mirror, but he glanced at her, saw the questions in her eyes, and said, "Lua Drive." He didn't say anything more, and she spent a couple of minutes chewing on that before she assumed he meant a tire. The truck was slowing as Mack eased it off onto the frozen shoulder, which was mostly free of snow, although it was piled up along the road.
What was that?
Holly appeared in the opening of the bunk.
I pee,
Ashley said from behind her. Angela bit her lip and looked at Mack. His face was still tight with annoyance, but there was a small twinkle in his eye. "I'll take care of the tire. You take care of the kid." The truck came to a complete stop, and he pulled the brake knob out. "Sounds like a fair deal to me."
Maybe you could give me a hint on how I should take care of the kid?
She said hopefully as Ashley and Holly came out and climbed up in her lap. The annoyance completely disappeared as Mack's face crinkled into a grin. "I've dealt with blown tires before. However, a kid that needs to pee in the middle of nowhere, on snow-covered ground, in sub-freezing temperatures, that's new."
Should I take her outside?
Angela asked, not finding the situation as funny as Mack, but appreciating that he was laughing and not angry. He pursed his lips. "I don't have anything for her to pee into in here, so yeah, I think you're going to have to take her outside." He pointed past her head. The truck shook as a semi blew by them. A car on its left had prevented it from giving them a lane. "I'd take her straight out there, and I wouldn't mess around. I'm going to set up triangles, but people fly in this area, and we're not really in a safe spot." That scared her a little.
What are we going to do?
"I'm going to take a look at things. Sometimes when they fly apart, they make a mess. If the truck's too mangled to change it, we'll have to figure something out. If not, I don't have the tools to change it myself, so we'll have to call someone. I'll give Preacher a call as soon as I get out, see what he wants. Being that it's Saturday night, it's not going to be easy or cheap." He tweaked Holly's chin. "I'd really like for you girls to stay inside as much as you can." His eyes glinted. "If Ashley can wait until I get things rolling with getting this tire taken care of, I'll take her off the highway a bit to go."
Can you wait, Ashley?
Angela asked, running her hand over Ashley's head and smoothing her hair back. Her head shook and her lip trembled. Mack gave her a thoughtful look before he seemed to make a decision. "Hang on, I'll be over." Chapter 16. Having a cap fly apart wasn't all that unusual, although it happened more in the summer when it was hot out. But still, it'd have been real nice if he could have had it happen sometime he didn't have Angela and the girls. Angela hadn't seemed upset, though, although she probably didn't realize that it was going to be hours before they were back on the road. He hadn't wanted to hit her with too much at once, so it seemed like a good idea to leave that info for another conversation. Glancing at the ruined tire, he could see the half fender was bent, but not to the point where they'd need to do major surgery on it. He pulled his phone out and hit Preacher's contact before he opened the door and held his arms up for Ashley. "Come here, kiddo." Angela helped her swing her legs over and lowered her down to where he could grab her. Holding his phone pinched against his shoulder with his head, he caught Ashley around the waist and adjusted her in his arms. He felt like he should apologize to Angela or something, but she gave him a small smile just before Clay answered the phone. "Hello?" Mack turned away and shut the door, making sure it latched tight. They'd probably be leaning on it, and he didn't want it to pop open. "Hey, Preach. Got a blown drive, passenger side." He gave their location to the nearest mile marker. "How bad's the fender?" Preacher asked. "Bent, but not to the point we'll have to take it off." "Okay." Preacher sounded distracted, and Mack assumed he was already looking for garages that did roadside calls. Would probably be a little hard to find in this remote area of North Dakota. He made a note to check to see how far it was to the next exit as another big truck rumbled by. Mack was 20 feet off the road and wasn't watching, but that would have made his truck sway. He was fine with that, but he didn't want some driver who was distracted by a cell phone or something else to run off the road and hit them. At the speeds traffic ran on this road, that wouldn't be a pretty situation for anyone. He didn't like that the girls weren't safe. There wasn't any shelter off the road, so he turned his back to the highway and spent a few seconds considering what was the best approach to the pee situation. Best way being defined as the way he was least likely to get any of Ashley's bodily liquids on himself. He'd like to keep it off her, too, since that was pretty much the point. "I'll call you back in a few minutes," Clay said. Mack didn't add any pleasantries, but shut his phone off and shoved it in his pocket. They hadn't put Ashley's shoes back on, so he decided to just take her pants off completely. Couldn't get pee on them if they were over his shoulders. Man, he hoped not anyway. He held her legs just above the knees and used his elbows and upper arms to steady her torso. She gripped his biceps with her hands. Squatting like a football player at the line of scrimmage, he hoped he'd figured the trajectory of the situation out correctly. "Okay, kiddo, let her rip." Nothing. He waited a few seconds. Her little butt had to be getting cold. His fingers sure were. "Go ahead and pee, honey." Ashley whimpered. "I want potty." "Yeah, me too." Like times 10. "But we don't have one, so we're going to pretend that I'm a potty." Wow, if the crew could only hear him now. "And you're going to pee." "I can't." "I thought you had to go really bad." She started to whimper harder. It sounded like crying. "I do." What was he going to do? He had a crying child in the middle of the frozen North Dakota flatlands who was going to have frostbite on her nether regions, or else he was going to put her clothes back on and she'd pee in the truck after she got back in. Angela probably wouldn't be very happy about that. "If you pee, you can turn the snow yellow." Ashley stopped crying. She looked down at the pretty white snow. "Yellow?" "Sure, your pee will turn the snow pretty yellow." "I show Annie," she said, which is what she called Angela. His legs were starting to get tired, and he was pretty sure that Angela wouldn't want them to take any yellow snow back to the truck with them, no matter how pretty. After all, that was the whole reason they were standing out with the wind blowing over them anyway. But hey, if it got her to go. "Sure, we'll show Angela. She'll love it. Yellow's probably her favorite color." Those seemed to be the magic words, since Ashley then proceeded to color a lot of snow yellow. As he bent there, waiting for the stream to end, Mack was pretty grateful she hadn't let loose with all of that in the truck. He hadn't brought floaties. It didn't take him long to get her clothes back on her. He started back for the truck. "Wait!" she cried. "Yellow snow for Annie!" Mack stopped. Oh boy. He said they'd show Angela. It had been a promise. He couldn't not keep his word to Ashley. He didn't know what was going to happen with his sister and his nieces. They could leave him next week and he'd never see them again. But for however long he had them, he needed to be a good influence in their lives, which meant keeping his word, no matter how hard. But Angela wasn't going to want to see the pretty snow. "Of course, honey." He stopped and turned, walking slowly back to the spot in the snow that was a faded yellow. Man, what was he going to do? Ashley bounced on his hip, smacking her hands against his chest and back. He couldn't let her down. But as he knelt, his phone pushed into his back pocket. Oh, yeah, he could take a pic. He took it out and pulled up his camera app. He'd just said he'd show Angela. He hadn't actually said they'd touch the snow. "You gonna push the button?" He figured Angela wouldn't care if it were fuzzy. Maybe she'd prefer it that way. "Me push." She bounced again, almost making him lose his balance. He was able to catch himself without pitching forward, which would have been way closer to the yellow snow than he'd ever want to be. They snapped the pic, several of them. He made a mental note to delete them later, pretty sure that normal people didn't have pics of yellow snow on their phones. This satisfied Ashley, and they made their way back to the truck where Angela and Holly's heads stared at them through the passenger window. He opened the door. "Yellow snow! I made yellow snow!" Ashley called out. "You did? Wow, that's great!" Angela looked over Ashley's head. Her eyes were smiling. "She wanted to show you," he said. "Oh, I don't think I took a picture." "Oh, that's what you guys were doing." "Yeah." He lifted Ashley up and set her back in the truck. "I didn't think she was going to go. She wanted a potty." "I see. So you bribed her." He held his phone up for her to see. "No, it wasn't a bribe. I just encouraged her to stop suppressing her inner artistic creativity." "It was a bribe." She crossed her arms over her chest. "You weren't there. It's not your call." He would have argued more, but his phone buzzed. "It's Clay." Angela seemed a little uncomfortable, and he wondered again if she were still harboring feelings for him, even though she'd denied it. "I need to get it. I'll let you know as soon as I know what's going on." She nodded, and he closed her door, swiping his phone with a cold thumb. He needed to get his gloves out of the dog box. "What'd you find out?" he asked, foregoing any greeting. "Said they'd be there in 4 hours. Mack blew out a long breath, the air fogging around him. He didn't want the girls to be sitting along the road that long. Then it'd be at least another hour to change the tire. They were looking at a pretty late night, too, when they made it to the cities. "I'm checking to see how close the next exit is. I might try to limp it to an off-ramp at least." "That's what I thought," Clay said. "The next exit is 20 miles. "That's a no-brainer. I'm going to try to baby her down the road. Even if it takes an hour, that's better than sitting where we are for 5 or 6. "Don't be surprised if the cops show up." "That's great. I'll take an escort. Be safer." "Well, I'd look for them, 'cause I'm sure they're coming." "Got it." He started walking back the length of the trailer to pick up his orange triangles. "Can you call the guys that are coming and tell them I'll be at the next exit?" "Yeah. I'll give them your number and tell them to give you a ring." There might be a truck stop or something there, and it'd be better for the girls to hang out there. Perfect. Thanks. They hung up. This wasn't exactly the way he'd planned to spend the day. He put the emergency triangles back in the dog box and grabbed his gloves, setting them on the floor beside his seat before he climbed in the cab. Angela's eyes were on him, her brows raised in question. We're going to take it to the next exit. We've got guys coming to change it, but they said 4 hours. Usually 4 means at least 6. She huffed a little laugh like he'd hoped she would. It was true. Usually things took longer than what they said. No point in getting upset about it.
So,
she drew the word out.
Can we drive with one flat tire?
We're going to take it slow. He pressed the brake knob in and hooked into a low gear, letting the clutch out after checking his side mirror and making sure his hazard lights were on.
Well, you've got, 17 other wheels?
He grinned, loving the way she really didn't have a clue but was trying to convince herself that it was okay. Yeah, the problem really is that wheels are set up as duals. This set of duals lost its partner, so to speak. So we just want to take it easy because the remaining tire is carrying the load that's meant for 2. Not a huge deal since we're not loaded, but something to be careful about. If that second tire blows, we're dead in the water.
That would be bad.
Yeah. Worse things have happened. I was trucking with a guy one time. He'd just gotten all brand new rubber, but he didn't tighten his bolts up good enough, and the whole set of duals worked their way off. He saw something going up the highway beside him, and it was his tires. He hadn't even noticed they were coming off.
That seems kind of far-fetched.
Angela eyed him skeptically. He shrugged. True as I sit here. I was about a mile ahead of him, so I didn't actually see the tires come off, but I went back and got them for him. He caught another gear, staying off the highway and keeping an eye in his mirror for traffic that was oncoming. That must have been one hen of a vibration, which is why I can't believe he didn't notice it. But some people drive because they don't have a choice, and some do it because they love it. He's a no-choice kind of guy.
The difference between loving your job and just doing your job to pay for your hobby?
Angela asked. He supposed being a pastor's daughter, she'd met all kinds. That's exactly what I mean.
So, are you a job lover or do you have a hobby?
You know, the trick is to figure out how to make money with your hobby. It wasn't really an answer.
Not everyone can do that.
Sure, take you. You love baking. You could open a bake shop. You could be happy in a little shop the rest of your life, or you could turn it into something big. She looked down at her lap, then stared out the windshield. Maybe he'd nudged a touchy subject. He didn't hear her sigh, but her chest moved in.
You never answered me. Are you a job lover or a hobby supporter?
I loved being on the harvest crew. You know, I've been thinking of buying it. But I want to own my own spread someday, just don't have the money for it yet. I guess that makes me a hobby supporter until I can be a job lover, although I love my job and I'm not really doing my hobby. Make sense?
Yes, I understand. How soon are we going to be there?
Holly asked from the bunk opening. Angela met his eyes and they shared a little smile. She turned around to face Holly.
How about I come back for a bit?
He found that he didn't want her to leave and enjoyed having someone beside him. Not just someone, but Angela. Her smile and laugh. Her ability to just sit in silence that didn't feel like it needed to be filled. And yet she'd chatter with him too. And he liked looking at her. Still, it was going to be a long few hours, and he supposed it was better that she was willing to entertain the girls. Chapter 17. It was after 2 a.m., and Angela could barely keep her eyes open when they finally pulled into the truck stop that was 10 minutes from the John Deere dealer. Unfortunately, Clay had told Mack that the guy who was going to meet them after hours to let them in the fenced yard was going out of town and wouldn't be back until Monday morning, which meant their overnight trip had turned into 2 nights, one of which was half over. The girls had long since fallen asleep in the bunk, and Angela had barely been able to stay awake in the passenger seat. Mack seemed to be fine, but there was a tightness around his eyes that seemed to indicate he was as close to being exhausted as she. He was backing into what seemed like the only available parking spot in the truck stop when he spoke. "There's a hotel across the road over there. I'll go over and get you and the girls a room. Then I'll come back and carry them over."
Aren't you getting a room too?
"I wasn't going to, if you'll let me use your shower. If not, I can shower at the truck stop. Either way, I'll sleep in the bunk and come back over in the morning. It says the hotel has a pool, and the girls might enjoy a couple hours of swimming."
I don't have suits for them.
He slanted tired eyes at her. "We'll figure something out. Tomorrow." She was too tired to argue. "I'll be back in a few." She nodded, and he left. They'd made it to the ramp with the blown tire just fine, and there'd been a small gas station. Not a truck stop, but big enough for Mack to pull around in. They'd eaten and fueled and allowed the girls to race around the back of the lot until the repair company had come. So the girls had some time to run around and not be cooped up in the truck. They'd stayed up later than they usually did, and Angela held them both on her lap for a while as they'd driven into the night until they'd finally fallen asleep. Getting them back to the bunk had been an interesting chore. Maybe she dozed off a little because the click and rattle of Mack's door startled her. She'd not realized he'd walked across the lot and back to the truck. His eyes crinkled. "Caught you sleeping?"
It's 2 a.m. Pretty sure that's what normal people are doing this time of night.
"If I were a trucker, this is when I'd be on the road. You own it at this hour." His smile looked way too energetic for the way she felt.
Can we have this discussion later?
"You seem to say that a lot. I think you're avoiding me." She snorted. "Hand me a couple of bags and I'll put them over my shoulders. Then, if you'll hand me the girls, I'll carry them over." She shuffled in the back, grabbing the bags she'd tidied up after she put the girls down and handing them out to Mack, before carefully lifting Holly and handing her out. Holly groaned but didn't cry, wrapping her arms around Mack's neck. Ashley was next. Angela made sure her hat was down, covering her ears. She didn't want her to get chilled. She guessed it was slightly warmer here in Minnesota than it had been in North Dakota, and the wind wasn't blowing, but Ashley had a tendency to sweat when she slept, and it wouldn't take long for her damp heat to chill.
I'll carry her when I get down.
It's a long walk. Angela grabbed the last bags and climbed around the steering wheel.
Do you want it locked?
No. I'm coming right back out as soon as I shower. 20 minutes, tops. There's no key that works to open the door anyway. They walked across the snowy parking lot, the frigid air doing a lot to wake Angela up. Didn't relieve her tiredness, but she kept telling herself she'd soon be warm and in bed. They finally made it to the hotel, which was quiet and warm. Clean, but not fancy. They'd waited quietly for the elevator and shuffled on, punching the button for the 4th floor and waiting for the doors to close. You gonna make it? Mack asked softly.
I don't have a choice, do I?
She answered just as soft. Maybe you're a little tougher than you look.
I don't feel tough right now.
You make it tonight, and I'll be over early in the morning and take care of the girls so you can sleep a bit more. I'm guessing they'll be up a while before you want to be. He was close enough that she could see the crinkles in the corner of his eyes and the stubble on his cheeks. It made her want to run her hands down over it. except they were full of his niece.
Probably,
she breathed. Angela, The elevator bell dinged and the doors opened. He took another breath before he moved. She turned too and walked off, waiting for him to lead the way. She didn't even know which room they were in. Honestly, she didn't care. She was tired enough that the idea of resting in his arms, even for a little bit on the elevator, was a temptation almost too strong to ignore. He was carrying most of the bags, and both of his hands were full. "The card's in my back pocket. Would you get it?" he asked softly. She shifted Ashley, freeing a hand and reaching up under his coat. In normal circumstances, it would have been really weird to be digging in Mack's pocket. Okay, it was still really weird to be digging in Mack's back pocket. It was way outside her realm of experience, and there was a surprising part of her that was tempted to linger. She beat that part back. She wanted to have a good time with him, not seduce the poor man. Plus, he had to be as tired or more than she was. Using one hand, she pulled the paper packet out of his pocket and flipped it open, sliding the cards out, separating one. It took a little fumbling, but she managed to get one on the sensor, turning the light green. The lock clicked. Pushing the door open, she stepped through. Almost there.
"If you just lay her on the bed, I'll take care of changing them while you shower."
They'd use the restroom around 8, so she figured they'd be good in that area, and she wasn't going to bother with anything else like brushing teeth and washing faces that might wake them up. "Okay, if you don't mind, that will make it faster." He set Holly down on the bed. She whimpered a bit and curled up in a ball.
"I don't mind."
Angela set Ashley down while he dropped the bags on the floor. She must have turned too fast because she stumbled as she was reaching down for Holly's bag. His hands on her upper arms kept her from falling to the floor. "Easy," he said.
"Sorry,"
she said at the same time. It was quiet enough in the room that she could hear him swallow before his hands loosened, but didn't drop. "I'm sorry it was such a messed up day. That wasn't my plan." Her head tilted. The urge to lean into him was almost more than she could fight.
"I just enjoyed being with you."
It was the naked truth. "I have to say, I've never enjoyed driving as much as I did today. It was a real pleasure to look over and see you beside me." His hands moved down her arms and slid around her back. She quit fighting and leaned into him, resting her head on his chest and putting her arms around him. "I think I need to get in the shower pretty quick. I'm too tired to make any kind of good decision right now." He spoke the words, but made no move to back away. Neither did she. They stood there for a while, not moving, and she thought that she might want to stand there all night, because nothing had ever felt more right than staying in the circle of his arms. He moved slightly, and she lifted her head. His eyes, dark and serious, stared into hers as his head lowered. Her heart woke up, and her fingers tingled. She reached up, stretching.
"Mommy! Mommy!"
Holly moaned, rolling restlessly. She started crying. Angela still had her arms around Mack, and his chest expanded deeply under her before he blew a long breath out, then bent and kissed the top of her head.
"I've got this,"
she said, backing out of his arms, feeling them slide away. She didn't watch him grab his bag and walk into the bathroom, but turned and put a hand on Holly, stroking and whispering until she quieted. The girls were changed and tucked into one of the 2 beds when Mack stepped out of the bathroom. Angela grabbed her bag, ready.
"I hate to see you go back outside,"
she said, stopping well out of reach. They might not get interrupted next time. "I don't mind. I'll sleep just as well out there as I would here, so might as well be out. He grinned. I'm going to take a card with me, and I'll be up around 7. Think the girls will be up before then?
I doubt it.
Great. I saw a superstore behind that other hotel. I might truck over there before turning in. They won't have suits, but they might have something we can cut off and make work. It took her a minute to realize he was talking about the pool.
You want the girls to swim in cutoffs?
Sure. Why not? He looked at her expectantly, waiting. She didn't have words. There wasn't anything wrong, exactly. It just wouldn't look good. But what did it matter if it didn't look good? Wasn't that what she'd been brought up all her life to do? Look good? In the end, her parents had basically sold her. That didn't sound good. Maybe she was too tired to think logically. Mack still waited.
Whatever you get, we'll make it work, she finally said.
Okay. He rubbed the back of his neck for a second. I really want you to set the lock behind me, but you'll have to get out of bed and let me in the morning.
I can do it.
Okay, he said, his voice lowering. He paused just a second as though considering something more, but in the end, he turned and left. She locked the door, wishing he'd stayed, and knowing he really couldn't. In the morning, Mack was knocking on Angela's door a few minutes before 7. It hadn't been hard to get out of bed this morning. He'd been eager to see Angela. He couldn't recall ever being this wrapped up in another person, where he wanted to be where she was and do what she was doing, or have her with him. All the time. He was pretty sure he was falling for her, and he thought she felt the same. He was also fairly certain that she'd changed from the person she was this summer. She might have been after Clay's money, but that was her parents talking. She'd been trying to help them out. His buddies on the crew might have a hard time accepting her at first, but she'd win them over. Because he really didn't think she could fake the look that was in her eyes last night. It had been all he could do to leave. He was glad this morning he had, though. He wouldn't have wanted to wake up with regrets, and he definitely didn't want Angela to have regrets. She was the kind of woman who would. Not to mention, technically, she was still married. The thought made him want to wrap his fingers around her jerk ex's throat. Rapping softly on the door, he planted his feet and waited. Less than 30 seconds later, it opened. "Good morning," he said softly. The room was still dark and quiet, and he assumed the girls weren't up.
"Morning yourself,"
she returned with a sweet smile. She backed up and he walked in, closing the door behind him. "I didn't think you'd be up."
"I didn't want you standing out in the hall."
She didn't quite meet his eyes. Maybe she was looking forward to seeing him as much as he had been looking forward to seeing her. He kind of wanted to ask her. Why not? "You wanted to see me." She stopped, her fingers trailing on the dresser.
"Maybe."
That was better than no.
"I wanted to see you. I didn't need an alarm to wake up."
She turned. He stepped forward. "You have no idea how hard it was to leave last night."
"I didn't want you to go."
He shifted down, trying to get her to meet his eyes. "I think this morning we're both glad I did." She nodded.
"That doesn't stop the wanting."
His mouth had gone dry, and his stomach felt like it was on a roller coaster, but he opened his mouth because this seemed like as good of a time as any. "I want us to be more."
"More?"
Her eyes widened. Maybe he was mistaken, but they almost looked panicked. Was she worried about the divorce? Maybe she didn't want a man who seemed to have inherited 2 little girls. Whatever it was, he wasn't going to back down now. More. Like you and me. I want to be with you. Together. Long term. There, he'd said it. She hadn't run. A good sign, he thought. For today, yes. And tomorrow, yes. Let's think for a while on anything after that. She spoke with her eyes glued to the second button on his shirt. What an odd answer. Uncle Mack? Holly's voice sounded sleepy. Where are we? We're not done talking about this, he said. Angela's lips flattened, but she nodded. I'm not looking for something short-term. If he were, he wouldn't have picked Angela. Which was a joke, because even though he wasn't, he hadn't wanted to pick Angela. That's just who he seemed to have fallen in love with. Hungry, Ashley said. They have breakfast downstairs. He held up a finger, letting a bag with the clothes he'd bought last night dangle from it. I think we can cut these off and make them work for the girls to swim, he grinned. You can swim too. She rolled her eyes, laughing, and walked to the girls, sitting down on the bed. How'd you guys sleep? Are we still in the truck? Holly blinked and looked around. We carried you in last night, don't you remember? Angela asked her gently, her hand soothing over Holly's crinkled forehead and hair. Holly shook her head. Ashley kicked her covers off and crawled over Holly, who grunted and pushed at her. But Ashley ignored her and crawled into Angela's arms, snuggling down. The sight of Angela cuddling with his girls stirred protective instincts, and he wanted to walk over and put his arms around all of them, pulling the whole ragtag bunch of them together. But he'd seen enough in Angela's eyes to know that she needed a little time. And he needed to figure out why she'd say yes to 2 days, but not commit to anything more. It was odd, considering she was the kind of girl who he'd have said would never settle for less than everything. He needed to do something. You want me to bring breakfast up? Would you mind? I think that will make it easier on everyone. Except you. She scrunched her nose up. You look like a rabbit when you do that. Do what? That nose thing. Nose thing? Yeah, the little scrunchy nose thing. If you want us to go get our own breakfast, just say so. How does your nose have anything to do with breakfast? I have no idea. I was talking about breakfast, and all of a sudden you start talking about rabbits and noses, and it made me think you didn't want to go get food for us. Because why else would you say anything about rabbits and noses? I think I know a way to get you to stop talking. He put a hand in his front pocket and spoke as casually as he could. Oh, yeah? Yeah, I think I'll try it out later. Really? She grinned at him, then looked at the girls with lifted eyebrows. Holly, still lying down, shrugged her shoulders. Ashley, snuggled into Angela, said, Hungry. Right. I'm headed down. Maybe you can teach her to talk in full sentences until I get back. Just be quiet and go get the food, and maybe we'll share it with you when you get back. He grunted. If I don't eat it all in the elevator on the way up. I think duct tape will fix that problem. Unfortunately, you don't have any. Unfortunately? I didn't think you were like that. Mack tilted his head. Was Angela insinuating? His cheeks heated. He shook his head. Probably not. I'll be back. There was giggling behind him as he shut the door. Chapter 18. They had underestimated the time the girls would want to spend in the pool. After breakfast, Mack had used his pocket knife to cut the lower legs off the pants he'd bought for the girls. They'd gotten them dressed, and Mack had somehow convinced Angela to wear a pair of basketball shorts he'd bought. Men's. Not that she was complaining. She was guessing it was basketball season, and that might be why the store had them. Whatever it was, she and Mack both ended up in the pool with the girls. They didn't have any floaties or lifesavers, but another hotel guest had left a ball and 2 noodles, which had kept the girls entertained for hours. Actually, Angela didn't need the ball or the noodles to stay entertained. Mack in a wet t-shirt was more than enough to keep her attention. The group of 3 ladies that had sat at one of the poolside tables, sipping drinks and laughing, had spent a good amount of time looking at him too. They'd left about 10 minutes earlier, all 3 of them taking a last look at Mack before throwing their garbage in the trash and walking out. Angela sat on the pool steps with Ashley, who loved moving up and down and splashing in the water, while Mack moved around the pool with Holly on his back. Seeing the ladies look at him made her remember what he'd said about his past. He probably hadn't had any trouble attracting women. If Angela had been honest with him earlier in the day, not just about not being able to have a long-term relationship with him, but also about the letter that was sitting on his dresser, he might have been able to, if not find a wife in that group, at least test the waters. He might have missed the opportunity to have the ranch he dreamed about, and it was her fault. Ashley slipped. Her hand slapped at the water, throwing big drops on Angela as her body went down. Angela grabbed for her, managing to get her before her head went under. Ashley laughed, thinking the whole thing lots of fun.
"Come on, let's go pick on your sister and Uncle Mack."
She picked the baby up and glided through the water. Mack turned at the other end of the pool. Holly was off his back and holding on to the noodle. He had his hands cupped, and Angela assumed he was showing her how to paddle. Her eyes caught. Of course those girls were looking at him. He could be as ugly as a mud fence, but if he were that good with children, he'd still catch the eyes of the ladies. There was something about a man who was good with children that spoke to the female heart. He looked up and caught her watching him. His teeth flashed. "Why don't you see if you can swim to Miss Angela?" he said to Holly. Holly, with a death grip on the noodle, turned her still mostly dry head and saw Angela. Her face crinkled. Angela held her arm out.
"Come on, you can do it."
Holly bit her lip and looked back at Mack. "I'll walk beside you," he promised. "Kick your feet like I showed you, up and down, under the water." He stood beside her and waited, giving her time to make her decision. Angela waited without saying anything more. She was pretty sure Holly would decide to try it, but if she didn't this time, there'd be other times. Maybe. Over the hours that passed, it was easy to start thinking the girls would be with them forever, and that it might really be okay to be more with Mack. He hadn't said what his idea of long-term was, or his idea of more, but she was pretty sure it involved all the things she wanted but couldn't have with him, which depressed her.
"Hey, you're almost here. Just a little bit more,"
she called to Holly, who was kicking her legs above the water and splashing water everywhere. "I think you're going to get wet," Mack said, with big splashes of water hitting him.
"I guess I should expect that since I'm in a swimming pool, right?"
Angela laughed. She'd braided her hair, expecting that she might have to submerge her head, but not really wanting to. She'd never been a big swimmer. It wasn't that she couldn't, because doggy paddling was swimming, but it was hard to act with the decorum her parents required when she looked like a drowned rat. "I kind of like the wet t-shirt look on you." Mack's eyes glinted. Angela's mouth formed an O. chlorine water splashed into it. She closed it.
I don't think anyone's ever said anything like that to me before.
She was kind of tempted to cross her arms over her chest, but she was holding Ashley, so she shifted the little one slightly. Really? You're acting all surprised when I'm pretty sure earlier in our room you insinuated something about duct tape that, I have to say, I was not expecting but would not mind trying. Right. It was a little chilly in the pool, but her cheeks were nice and hot. So was the back of her neck. She took a step forward.
Good job, Holly. You made it.
Holly's beaming face turned up, and they shared victory smiles. Why don't you try for the steps now? Mack suggested. So like a man to push even farther. Holly was up for the challenge, though, and the kicking and splashing started in earnest again. Angela watched her go, very conscious of the man that stood not far from her. Her entire face must be as red as the Christmas bow in the hotel lobby. I'll hold Ashley, he said. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see that he held his hands out, and Ashley started leaning toward him with her arms outstretched. Angela let her go, then realized that had been her shield. She supposed, being a pastor's daughter, people were afraid to say those kind of things to her. Or maybe she'd just grown up around people who were a lot different than Mack. Yeah, that was probably it. Hey, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
You don't need to apologize.
She shook her head, closing her eyes for a moment before opening them and turning to him.
You just really surprised me, that's all.
No, it was inappropriate. That's my past coming out of my mouth. Although, he gave her a grin that looked a little wicked. I definitely want to talk to my wife like that.
I think she'd appreciate it.
I wanted to talk to you about that.
Your wife?
She tilted her head and blinked her eyes at him.
You're married?
His eyes glinted, and his face lost the serious look it had. You are. She sighed. Holly was almost to the steps.
Not for long, I hope.
You have something against getting married again? He asked, low.
Yay! Look at you! You made it to the steps, sweetie.
Angela didn't want to talk about marriage. Not with Mack. Not when she really wanted everything he was saying. She needed to tell him straight out that his friends would never accept her. And guys that had lived the way the Harvest Crew had, living in a tiny camper for 3/4 of a year, eating, sleeping, and living on top of each other, working together in all kinds of weather, putting in those long days and partial nights. They were bonded in ways that would never be broken. She didn't want to come between them. Her past was bad enough. What if they found out she knew about the money? Wow, they would hate her forever.
No, he cheated on me. That gives me the right to divorce him according to God's law.
And remarriage? The serious look was back on his face. She wished it weren't.
To the right guy, yes.
She flipped her braid over her shoulder.
If you've got her, I'm going to swim for a minute.
Without waiting for his answer, she pushed off into the water, not exactly graceful in her doggy paddling, but graceless was better than the awkwardness of his conversation. By the time she got back to him, Holly had paddled out to him and was on her way back to the steps. Angela kept going and met Holly there. Mack didn't press her for more, and she had to admit she made sure the girls were between them as much as she could. It was probably better for everyone that way. Mack let the whole marriage conversation thing go. He was pushing it pretty hard, and he knew it. They had time, and there was no rush. Maybe Angela wanted to take a break from men for a while. He probably wouldn't be real interested in jumping back into something before the ink was dry on his divorce papers. That was a joke. Because it was Angela, it wouldn't matter. He was sure how he felt about her. Maybe because of all the relationships he'd had before, he knew what he felt for Angela was different. Better. Stronger. It was something that would last. Grow and change, sure. Life wasn't stagnant and wasn't expecting his feelings to not change. He just knew the change would be deeper and better. The girls were tired and hungry when they got out of the pool. After they ate, they all took a nap with the girls begging for more swimming when they woke up. All in all, he was kind of glad of the delay. It gave them a rest from the Christmas festival and all the pressure Angela had felt about that. Plus, even if Angela was kind of avoiding him, it gave him time to spend with her. How could he not love that? But they had to get back to real life. Clay was expecting his combine anyway. Monday afternoon, they weren't far from Sweetwater when Clay called. Angela was in the passenger seat beside him. The girls had finally gone to sleep in the bunk. He glanced at Angela before he answered. They'd been writing in silence for the last 30 minutes or so. Not a bad silence, but one in which he was trying to figure out how to say what he wanted to say and hadn't gotten it down yet. Not sure what a reaction would be since he hadn't broached the subject since they'd been in the pool. Maybe while he was driving wasn't the best time anyway. "Go ahead," he said after swiping his phone. "ETA?" "About an hour." "Figure you're planning on helping Angela with the festival this week." "Yeah." "How do you feel about Raina and I helping her and you loading up the corn head and trucking out to Nebraska?" "They have standing corn yet in Nebraska?" "Just got a call from a guy whose wife was having cancer treatments and then they had rain and you know how it goes. He's got 500 acres. Not really worth our time, but I hated to tell him no." Mack squelched the irritation in his chest. He also swallowed the obvious question. Why couldn't Clay do it? After all, Clay knew Mack planned to help with the festival. But he couldn't tell his boss no. Especially not when he had all but said he was planning on buying his business. "I can do it," Clay said, his voice a little softer. "But Raina's had a pretty rough life, and I wanted her to enjoy the Christmas season, here on the ranch and in town. It's her first with Gina." Gina was their daughter. Mack really couldn't tell him no now. "Also, I haven't talked to you for a couple of days about this, but Mav was talking last night like if you decided you didn't want to go halves in the business, he'd buy it all." Clay paused for just a second. "That's up to you. I told him you made that decision." There wasn't too much traffic on the road, although the wind was blowing. Mack didn't need much concentration to keep the rig on the road. "I'll be honest, I don't know. I know that's not a fair answer. I was sure that's what I wanted to do. But if Mav will buy the whole thing, then maybe that's for the best." "What are you going to do?" "Not sure." And that was the honest truth. He needed to talk to Angela. He also needed to figure out what was going on with his sister. If he were running the harvest crew from May through November, who would keep the girls? But if he weren't running the harvest crew, what would he do? "I'll go south and do the 500 acres, but if Angela can't watch my nieces, you and Raina will have to." He glanced at Angela as he spoke. She'd looked over with interest when he'd said her name, but she didn't try to ask any questions while he was still talking. She knew he'd talked to his mother earlier in the day when his parents had started out for their home. No word on his sister. That's fine. We got it. Clay spoke easily. Mack couldn't think of anyone, other than Angela, with whom he'd trust his nieces more. Okay. I'm assuming you want that corn done yesterday. Yeah. Was hoping you'd load up the corn head and keep trucking today yet. You could be there by midnight, 2 o'clock. Can't log that legally. Clay snorted. He knew Mack was joking. Good thing we have an agriculture exemption. I'll pay for your hotel, by the way. I was getting to that. I'll need one with laundry facilities. I'll email your reservation. You get down there tonight yet, you'll be back for the parade on Thursday. Thanks, man. Thank you. Raina and Gina thank you too. They hung up. Mack didn't look at Angela for a bit. To say he was disappointed was putting it mildly. But maybe this would work out for the best. They'd spent a lot of time together. He'd had a great time, but maybe being apart for a few days would be good for them. Maybe she'd miss him. He tapped the steering wheel with his fingers. You probably figured out that was Clay. He's got some corn for you to do? She asked, polite inquiry on her face. 500 acres in Nebraska. Oh, when? Now. What about the girls? You'll watch them if you can't. She nodded. I can do it, except someone will have to watch them while I work at the diner. Her hands twisted in her lap. I'll have a lot of work to do with the festival, too. Clay and Raina will help you. I don't want to put them out. You're not. Raina hasn't had a whole lot of happy Christmases, and Clay would really like for her to get into the swing of things. You know, there's no better way to get her completely sick of Christmas than to get her to help with the festival. Angela laughed. He loved that sound. His heart hurt because he'd be leaving her. So, yeah, they'll help with the festival. They'll help with the girls, and if I leave right away, I might be back for the parade on Thursday. Did I hear you say you weren't sure if you were still buying the Harvest Company? Not to pry. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. You're not prying. I don't want to push you harder than you want to go, but maybe we can talk when I get back. Maybe someone will watch the girls and I can have you all to myself for a little bit. To his relief, Angela nodded. Yes, let's plan on that. After the festival. We'll talk. Chapter 19. During the week, Angela couldn't believe how much she missed Mack. Missed having him around the boarding house. Missed him helping to put the girls to bed at night. Missed him helping her with the festival. It was easy to come to a few conclusions while he was gone. One was that she didn't want to just leave without telling him how she felt. Maybe they really couldn't be together, but she didn't want him to wonder if it was because she didn't love him. It was very clear to her that she did. Another thing she decided was that she wanted to be proactive about the girls. Talk to Robin and find out about getting custody of them. Holly and Ashley deserved a stable home life. Also, she determined in her heart that if it were possible, she was going to get a kiss from her cowboy for Christmas. Maybe that's what made her construct the kissing booth. Up until then, it had been a sketchy idea. One in the back of her mind, but not something that she'd made a priority enough to actually start construction. But with Clay and Raina on board, she assigned them the duty of building it, and on Wednesday, when it was completed, she decorated with Holly and Ashley. It was Thursday, and Mack was coming home. And the last thing she decided was that she was going to hand him the letter and tell him her fear. The one where everyone was going to think that she only wanted him for his money. That she was doing to him what she'd done to Clay. That he was only better than Boone because he was set to inherit $1 billion. Her heart told her that if he returned even a portion of the feeling that she had for him, he'd believe her when she said it wasn't about the money. If he didn't believe her, then she would leave. This morning before she left the house, she'd put the letter in her pocket. She was going to show it to him immediately. First thing when she saw him. It was busy with the festival, but being without Mack for the past few days had shown her that she needed to take a chance and risk the rejection rather than just give up and leave. This was her way of fighting because she felt Mack was worth fighting for. Didn't mean she wasn't nervous, but she'd been too busy to worry much. She'd spent the day running around, putting last-minute fires out. The latest fire was that the Santa Claus for the parade and booth had come down with the flu. Rosaline had the girls at the library, which was a good thing. The crazy stress had almost gotten to Angela. Sure, she'd done plenty of event organizing before, but never on this scale. She wanted everything to be perfect. What was a Christmas parade without a Santa Claus? People were lined up 6 and 7 deep along Main Street, and the parade was scheduled to start in 20 minutes. "Do you have any idea what we can do?" Raina asked Angela, biting her lip and pacing in the back of the church sanctuary where they'd met to try to work it out. Clay and Mav were with them too, along with everyone who was riding on the nativity float. Since the costumes were in the church, it just made sense to change there. Angela had just gotten done handing the costumes out to the 15 people who were going to be riding on the float. There was happy chaos behind them as the folks laughed and joked and helped each other get the robes and head coverings on over their winter outerwear. "We have the fake beard along with the suit, and we can get a pillow or something to use as a belly. Anyone would do." Angela tapped her finger to her chin. She stared at Mav. "No." Mav held his hands up. "I'm already booked handing out hot chocolate beside the kissing booth." Clay couldn't do it because he was driving his combine, which had been carefully decorated with Christmas lights and bows in the parade. "Everyone has a job. Everyone. I've bribed and cajoled anyone who didn't run away from me into helping in some area." Angela wanted to pace, but she made herself stand still. The door to the sanctuary opened. She barely noticed. She had to solve this problem. Maybe she could be Santa Claus, but then someone else would need to run interference and problem solve. She was also manning the cookie booth that was sponsored by Patty's Diner. Proceeds were being donated to an orphanage in Mexico. But something compelled her to turn her head and look. Her heart spun and sparkled. Mack stood inside the vestibule. He'd closed the door behind him but hadn't walked farther. He stared at her. It seemed to her like his heart was in his eyes. This was what she'd been waiting for. It didn't matter about Santa Claus or the parade or even the whole darn festival. All she wanted was the man who stood a mere 5 feet away, looking at her like she was the most beautiful woman in the world and the only one he ever wanted. In 2 steps, he was at their group. She'd been waiting for days to see him again, and everything she wanted to say trembled in her mouth. But she had to get the most important thing out first. Somehow, it was imperative that he know immediately how she felt. Judging from the look on his face, any declaration of hers would be returned. She didn't even move toward him. She didn't need to. His smile told her everything she needed to know. So, she lifted her chin and didn't care who heard her. "I love you, Mack." Clay and Raina jerked around, noticing Mack for the first time. Mav, however, had been standing more at her angle and had seen Mack coming. Her words made his head jerk toward her. Then he spoke, before Mack had a chance to.
"You dirty dog! You won the bet! You even got her to do it in church!"
Mav slapped his leg and laughed, the sound filling the sanctuary and echoing, causing everyone who had been getting dressed for the parade nativity to stop talking and look around. Angela had been ready to fly into his arms, but her feet froze. Her stomach froze along with them, and her heart dropped to the floor. Bet? What bet? Mack stopped, his eyes going wide, his head shaking. "No," he said. He opened his mouth to say more, but Mav beat him to it.
"You sure did, didn't he, Clay? That's exactly what we said he needed to do. Get her to say she loved him in the church." "You told me about that," Raina said, looking at Clay. Clay typically appeared unruffled, but his eyes shifted between Angela and Mack, and he didn't seem to know what to say. Which told Angela there actually had been a bet, one where Mack said he'd get her to fall in love with him. She didn't understand the part about the church, but she really didn't need to. It was enough to know that everything Mack had done had been to win a bet. Every breath felt like broken ornaments scratching the insides of her lungs. Pine needles punctured her heart, and she wanted to cry and hit something at the same time. Mack. She wanted to hit Mack. With her fist, with a truck, with anything she could get her hands on, hurting him like he'd hurt her. But that's when all those years of being the perfect pastor's daughter stiffened her spine and lifted her chin. It only took her a second to decide that she wasn't going to be the loser in this contest. She reached into her back pocket. Her hands trembled, but hopefully it would look like anger rather than the pain of his betrayal. Pulling out the letter, she shook it open and forced a little, fake smile to turn the corners of her mouth up. "That's convenient. You're only with me to win a bet, and I was after this."
She waved the letter. Her throat crawled, like not just the contents of her stomach, but the whole organ would soon spew out. She needed to leave. There were no quiet places, and she couldn't ball up into a corner and cry. So she put her fake it because this is important face on and glided forward. "What's that?" Mack asked, his eyes following the waving paper. Wariness tightened his expression.
"It's the letter that says if you marry by Christmas, you inherit $1 billion. Clay got the same one."
The words tasted bitter in her mouth. But she'd trusted him, fallen in love with him. And all she'd been to him was a bet. The part of her that had been raised to save face at all costs had come to the forefront, and she couldn't stop the words she was saying. She wanted to hate him, but even after what he'd done, she couldn't. She handed Mack the letter as she passed and didn't stop walking. Before she walked out into the vestibule, she threw over her shoulder,
"Mack can be Santa Claus."
Blowing out a breath, she closed her eyes for just a second. There was too much to do. She would pretend the pain wasn't there and simply throw herself into staying busy. It was the one solution that had always worked for her. It would work for this betrayal, too. But once the festival was over, there was no longer any question. She was leaving Sweetwater for good. Chapter 20. Mack looked at the paper in his hand, the one Angela had handed him before she'd walked out. His first instinct had been to chase after her, make her stop, make her listen. He hadn't been able to figure out what to say fast enough after Mav had announced their bet. He couldn't deny it. There had been a bet. One that he'd agreed to and participated in. To deny was to lie. But his heart had never been in the bet, and it wasn't in it now. But the words that he needed hadn't come. Everything sounded trite. She'd never believe him. And with Mav standing right there, he had to make sure that everything he said was the exact truth, or Mav would contradict him, and he'd end up looking like a liar, even worse than he already did, and she'd never believe him. Of course, part of the reason he'd been unable to get his mouth to work was because she'd told him she loved him. Right there, that had stopped the world for him. He'd always loved his work, but the few days that he'd been gone had been torture. He wanted to know what she was doing, where she was, how she was feeling. Basically, he couldn't stop thinking about her and how much he wanted to be with her. It was easy to figure out how he felt about her, if he hadn't already been sure. Then, to walk in and have her tell him immediately that she loved him. It had completely floored him. He sure hadn't been expecting it and wasn't sure if he'd ever heard those words spoken to him before. Probably his parents had said them at one point, but he didn't remember. Before she walked out, she claimed it was all a lie. Could that be true? He didn't want to believe it. He looked again at the paper in his hand, realizing Clay had been looking at it over his shoulder. It's legit, same as I got. She was after your money, man. Mav had his head sticking over his other shoulder. It sure looked that way. Mack pushed away his irritation at Mav. If Angela had truly been after his money, Mav had done a favor by lipping off about the bet. But if she hadn't been, she'd looked so different just now, with her ice princess smile and her haughty bearing. It was the way he'd remembered her from all the summers he'd seen her at her dad's church. Here in Sweetwater, she'd shed that outer shell, and he'd thought he'd glimpsed the real Angela. Sweet and funny, tough but vulnerable. He loved it all. Had it been an act? I need to talk to her. He spun, fully intending to run her down, tackle her if necessary, and find out the truth. His heart couldn't believe the deception that he held the evidence for in his hand. Stop. Clay spoke, but both he and Mav held Mack's arms. You're Santa Claus, and you have 5 minutes to grow a beard and get in your suit. He jerked his head to Clay. Santa? Mav answered. Boyd Lewis was supposed to do it, but he has the flu. There is no one else. He didn't want to allow Angela to walk away from him. Not until he was sure. Actually, he was sure. Sure that she didn't mean what she'd just said. Sure that she hadn't been using him for his money. It didn't make sense. None of it. But she was also in charge of the festival, and if there was no Santa in the parade, it was on her. He had to help her out. Where's the stuff at? The moon glistened white over the deserted festival grounds. Mack would say it had been a success tonight. He didn't know any actual numbers, but everyone was saying it was the biggest parade and crowd in memory. Angela had done an amazing job. Mack had been Santa for her, in the parade and also afterwards in the alcove where he'd held kids on his lap and gotten their picture taken. The wind had blown a tent behind him down around 9 o'clock, and he'd helped fix that in his Santa suit. He'd taken the red off about an hour ago, but had been fixing an electrical problem at the booths where a breaker had blown because of overload. Everything was in working order for tomorrow. In the meantime, Rosaline had taken Holly and Ashley back to the boarding house and put them to bed. He didn't see Angela, so he assumed that's where she was, too. He'd sent her a text earlier, but she hadn't answered it. Maybe she was too busy, but he got the feeling that it was hard to get over the fact that he'd placed a bet on getting her to fall for him. He didn't know how to approach that either, other than just telling her the truth and hoping she believed him. But it was a distinct possibility that would have to wait until the festival was over. They'd both been too busy to breathe, let alone talk. Movement to his left caught his eye. He looked over toward the kissing booth. He'd seen that particular booth earlier when he'd walked over from the parade. It had been set up and decorated since he'd left. Of course, he couldn't see it without thinking of Angela. If she weren't with him, he had no desire to be anywhere near it. But as he looked closer, a flash of blonde hair beside the booth caught his eye. It was the right color and long enough to be Angela's. It was late, but it wouldn't surprise him if she were there, shutting everything down and making sure things were ready for morning. She took her responsibilities very seriously. He changed direction, silently hoping that Rosaline wouldn't be too upset that she had to stay with the girls so late. A couple more steps and, Angela came into sight beside the booth. She was straightening up with some green stuff in her hand. He realized the mistletoe from the booth must have blown off as she moved to the front of the booth and stretched up, trying to stick it back up on the hook over the middle of the opening. His heart thumped quick and hard in his chest. "I can help with that." Her head flew around, her blue eyes wide. Obviously, she hadn't known he was still there. The whole park was deserted. She'd probably assumed he'd gone like everyone else. Silently, she handed him the greenery. Her eyes were wary, and she had her ice princess shield up. But there was a vulnerability that flashed in her expression. It gave him hope. He didn't believe the stuff she'd said, but he had no facts to back it up, just what his heart was telling him. He wanted to believe in her. It only took a second to hook the mistletoe back up. "I can fasten that a little more securely tomorrow." "Thanks," she said and moved to go. He put a hand on her arm. "There really was a bet, but the truth isn't quite what you think." "I'm tired." Her head moved back and forth, her hair shimmering in the moonlight. "Please, just let me say this to you. You don't have to talk about it tonight. I know it's been a long day for you." "And I have another long one tomorrow. Can you make it quick?" She didn't look at him when she spoke. Her voice sounded weary, and the skin around her eyes looked pinched. But she didn't move away, and he hoped that meant she wanted to work this out as much as he did. Maybe she had some hope left that he wasn't as bad as he sounded. "Mav said he'd go halves with me in buying Clay's business if I could get you to fall in love with me. He still resents what happened to Clay and Boone, although I think they're both over everything. I didn't want to agree, but I did. That was a while ago." He moved around so he was in front of her. He'd like it a lot better if he could see her eyes, rather than having her look away from him. Was she listening? "I didn't think it would hurt anything, because I never thought someone like you would fall for someone like me." "I didn't fall for you. Did you miss the part about the money?" "I heard you." She finally looked at him. "I didn't believe it." She bit her lip and looked away. "I didn't want to believe it, because maybe there was a bet and maybe Mav's an idiot, but the fact is none of that mattered. I spent time with you because I wanted to. I had fun with you, and to be honest, I totally forgot about the bet. I just wanted to be with you. I don't know how anyone could be with you like I've been and not fall in love with you. I know I can't." He took his finger and put it under her chin, gently drawing her face around until their eyes met. "I love you." "You don't believe me about the money?" "No. I don't know what's going on with the money, and I don't really care other than I know that maybe this summer you might have been able to do something like that. But I'll never believe that you've laughed with me and helped me with the girls and put up with broken down trucks and yellow snow and it was all fake. I don't believe it." Her breath was shallow. "I can't believe, after what I've done, that you still believe in me." "Tell me I'm wrong." She put a hand on his arm and stepped closer. "You're not wrong." Both of his hands came up and he took her by the waist, moving her a quarter of a turn, then looking up. "I think someone's standing under the mistletoe." She backed up just a little and tugged at his jacket until he stood where she had just been. "Looks like someone else is under it now." "I'm waiting. Maybe you can be a little faster than I was. I seem to have missed my opportunity." Her hands reached up, going around his neck, and she stretched up against him. He lowered his head, pulling her close and breathing her in before their lips met. He'd known it wouldn't be enough to have a gentle touching of lips, but he hadn't been prepared for the tidal desire to have her closer. He tilted his head, fitting their mouths more perfectly together, and buried one hand in her hair. His fingers tingled and he couldn't breathe, but he found he didn't want to, just wanted Angela, and she seemed to want him too, because she pushed closer, putting pressure on the back of his head that he didn't even try to fight. Actually, in some part of his mind, it spoke to his male vanity, and he was thrilled in the fact that she wanted him. An unknown amount of time later, he pulled away, resting his temple and cheek against hers, catching his breath, and trying to remember what planet he was on. "I knew kissing you was going to be good, but I hadn't realized how good." He finally spoke, but still didn't move. She didn't say anything, but rubbed her cheek gently over his stubble, like she didn't want to stop touching him. "I had some important things I wanted to talk to you about, but I'm not sure what my name is right now." He spoke with a smile in his voice. "Maybe it's better if we don't talk," she whispered. He laughed, his breath forming a cloud in the cold night air. "I think that might be where our trouble started. I should have confessed to you what Mav said, and that I agreed. But loving you had nothing to do with any bet or what anyone else thought." He pulled back a little, touching her cheek and running his hands into her hair. "I love you. I think it's how easily you laughed. Every time I hear your laughter, I can feel my heart being pulled to you." You live on a higher plane than I do. I totally fell in love with the way you look in a wet t-shirt." That time, his laughter wasn't soft. "It was the swimming pool? I should have known. God knew what he was doing with that blown tire." "I was kidding. I love how you've moved past what you used to be and become someone better, with no one making you. Just your own decision." Her fingers ran softly over the back of his neck. "Aren't you even curious about the money?" "I don't believe you were after me for any money. That had to come in the mail with my parents, and you wouldn't have seen it until just before or just after our trip. Either way, I think you liked me quite a lot before the letter." Her fingers stilled. "I can't believe you have that much faith in me." "I'm not the only one who's changed." Her face relaxed into a smile. "Thank you." It would be nice to just hold her. It would be even nicer to go home and take her coat off and feel real curves and slender lines, but he had a more serious topic he needed to broach with her. I talked to my sister.
Oh, good. The girls and their future have been on my mind. What did she say?
Apparently she's convinced her ex to take her back, and he's agreed to allow her to move in with him and his new girlfriend. I didn't want specifics about that, but bottom line, they're not his kids and he doesn't want them. So basically, she doesn't want the girls.
What happens to them?
My parents can't take them, so either I do or I assume Child Services will put them into foster care.
Are you going to?
I want to, but I thought that should be a decision we make together. I can't run the harvest crew and take care of 2 preschoolers.
Are you still buying Clay's business? With $1 billion, you could get your own ranch.
I'd have to be married. His thumb traced down her cheek and along her jaw. I want you, and I don't care how long I have to wait until you're divorced and ready to take a chance on a different man.
I told you I wondered if kissing a man I loved would be different than kissing a man I didn't.
Yeah?
It is.
He grunted. He could have told her that. Kissing Angela had been worlds better than kissing any of the other girls he'd ever been with. He didn't really see what that had to do with the girls and the money and how long it would take her to want to get married again.
I'm saying I don't want to go back to the kind of marriage I just got out of, but being with you isn't the same.
He stared down at her, trying to figure out what she was saying. You'll marry me? Soon?
Yes.
And we'll work on getting custody of the girls?
Yes.
And we'll buy ground and set up our own spread, and Mav can have the business?
Whatever you decide. I think I'd like to open a bake shop in Sweetwater if we stay. Or maybe work out a deal with Patty on the diner.
That sounds more perfect than I had ever thought it could.
Maybe we could kiss on it.
She put her hands on his waist.
There.
She nodded at the mistletoe above his head.
This means I get to kiss you.
I guess I have no choice but to let you take advantage of me.
Exactly.
Then have at it, lady. I'm all yours. Epilogue. Rosaline hooked the big Percheron's bridle to the hitching post. It wasn't strictly necessary because Cord's horses were well trained. Not to mention, Percherons, like most draft horses, were calm and gentle. They weren't going anywhere. But it was a safety measure that helped ensure that nothing would go wrong. Rosaline was happy to help him. She grinned at Cord, sitting on the high seat, holding the reins as she walked around. He returned her grin. They didn't really need words. They'd grown up together and, along with her twin sister, Rosalind, made up 20% of their high school graduating class. Unfortunately, Rosaline had fallen in love with Cord, while Cord had fallen in love with her twin. And who knew what Rosalind loved? Chicago, maybe. But she'd agreed to marry Cord, and she said she wanted to come back to Sweetwater and live. Rosaline thought that might be true in theory, since Rosalind had trouble even coming back for a visit. But they'd set a date. Rosaline had a maid of honor dress, and Cord seemed happy that Rosalind had finally made up her mind to come home and make their on-again, off-again relationship permanent. Rosaline was Cord's best friend. There had been some discussion about having her be best man, although Cord had 5 brothers. But Rosalind was the one he loved. And most of the time, Rosaline was happy for her twin. The Christmas festival was still going strong, and the next family had climbed into the sleigh. Rosaline made sure they were settled before walking up and unhooking the Percheron's tie. Easy there, Sadie, Rosaline said as she walked around the giant black horse. Sadie was double-hitched with Sam, and Rosaline made sure to stroke his nose, too, before she untied them and stepped out of the way. Just because her sister was marrying Cord didn't mean that Rosaline had to stop admiring the confident way he handled his team, although she probably should keep her eyes from lingering on his shoulders and the square set of his chin. She lifted a hand as he drove the sleigh past. He jerked his chin, eyes twinkling. He owned a small ranch outside of town and spent most of his waking hours working on it, but the Percherons were his passion, and he had a gift with them. Rosaline would never tire of watching him with them, and outside of running her little library, there was nothing more she'd rather do than help Cord on his spread. She had 3 months until his wedding. At that point, she really should find something else to do. Her mom was a teacher at the local high school, and her dad was a janitor and drove a bus. But maybe Rosaline should move away, somewhere where she wouldn't have to see Cord and Rosalind together, even though she wished them the very best. Yeah, she'd always heard Montana was pretty. She had 3 months to find a place before she needed to leave.
Hi, this is Jay, and thanks for listening. If you're ready for another great audiobook, here's one we think you might like. Or check out the playlist with all our latest releases. Don't forget to subscribe to Say with Jay, give this video a thumbs up, and tell us what you liked in the comments.